Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean historical Western romance by Emma Ashwood. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. So grab a cozy spot, kick back, and let this story whisk you away to a different time and place. Enjoy. Copyright Emma Ashwood. Amber by Emma Ashwood. Chapter 1. Amber Johnson sighed as the train whistled and began to break. She knew that they weren't yet at her destination. Billy, the guard that had befriended her, had told her at the last stop that there would be a little over 2 hours more to travel to Freshwater Springs. There were no additional stops. They must have only traveled a little more than an hour. Her initial thought was that the train was stopping to take on more water or wood. It had done so numerous times since they'd left New York. The train would stop in the middle of nowhere and fill up from a water crane at the side of the railroad tracks. The driver and his boy would leap out and restock with wood. But something about the braking on this occasion made her believe something was different. The slowing down felt more urgent. It was now her 6th day of travel, and she wanted nothing more than to reach her destination, bathe and change her clothes. She looked down at her pale blue dress, immaculate when she left New York, now crumpled and covered in dust. She attempted in vain to brush some of the dirt from the skirts. What would Anthony think of her when she arrived? She knew she must create a favorable first impression. She wanted nothing more than for him to take a glance at her and fall in love. She knew that was a fairy tale, but she kept telling herself that fairy tales were real, and it could happen. Amber just had to give herself the best possible chance. Once they stopped, she would find Billy again to ask if he could find water for her to wash and possibly somewhere private where she might change. She wasn't particularly hopeful, though. She had been forced to purchase a third-class ticket for her travel, and so she was a passenger on what was essentially a freight train. The train offered one small, cramped compartment for passengers. The rest of the long train was given over to the important business of goods, banknotes, gold, and mail. She was fortunate to have had to share her journey with only one other passenger, a 61-year-old rotund gentleman named Daniel Hall. He'd kept himself to himself for the entire journey. He sat in the corner and alternated reading the newspapers purchased at the various stations, the Bible, and selected adventure stories. He had offered Amber one of the adventure stories to read once he'd finished. She tried it but couldn't get into the story. Her mind was solely on her past and her future. She was heading west to Texas to marry Anthony Fox, attorney at law. She had never met Mr. Fox. Amber was what was now termed throughout the country a mail-order bride. She started a correspondence with Anthony almost 6 months before, just after her beloved mother had been buried. Amber had responded to his advertisement in the Matrimonial Times. Anthony was seeking a goodly woman to be his bride and with whom to start a family. Unfortunately for the lawyer, he appeared to have been let down on previous occasions by potential brides. This, he declared, was the reason he was advertising again. This had become standard practice by gentlemen in the West. They headed westward in search of riches, land, and a fresh start. But of course, women were in short supply. They placed advertisements in various publications in the towns and cities on the East Coast in a hopeful search for a suitable bride with the courage to join them. Many thousands of women had made the journey westward and had successfully found love and happiness. Amber hoped to be among that number. She was just 19 years of age. But when her mother died of the influenza virus that had swept through New York City that winter, she was left alone with her stepfather. Marge, her mother, had remarried when Amber was just 14. Her own father had died in a tragic work accident at the warehouse by the docks, the full details of which were never forthcoming from her mother. She guessed that her father had suffered a horrific death and that her mother wanted to shield her from the truth. As she grew older, she became aware of her stepfather's glances lingering longer on her at the dining room table, the way his eyes followed her when she left the room, and the way he would accidentally walk into her bedroom without knocking while she was getting dressed in the morning. She wanted to speak to her mother about it, but she felt an overwhelming and inexplicable shame and fear. What if her mother believed Amber to be encouraging her stepfather's advances? And so she kept her worries and fears to herself. Following her mother's death, her stepfather's advances became more obvious. Normally, these occurred after his drinking on Friday evenings. At first, she had been able to get herself out of potentially difficult situations by laughing off his suggestions, but she knew that before long, something awful was going to happen. She had to get out of the house. It was then that she began corresponding with Anthony after reading an article in the New York Times about the women making lives and finding happiness as mail-order brides. Her stepfather's business began to suffer as a direct result of the importation of new machinery and cheap labor, which had a direct correlation with his increased drinking. The other thing that increased with the amount of whiskey he consumed was his obvious lust for her. On one occasion, she had been forced to slap him firmly across the face when he allowed his hands to go where they shouldn't. It shocked him, and for 2 weeks he had refrained from taking a drink and partaking in inappropriate actions. But she knew it would only be a matter of time before he got drunk again. When Anthony's proposal came, it wasn't a moment too soon. Usually, upon acceptance of such a proposal, the gentleman out west would send the financial means for the bride to travel. But there was no time for Amber to wait for further correspondence between herself and Texas in this instance. She had to leave. She scraped together what money she could and she made her way to the station. She had packed her entire life into one small carpet bag. She had 4 dresses worth taking, as well as undergarments and hairbrushes and a few necessities. Her 2 most treasured possessions were a crucifix and a small silver-cased mirror that had been her mother's. It wasn't much to show for 19 years on this earth, but it was all she had. After sending Anthony a telegram confirming her acceptance of his marriage proposal, she knew she would only have money enough for a third-class ticket. That would have to do. The journey would take a few days longer since third-class passengers traveled on the freight trains with their frequent stops. However, it was a means to escape her unsatisfactory situation. Her telegram informed Anthony of her pending arrival, and she requested that he meet her at the station. In just a matter of hours, she would be meeting Anthony Fox, attorney at law, for the very first time. She felt an intoxicating mix of excitement and fearful anticipation. He was 29, slightly older than her, of course, but that was the natural order. As a lawyer, he was a fine and upstanding member of the community. She felt very lucky considering how some brides were in such desperate situations that they headed west to marry penniless miners who seemed to survive on a hope and a prayer. Anthony had sent her a photograph of himself about 3 months into their communications. He was tall and well-dressed, with dark hair, a firm jawline, and a fine smile. He was photographed outside his office. Obviously, the office was nothing like those rising to the skies in New York City. It was a white wooden building that doubled as his home, but the sign that proudly swung outside stated, "Anthony Fox, Attorney at Law." Many brides arrived in the West, not knowing whether the information provided by their intended spouse was at all factual. At least she knew she wasn't arriving to marry a 50-year-old man with no prospects. She had managed to respond with a photograph of herself taken at a local portrait studio. It had cost her most of her expendable funds, but she thought it justified if only to reassure Anthony of her appearance in return. Amber knew that she was pretty. She didn't want to be vain about it, but she had grown up with the admiring stares of men following her every step. She'd worn her best dress for the photograph and spent 3 hours fixing her hair. She hoped that Anthony would be suitably impressed. It turned out that he was impressed enough to propose marriage. As the train slowed once more, she flicked her bag open and pulled out her mother's mirror in which to peruse her reflection. Hopefully, Billy could find her a place to wash. Her long blonde hair needed a good brush through as well. In her mind, she worried that Anthony might have concerns about the reasons behind her sudden departure from New York City. She hadn't felt comfortable divulging the problems she had with her stepfather in letters to a stranger. At some point in the future, when she knew Anthony a little better, she would share it all. In his proposal letter, Anthony had suggested they wed immediately after her arrival, if only for the sake of propriety. He was quite right, of course. She could hardly live under his roof unless they were married. It would be highly inappropriate, especially for a man in his position. He stated that she could rest assured that she would have a separate room at her disposal, and that, regardless of being married, she would have no obligations at this point. She assumed the mysterious obligation to which he referred had been on the subject of conjugal matters. That gave her great comfort. She wanted to know and love a man first. "Do you know why we are stopping, Mr. Hall?" Amber asked Daniel. The fat man shifted nervously in his seat and peered out of the window so besmeared with dust and dirt from the railroad that seeing out was rather hampered. "No, I don't believe this is scheduled," he stammered. "The next stop should have been at Freshwater Springs. Maybe there is a problem on the track?" He fidgeted nervously, trying to spot anything outside. Amber understood his concerns. Freight trains had often been a target of bandits in the past. Such attacks had become very frequent at one time. However, these days security was a greater concern for the companies that transported goods. So the railroads were forced to employ numerous guards, the likes of Billy, on the trains. Daniel stood up and stroked the revolver in his holster. "I think I'll just go and check what's happening, Miss Johnson. You stay in the compartment. Lock the door behind me. Keep safe until I come back." As he waddled out into the corridor, Amber strongly doubted that Daniel would be able to keep anyone safe. However, his nervous predisposition had affected her, and she firmly slid the lock into place and pulled on the door to test it. The train was still moving, albeit at a very slow pace. He'd been gone less than a minute when she heard the banging of metal on metal, followed immediately by the sound of gunfire, much to her horror. She knew her worst fears were being realized and that they must surely be under attack by bandits. She was a young woman traveling alone. She could have cursed herself for not waiting for Anthony to send money to cover her travels. If she had, she could have been safely ensconced in the safety of a train with second-class berths. Bandits never hit passenger trains because too many of the many passengers brandished firearms of their own for protection against the criminal element of the West. There was too little in terms of reward to warrant the risk. The freight trains were the obvious targets. This one would be packed with crisp new banknotes destined for the western towns. The train creaked and jolted and finally came to a halt. In a heartbeat, she knew she must hide. Here she would be spotted in an instant. She decided to seek out Billy, who had a small compartment in amongst the freight towards the rear of the train. He would know what to do. She unlocked the door and peered out into the corridor. Nothing. As silently as possible, she moved towards the rear of the train. She could hear a commotion emanating from the front, where there was shouting and more gunfire. Her heart hammered in her chest. Why, oh why, hadn't she waited for more money? She reached Billy's compartment and quietly opened the door. Given that the cubicle had only the one small window at its far end that was so thoroughly smeared with dirt, she could see very little. "Billy," she hissed. "Billy, are you there?" "It's me, Amber." But there was no response. The small rear door was ajar, and Katie assumed that Billy had gone off to see what was happening. Billy was a huge bear of a man who had been recently widowed. He had befriended Amber at the very first station, where he found her short of funds with which to buy food, and had taken pity on her and shared his provisions. His wife, Mary, had been taken in the final stages of the same influenza epidemic that had killed her mother. She had grown sick almost straight after giving birth. She had lasted barely 48 hours. Billy was now left with a 6-month-old baby named Sam. It was tough for him having to raise the child while he worked on the railroads. A good proportion of his wages went to paying someone to care for the babe while he was away. He too would be looking for a wife before long. He said the child needed a mother. At each stop, he was happy to share whatever he had with Amber. She guessed that he had taken a shine to her. She felt a little guilty, as she always did when men paid her attention or were generous to her, but she argued that it really wasn't her fault if he had. She was being friendly and taking assistance where it was freely offered. While they ate, he told stories of his life on the railroad. He had spoken to bandits, of course, but mostly his stories involved railway lines blocked by rockfalls or snowfall. One winter, the train was stuck on the line for 5 days before it could be dug out. He lost 16 pounds in that time. He had patted his stomach playfully. Amber heard footsteps moving through the train corridor and bangs and crashes as doors were forced open. "Nothing here," a crude voice cried. "Keep going. We need everything we can find from this one." A second, even deeper voice commanded. "Cody says he don't know when we might do another." She looked around in desperation for somewhere to hide. Fortunately, this particular carriage seemed to carry only regular freight items. She could see labels on some of the wooden crates. Those stamped as containing liquor might be of interest to the bandits, but most of the crates contained canned goods, soups, and fruit. Billy's lodgings were about halfway into the carriage, different only in that it was clear of freight. In it were a cheap chair, a small desk, and a pile of blankets on which he seemed to have made himself a bed. Among these was a bag, a few bottles, and some remnants of food. It couldn't be a particularly pleasant life traveling back and forth on the railroad. She came upon a perfect hiding space behind a stack of crates marked as tomato soup just beyond Billy's compartment. She decided to slide in there and pray that she would not be discovered. She took some consolation in the knowledge that the bandits were neither on the lookout for a young woman nor supplies of tomato soup. She hoped they would move on in search of more valuable pickings. As she tried to slide into the space, she found her feet barred by an obstacle on the floor. It cried out softly, barely audible above the commotion elsewhere in the train. What was that? Amber reached down and groped along the floor. She couldn't see, but she felt what she thought was a wicker basket which has an inner that was soft to the touch, like blankets. Then she froze, hardly believing what she had come upon. She thought the stress of the situation must have set her mind racing, and she was merely imagining it. But then another cry rang out, and she realized this was not her imagination at play. It was a baby. Chapter 2. After some confusion, she realized that she must have happened upon Billy's son, Sam. What was he doing here? She recalled from their earlier conversations that Billy had never actually said that the child was in someone's care while he was away at work. He had simply said it was difficult to work with a child. She then recalled how at every stop he had returned to the train with a quart of milk purchased at the station. After the third stop, she had commented on the volume of milk he seemed to consume. He joked that it kept him big and strong. Obviously, that was a lie. The milk was for the baby. Almost certainly the management would know he had a baby. How he managed to sneak the babe on board in New York was a mystery. Maybe he did so on every trip. Maybe he was struggling for someone to care for Sam on this occasion, and this was a first. She would ask him, but she couldn't help but be impressed by his devotion to his child. Another man might have abandoned the baby to an orphanage. Little baby Sam cried again. "Hush, little one. Please hush," she whispered. Amber instinctively crouched to pick the baby up and hold it to her breast. "Hush, just for a little while." She gently rocked back and forth in an attempt to quieten the crying baby. The warmth of her body and the beat of her heart must have comforted the child because baby Sam closed his eyes and went back to sleep. And then the door to the carriage swung open. "It's blacker than night in here," one of the two voices that she'd heard earlier said. "Be careful, Luke. There could be a guard in here," the deeper voice responded a little nervously. The men edged forward. Amber crouched lower on her haunches, holding the baby tight. For the moment, the babe maintained his silence, perhaps sensing danger close by. "Looks like them guards fled out the door," the first voice noted, pointing a gun in the direction of the open door at the rear. "Hopefully it's one of those we took care of," his friend replied with a laugh. "If it is, we won't need to worry about them coming back." Amber's heart almost stopped. What did the men mean? A sense of dark foreboding came over her. "Well, look here. Something a little more interesting for us boys," the first man said, tapping his gun on the crates of liquor. This little lot will keep us going for a nice little while. I doubt Cody will let us near the gold." The other man took a closer look at some of the other crates and grunted his disappointment at the contents. They edged deeper and deeper into the carriage. Amber tried to breathe as silently as possible. The first man was so close now that she could smell the stink of horse, tobacco, and stale sweat. She closed her eyes and prayed that they would walk straight by. However, the inevitable happened. Baby Sam began to cry. "What the?" the first man shouted, pointing his gun in the direction of the wailing. The other man was immediately at his side, gun raised. In the darkness, they could see little. "Who's there? Come out." Amber froze in fear. She had no intention of revealing herself. "Hush," she whispered in desperation to the baby. "Don't make us come in there," the deeper voice threatened. Amber realized she had little choice. The last thing she wanted was for the men to open fire. There was the baby to consider as well as herself. "Okay," she called in as strong a voice as she could muster. "It's just me and the baby. I'm no danger to you." She stood up and emerged from behind the crates, still clutching the crying baby to her bosom. The men glanced at each other, their guns still trained on her. But slowly, the confused expressions gave way to sinister smiles as they leered at her and lowered their weapons. The one who stank of stale tobacco and sweat stepped forward. "Well, what do we have here?" He reached out and stroked Amber's long blonde hair, playing it between his filthy fingers. "Aren't you just something special?" Amber shrank back against the crates. "No need to be like that, pretty missy. We're all friends here," he hissed. The other man stepped forward and looked Amber up and down with intent. "Cody will love this one." The first man looked back at his friend and shook his head. "Cody ain't having this one first." The other man did likewise. "You know the rules, Luke. Cody has first pick. You don't want to anger him. Mark my words." He stroked a scar on his chin as though it had some bearing on his statement. The first man, Luke, gave a disappointed sigh. He had witnessed Cody's wrath and had no intention of angering him. It would be the death of him. Amber began to shake in fear. These men were discussing her as if she wasn't even there, casually deciding her fate. If only she had waited for Anthony to send her money. If only she hadn't been forced to flee her home, she wouldn't be in this situation. "Come on then," Luke prompted. "Let's get her out of here." The other man nodded and stepped forward. "Right then, my pretty, follow us." "No," Amber replied in defiance, glaring at the man. The two men laughed. "Oh, she has spirit. You have to give her that," Luke guffawed. He took a step forward until he was breathing his stink directly into Amber's face. "Look, little miss, we have to take you to our boss, Cody. Trust my friend Max here. He's not a man you wish to anger. See that scar on his chin?" Amber looked over at the man she now knew as Max and noted the scar on his face. She couldn't miss it. It was a hideous mess that had healed badly. She nodded, but didn't say a word. "Cody gave Max that, and that's one of his own men. Imagine what he would do to you." He paused for a minute to let that idea fill her mind. "You don't want to ruin that pretty face, do you?" Amber shook her head. Sam cried louder. "Do you want to shut that baby up?" Luke snapped, glaring at her. "That noise goes straight through me." She instinctively hugged Sam closer. "Hush," she comforted him. Amber turned her attention back to Luke. "He's a baby." "Cody ain't so keen on babies," Luke declared. "Neither am I." He prodded her in the stomach with his gun. "Let's get moving." Amber knew there was little she could do but comply. "Wait a minute," she said. "Let me get the baby's basket. It will help settle him." Luke looked at Max, who nodded his agreement. "No funny business." "Okay, miss?" Amber very slowly returned to the space behind the crates and placed the child in the basket. She gently lifted it and then made her way towards the door. Luke sarcastically waved his hand, gesturing like a gentleman for her to go first. She did as he bid. Luke followed with the gun held firmly to the small of her back. Standing in the doorway, the bright light made Amber squint. Max jumped to the ground first and grunted as he landed a good 4 feet down. "Let me pass you the baby," Amber suggested to Max. He looked up, almost in revulsion, but slipped his gun into his holster and reached up for the basket. Amber sat on the floor and eased herself down. Neither of the two men bothered to help her. She snatched the basket back from Max as soon as she was on the ground. Luke leaped down with ease and pointed towards the front of the train. That way, then, little miss, and don't think about running, there is nowhere to go. He was right. She looked to her left and saw miles upon miles of scrubland, dominated by grass tufts and the occasional cactus. She only knew what they were because she had gone to the library and read a book on Texas after corresponding with Anthony. She walked the length of the train. She could hear shouts of excitement from the front and saw men milling about the more they moved away from the rear. There must have been about 20 men carrying bags and crates from the carriages to load on the waiting wagons. As they arrived at the scene of the activity, the men noticed them and began whistling and cheering. Luke and Max laughed and raised their arms in triumph. A tall man in a black wide-brimmed hat barked an order. "Back to your work. We ain't got long." He turned to Amber and her captors. He was a handsome man with a thick covering of black bristle on his chin. He had pleasing features apart from the black eye patch over his right eye. The left eye sparkled with life and studied Amber with obvious interest. "Well, what do you have here?" "Found her hiding in the carriage at the back, Cody," Luke said proudly. Cody moved closer and circled Amber, looking her up and down as though assessing a horse before purchase. "She'll do well. Have either of these wretches touched you?" Amber thought about saying they had, but instead mumbled, "No." Something caught her eye close to the train, but because of the glare, she couldn't focus probably. What was it? A pile of rags? Good. He paused, looking at the baby. "Is your husband with you?" Amber was about to say the baby wasn't hers and that she wasn't yet married, but decided that might be a stupid comment. She kept her mouth shut and tried to work out what she had spotted beyond the wagons. "Was she alone?" Cody demanded of his men, finally tearing his eyes from her. "Unless she was with that fat fellow we shot, I assume so," Max replied. "We found her on her own." Amber gasped in shock. They had shot Mr. Hall? She panicked. Where was Billy? "Well, girl, is that fat old man your husband?" Cody asked, cocking his head to one side as he studied her. "No," Amber spat in answer. "I was alone, but Mr. Hall was a good man." Max and Luke laughed, and Cody sneered. "Aren't they all? Anyway, he still is. He was only shot in the shoulder. He'll be all right until someone finds the train." "Well, what about you, little miss? What's your name?" She thought about lying, but what would be the point? "Amber." "Pretty name," said Cody with a smile. In another time and another place, he could have been a handsome suitor. "How old are you, Amber?" 19. Luke and Max grinned lasciviously at each other. Cody flashed them a warning look that wiped the smiles off their faces. "What in the world is a pretty 19-year-old girl doing traveling alone out here?" asked Cody, hands on his hips. Amber considered for a moment. Again, there was no point in lying. In fact, this is where she might gain an advantage. "I'm to be married to Mr. Anthony Fox. He's a lawyer in Freshwater Springs. He'll be waiting for me at the station." Again, Luke and Max laughed. This time it was Amber's turn to glare at them. Cody gave a sly smile. "Anthony Fox? That is interesting. The most corrupt lawyer in Texas, they say. So maybe you aren't as innocent as you look if you are willing to marry him. He's a bigger crook than the rest of us put together." Max and Luke laughed again. Amber was confused. A crook? Corrupt? Anthony was a lawyer, a decent man. His letters said as much. She was about to leap to Anthony's defense, but Cody spoke again. "I think Mr. Fox might pay a handsome ransom for you, my pretty." He stood right in front of her and ran his finger down her cheek. Amber didn't shrink back. She was determined to show this man no fear. He laughed at her defiance. He looked down at the baby in the basket. Sam was now asleep. "Boy or girl?" "Boy," Katie replied instinctively. "Is it his?" Tinda sank. Amber hesitated. What did she say here? She needed to find out what had happened to Billy. Again, her eyes tried to focus on that pile of rags. She decided it was safest to simply answer Cody's question. "No." The bandit leader eyed Amber suspiciously, thinking there was more to the story of the baby. But he decided to leave it. If this was Anthony Fox's fiancée, then he'd be pretty happy to pay a considerable sum for her safe return. Cody knew only too well the man had money. It was simply a question of removing it from his grasp. Amber interrupted his thought process. "My husband-to-be is waiting at the station in Freshwater Creek for me right now. I strongly suggest that you take me there to meet him. If not, he'll be straight to the sheriff. He'll raise a posse to come and find me." Amber was hoping to frighten the bandit. She could only assume the influence that Anthony had in the town. As a lawyer, she guessed he would have considerable weight behind him. But Cody's comments had shaken her a little. In what way could Anthony be a crook? It made little sense. Maybe Anthony had helped jail one of his associates in the past and the man held a grudge? She didn't know. However, she wanted to put Cody on the back foot as much as possible by creating doubt in his mind. He might decide he'd had a good day by stealing the train goods and would happily send her on her way to avoid a potential posse searching for her. "A posse, you say, Miss Amber?" Cody laughed. "Where would they come searching for us, miss?" Amber remained silent, having no idea. "You see them hills over there?" Cody pointed with a long bony finger. Amber nodded, looking at the hills in the distance. "That's my kingdom, my domain. No lawman, no posse is going to come up there for us. We rule the roost." He smiled at Amber's innocence and ignorance. "No, your loyal fiancé will have to pay up if he wants you back." Cody turned to look at the two men. "Put her in one of the wagons, make her comfortable." He took a step closer to them and raised his hand in a semi-threatening way. "No touching, and make sure nobody else tries to touch either. If they do, I'm going to blame you two. Understand?" Max and Luke gulped and nodded their heads obediently. "Good. Make sure the baby is comfortable as well, gentlemen. If the baby is happy, then the mother will be calm. Remember that." Mother. Amber panicked at the use of the word. She wasn't Sam's mother. She had no experience looking after a child. Where was Billy? Cody took one final glance at Amber. "You'll be looked after. As long as you behave, that is. It's money we're after." With that, he turned and walked over to the train, issuing orders to his men to work quicker. Luke pointed to the nearest of the wagons. "Come on then, Miss Amber." She began walking towards the wagon, which was already heavily stacked with crates pilfered from the train. Now they could see the front of the train. Amber could see why it had stopped. A huge pile of logs had been dumped across its tracks. There seemed to be some large boulders as well. If the train had piled into that lot, more than likely it would have been derailed, killing the majority of people on board. It was good fortune the driver managed to brake. Of course, when the train came to a halt, the bandits had struck. Amber's eyes were only on the blockage for a moment before she focused on the pile of rags lying by the side of the train. Bright red. As she got closer, she knew what she was going to see. Billy had been wearing a bright red shirt that day, and there he was, the unmistakable figure of the huge bulk of Billy. He was lying face down in the dirt, arms spread, unmoving. It didn't take a doctor to see that he was dead, murdered by Cody and his ruthless troop of bandits. Amber closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for the man. She looked down into the basket. Poor baby Sam had just opened his eyes and was staring at her. The poor child. He was now an orphan. By a cruel twist of fate, Amber had somehow become his new mother. Chapter 3. Amber's journey took the best part of 3 hours by wagon. It was hot and it was uncomfortable. The trails they followed got all the narrower the further they moved from the railroad towards the hills. Twice a wagon wheel got stuck in a pothole or rut in the road, and all the men from the other wagons leaped out in order to release it. Progress was arduous at best. Fortunately, they kept Amber watered. She had her own water canteen from which to drink, so at least she wasn't sharing with these filthy men. She hadn't given a moment's thought as to how she was going to look after the baby. When Sam started crying just after the wagons moved off, she realized the child must be hungry. Here she had a little bit of good fortune. Inside the basket was a baby's bottle, still half full of milk. She prayed that wherever they were going, she would have access to fresh milk for the child. She even had her carpet bag with her. She insisted that Max return to her carriage in order to fetch it, saying it contained necessities for a woman. He didn't want to argue about returning to the train to find it. They slowly ascended into the hills. As they climbed, it grew cooler and more bearable. She hadn't given a moment's consideration to the heat in Texas before leaving. It seemed different to the long summers in New York. It was more draining, more oppressive, and she wondered if it would be like this year-round. Many thoughts went through her mind as they traveled. Mainly, she focused on Anthony. What would he be doing right now? He would be expecting her arrival at the station at any moment. Would he be nervous, excited, or both? But of course, she wouldn't arrive. She expected the trains were delayed all the time. It would be some time before the realization hit as to what had happened. Only then could she hope he might take steps to rescue her. The words from Cody still rang in her ears, and they worried her greatly. Clearly, he knew about Anthony. He recognized the name, but all those comments about him being a rogue and untrustworthy had thrown her. How could she know who Anthony really was? She realized that she knew nothing of his background and nothing of his business activities. What if he truly was a lawyer that represented thieves and vagabonds and got involved in shady business dealings? She had envisaged him as a fine and upstanding citizen, somebody who would champion the rights of the poor and the oppressed. What if she was wrong? What if he abandoned her to her fate? Then she thought of poor little Sam, just like her, an orphan in the world. A world that was full of terrible things, but he would never grow up to know his parents. Amber now had an obligation to ensure the child was safe. As a Christian woman, she would do everything in her power to make sure of that. But it also threw up another problem. What would Anthony say about the child? Would he accept her explanation? In all honesty, the story seemed like a fantasy. She found the child on a train. She was aware that not all the mail-order brides heading west told their husbands to be about any children they might have or the fact that they were pregnant. They just traveled and prayed that once they got to their destination, their husbands-to-be would accept them. Sometimes they did. Sometimes they didn't. Finally, the wagons rolled to a halt. They were high up in the hills now, with only one trail leading to a series of ramshackle sheds and cabins. There was one larger cabin that seemed in a better state of repair than most of the others. She assumed that this was where Cody lived. His men, there were plenty of them, must sleep in the other shacks. She feared what might happen next. The remains of a fire were scattered in the middle of the buildings. Various logs, rocks, and tree stumps were arranged around it. She assumed this was where the men cooked and gathered in the evenings. Chickens were running around, and, thankfully, she saw cows in a small pasture that obviously supplied the men with eggs and milk. She would have something for the child. "Put her in the barn for now," Cody said after she had scrambled off the wagon. "I'm not having the baby keep me awake all night. Tie her up. We don't want her escaping, do we?" "The baby," Amber objected. "I need to be able to look after the baby." "Hobble her leg," Cody told Max after a moment's consideration. "Leave her hands free." Amber decided to push. The baby needs milk. Cody grunted in frustration. "Give her milk and water." He walked towards her and lowered his voice. "Don't be difficult, Miss Amber. Just behave and hope your man pays the money." "He will," Amber replied, looking Cody in the eye. He paused for a moment. Men rarely had the courage to look him in the eye, let alone a woman. "If he does, then you'll go free. It's as simple as that. No one will touch you or hurt you while you are here. You have my word." She wanted to retort how the word of a thief and a murderer meant nothing. Instead, she wisely decided to hold her tongue. She simply nodded an acknowledgement. Max indicated with his head that they should head towards the big cabin. She walked carefully, conscious of the stares of the men unpacking the wagons. The barn was down a gentle slope behind the large cabin. A glance at it told her it was the best-built building of the lot. The original owners of the homestead must have held their animals in high regard. Max lifted the bar of wood that secured the doors, and one of the large doors swung open. "In," he insisted. She didn't disobey. The barn was clearly no longer used for animals. It was filled with an assortment of half-open crates and items in storage. "There in that corner will be best. There's some straw bales there. You should be quite comfortable." "What about at night? It'll be freezing in here." "What about the baby?" Max looked unsure. "Straw's warm, miss. I'll find you some blankets as well." "Thank you," Amber said and placed Sam's basket carefully on a straw bale. She decided there was little point in arguing with these men. She decided she was going to play on their sympathies. Some of them must have a heart. Max walked to the other corner and uncoiled some rope. He looked apologetically at Amber. I got to tie you up, miss. Cody's orders. You do what you must, Max. Max flinched at the use of his name. He smiled at her. Amber knew that her approach was working. Smile, don't argue. The men would help to make her life more comfortable. He tied one end of the rope to a huge supporting post and the other to her ankle, ensuring the knot was tight. There's no point in running, miss. Where would you go out here? It was a good point. She hadn't actually thought to escape. She hoped that Anthony would soon be alerted to her situation. He would send the money and she would be freed. She looked down at the knot on her ankle. The rope was thick and Max had knotted it well. It would take her little fingers 100 years to pick it apart. You won't forget the blankets, will you? And the milk for the child? Max simply shook his head and disappeared out of the barn. Now that she was alone, the enormity of her predicament hit her. For the occasional moment she had courage, but now she felt overwhelmed. The situation seemed hopeless. What more could she do? She sat down on a straw bale and began to cry. Cody was seated on a crude stool, writing his demands to Anthony Fox, attorney at law. It was sharp and to the point. He had his woman, a pretty girl by the name of Amber. He demanded a payment of $500. The girl wouldn't be touched. The child would obviously remain unharmed. The payment was to be placed under a rock at Dead Man's Clough. Within 2 days, the rock will be obvious as it will be the only black one in the area. He reread his handiwork. He was satisfied with the contents. It wasn't signed. He wasn't that foolish. Why give the hangman the rope with which to hang him? But he thought the demand was missing something. His knife was lying on the table, and it gave him an idea. He picked it up and he marched purposefully to the barn. Amber leaped to her feet when she saw him enter. She'd already dried her tears and was feeding baby Sam from the fresh milk Max provided. When she saw the knife in Cody's hand, she shrunk back against the barn wall. He held up his other hand. No, Miss Amber, don't worry. I just want a lock of your hair, that's all. Let your lawyer fiancé know that we definitely have you. He chewed tobacco as he spoke. She returned Sam to his basket and stood defiantly while Cody cut a lock of her hair. Many women would cry at this, but Amber was determined not to give this criminal the satisfaction. How long must I stay here? She asked. Until Fox pays up, Miss Amber, Cody said. If he was honest, he would rather Amber stayed forever. The life he lived was exciting and full of adventure. He had money and the respect of his men. But if there was one thing he was lacking, it was a good woman. Amber was certainly a good woman. Despite all she had been through this morning, she still smelt good. She had a confidence about her, which he liked. As he carefully cut her hair, he allowed himself to revel in her presence. What you said about Anthony? Amber asked. Cody cocked his head to one side and assessed her through his good eye. What about it? Was it true? Cody laughed, nodding his head. You don't know, do you? He paused for a moment and then told her, sit. She did as she was told. He sat opposite her on another bale of straw. Am I right in saying you are one of those mail-order brides, miss? You ain't never met Fox, have you? For some reason, Amber felt a little ashamed. Her face reddened. Yes, I guessed as much. Yes, everything I told you about Anthony Fox, attorney at law, is true. His daddy was just the same. There was a real loathing in the tone of his voice. It was Fox's father that launched the lawsuit that caused my daddy to lose his ranch. I was only 10 at the time. Tate, my half-brother, he is here with me someplace, was only 2. He turned and spat in the most unpleasant manner. I've known of Anthony Fox all my life. Where I'm very blatant about the way I break the law, he isn't. He lies, he blackmails, he cheats. To be honest, I'm surprised he wants a bride. He frequents the saloon in Freshwater Springs on most nights. Mind you, we've had little dealing with the town for 6 months. Deadman's Creek has exploded since they struck gold there. He pointed in a different direction. Lots of opportunity, but maybe that Mr. Fox has changed his ways. Strangely, he spoke with had a great deal of sincerity. In that instance, she believed him. That made her nervous. Why did she believe a man like Cody? It made no sense. Anthony had sent her the most touching letters. He was a good man. Cody was a crook, a man who allowed his men to murder. She thought of Mr. Hall with the bullet in his arm and poor Billy left face down in the dirt. She told herself that Cody was lying. It was all he knew. Yet, there was something in his eye, his one good eye, a haunting look that spoke of his past. Cody slapped his knees and stood up. Right, miss, I must go. I keep to my word. No one will touch you. If they even think about it, I will deal with them. He held up the knife in a menacing manner. She thought about the scar on Max's face. What had he done to anger Cody? This man was strange. He was tough and uncompromising, but somewhere deep inside there was a heart. She was intrigued by his story about the ranch. She could tell that now wasn't the time to press him on it. Can I have food? I'm hungry, she said softly. Of course, someone will be cooking soon. You'll be fed. Cody left and returned to his cabin. He shouted for one of the men unloading the goods from the wagons to come inside. He placed the lock of hair next to the note on the table. The younger man came in as summoned. He was leaner than Cody, but still muscular and shared his features. This was Tate, Cody's half-brother. I need you to take this to Fox. Push it under his door tonight. Don't be getting drunk in town, Cody insisted. Tate sneered at the instruction. The two men had an uneasy relationship. Tate was 8 years younger and less experienced in the ways of the world. Cody held a lingering, irrational resentment against the man. He had been their daddy's favorite. Tate was the offspring of his father's second wife, Jessica. His father was 45 when his second bride was just 22. She had been one of the very first mail-order brides. Jessica arrived by stagecoach. The railroad was yet to be built. The minute she stepped off the coach, his father had been besotted with her. Cody resented her from that very moment. She seemed to be taking his mother's place, and his father had apparently completely forgotten all about the mother to his sons. He knew he had no real reason to complain. His father was a relatively young man with 2 young boys to raise, Cody and his younger brother Michael. He needed a woman. The boys needed a mother. Not that the new influence had done his brother much good. Michael had been shot dead during the course of a robbery. Tate was born less than a year after his father's new bride arrived, and he had every affection showered upon him. Then, of course, the lawsuit was issued and their entire world collapsed. The family was forced to turn to crime to survive. Where before they had a healthy, prosperous business, it was all wrenched away by a dirty lawyer, Anthony Fox's father. Tate reached out and took the letter and nodded. Make sure you aren't seen, Cody said. Be back before dawn. Tate nodded. You got it, he said neutrally. With that, he turned and left the cabin in search of his horse. Cody watched him go. It wasn't just the fact that Tate was his daddy's favorite. There was the other matter as well, the one regarding Michael. Cody decided he was going to try to sleep. No doubt the men would be celebrating late into the night. It was their biggest heist in months. The crates of liquor they managed to rescue from the train would certainly help them with that. He flicked off his eye patch and set it on the table beside the bed. He rubbed the scar tissue over the missing eye. It hurt him more often than he liked to acknowledge. Cody lay on his bed, but sleep eluded him. He couldn't help but think about the pretty girl tied up in the barn. Chapter 4. The sun had finally set when Amber was brought food. Cody had left the barn door open and she could see outside. The huge sphere of red, disappearing behind the hills in the far distance, was a breathtaking sight. It's funny how she never actually noticed the sunset in New York City. Here, it was as if everything had slowed down as the sun crept lower towards the horizon. Then very quickly, it seemed to sink below the hills as if pulled down by an invisible force. She wished more than anything that she could have watched this sunset with Anthony from the safety of his porch. By now, they would have been man and wife. Cody's lies would have been proven to be false, wouldn't they? Her mind wrestled with worry. She tried to put it to the back of her mind. As the light began to fade, she saw flames and smelt the richness of wood burning. The men had lit a fire. She saw the dark silhouettes of men walking around it. She heard their voices. Sometimes they shouted, sometimes they cheered. They were in a celebratory mood. Baby Sam had been remarkably calm. She fed and changed him. He slept. He hardly needed to be comforted when he cried. She thought perhaps Billy had managed to teach him to keep quiet. A little investigating revealed a discovery at the bottom of the baby's basket. Underneath a layer of blankets, she found a glass bottle with a cork stopper. Dr. Watson's chloral, cure for insomnia. The contents were half used. Billy had clearly been dosing Sam with small amounts in his milk. Now the quietness and long periods of sleep made sense. Amber assumed that it was how he managed to have the child with him while he worked without being discovered. Amber put it back. She had no intention of using it on Sam. She didn't believe the use of such medication on a baby could be a good idea. As she rocked the sleeping baby, she wondered if Sam missed his father. It broke her heart to think that the child would never know him. He had been a larger-than-life character with whom Amber had enjoyed spending time. In another time and another place, he could have been a man with whom she might have fallen in love. He was kind, honest, and dependable. Everything a girl would want. The young man arrived soon after with her food. He was thin and wiry. Looking at his face, she guessed he had only recently had a need to start shaving. He looked at Amber and was immediately embarrassed. It was clear he had not spent much time around women. "Miss, some food for you," he offered nervously. Amber reached out and took the plate. Someone had been busy in the camp. On one half was a decent thick steak, the type that would have cost a fortune in a New York City hotel. On the other half was a bed of mashed potatoes. It was a meal fit for a queen rather than a prisoner. "Thank you," Amber replied gratefully. "What's your name?" "Rex, miss," the young man replied, turning a deep shade of crimson. "The food looks delicious, but I'll need a knife to cut it." Rex glanced about, first looking closely at the plate and then back to the path he had trodden. "I could swear I'd brought one, miss. Hold fire, I won't be long." He disappeared out of the barn. She savored the aroma of the meat while she waited. Within 2 minutes, Max was back with a gleaming knife. He handed it to her. "My apologies, miss." He stood watching her for a minute. Amber smiled at him. "Are you going to stand throughout the meal?" "Sorry," he apologized, looking towards the floor. "Cody says I've got to stay with you while you eat. I'll probably be back later and sleep just inside the doorway there." "I see. You're my prison guard." Her tone had changed slightly to show a hint of resentment. "No, nothing like that. Just in case any of the boys get a little rowdy. Protection, like." Amber remembered the last time somebody claimed to be her protector. It had been Mr. Hall earlier that very day on the train. That had ended badly. She hoped for this boy's sake this wouldn't end the same way. "Well, don't be standing over me while I eat, Rex. It puts a girl off. Go and sit over there on that bale." "Trust me, I'm doing nothing other than eating with this knife." He nodded his head and took a seat on the bale Cody had occupied earlier that day. Amber cut into the steak. It was tender and juicy. After 6 days of snatching snippets of meals with Billy at train stations, she realized just how ravenous she was. She tucked in with the enthusiasm. Sitting in silence with Rex so close was uncomfortable. "So how did you get involved with Cody?" Amber asked in an attempt at conversation. He thought for a moment. "It was a little over 18 months ago now. I lived over in Deadwater Creek. My mother died in childbirth. Neither she nor the baby made it." His eyes shone as tears formed in them. "My stepfather kicked me out the very next day. Said he wasn't having me under his feet." Amber stiffened at the mention of a stepfather. She knew how those relationships could go wrong, but she kept quiet and let Rex continue his tale. "I drifted about town for a while. I was only 14. I got a job in one of the mines that had just opened after the gold strike. But there was an accident." He paused, and his eyes seemed to drift off. 35 men died. The mine was shut for a couple of weeks, but I never went back after it reopened. I never want to see things again that I saw that day." From the catch in his throat, Amber thought for a second that he would start crying. He was no more than a boy. Amber started to warm to him and feel pity. "I jumped from job to job, stupid stuff, running messages, offloading bottles of beer, that kind of thing. I managed to make enemies with others in similar positions. We're all trying out for the same jobs, all trying to make a few dollars to feed ourselves. Anyway, one day I ended up in a brawl with one of them in the middle of the town square. Cody had just arrived on his horse. He watched us fight for a few minutes. When we were done, he said that I was pretty handy with my fists. He said he could use a man like me. I had no prospects in the town. I joined Cody there and then. Never been hungry a day since. I can tell you that much, miss. If the men ate like this every single day, Amber could understand that. She wondered where the food came from, but then guessed that she would probably rather not know. I'd follow Cody to the end of the earth, miss. He looks out for people like us, stops those rich folks from thinking there are betters just because they were born into a better life. He looked at Amber's fine dress, albeit covered in dirt, and again felt embarrassed. If you'll excuse me, miss? Oh, I'm not rich, Rex. I may be from New York City, but I'm fleeing a bad situation, just like you. For the first time, Rex smiled and seemed to relax. Amber considered Rex's tale. Maybe Cody wasn't such a bad sort after all? Maybe all the men had similar stories to Rex. Making a way in this world was tough. She wasn't surprised at the downtrodden rising up and fighting against what they perceived to be oppression. But then her mind drifted to the image of Billy lying face down, dead in the dirt, murdered. There could be no justification for that. How many more children like Sam had Cody's men left without fathers? That was delightful. I don't know that I have a finer meal in my life, Amber said, handing the plate to Rex. That will be Johnny, miss. He's an old guy, 40 years of age, I guess. He doesn't come on any adventures with us. He stays here and looks after the place, does the cooking and the like. Amber gave him a strange look. She thought it interesting how he referred to crime as an adventure. Perhaps he knew no different. It was probably all one big adventure to him. Anyhow, I best take this plate and stuff back. As I say, Cody says I'm sleeping here tonight just in the doorway over there. I won't get in your way, miss. I won't be no bother, I promise. Amber nodded her head as he took the plate. She didn't doubt that for a moment. She wondered how a young man like Rex, stuck out here, could ever hope to find a woman. She also worried how he might be able to protect her from some of the hardened men currently singing around the campfire. She hoped the threat Cody posed would have sufficient impact. Baby Sam started crying again, and she lifted him and held him to her breast to comfort him. Yet again, the big question in her mind was whether what Cody had said about Anthony was true. Was he the man she took him to be? Would he pay the ransom? Rex returned almost immediately, bringing another pile of blankets which he shared equally between himself and Katie. He also had another pitcher of fresh milk. I'm going to bed down, miss, if you don't mind. Here, have a mug of milk with me. I always have one before bed. It helps me sleep. She held out a tin mug. He took it gratefully. She knew he probably drank whiskey and beer with the men, trying to blend in, but she rather guessed he would prefer a mug of milk. She had found the mugs in the corner, swilled them out with a little water, and they were good to drink from. They sat together and drank milk and talked aimlessly. It was almost as if Amber wasn't a prisoner and she was not bound by a rope tied tightly around her ankle. At the end of the conversation, she determined that he was a nice kid who had run into some bad luck. She felt guilty about what she had done, but she had to do what she had to do. Chapter 5. She waited until the camp had fallen quiet. Finally, the men had stopped drinking and celebrating. One by one, they had fallen asleep. Rex was snoring peacefully by the entranceway to the barn and hadn't moved in 3 hours. She fed Sam, slipping into the milk for the first time a few drops from the bottle of chloral. The baby drifted peacefully to sleep immediately after finishing his milk. She waited a further 10 minutes, and then very gently slid a knife out of the sleeve of her dress. She took one final look around her and began frantically sawing through the rope that constrained her ankle. The effort hurt her wrist, but she didn't give up until one by one the fibers frayed and snapped. She was free. She stood and lifted Sam from his basket. She made her way over to the barn door, treading carefully and quietly, having no doubt that Rex would remain fast asleep. She had administered the last of the chloral in Sam's milk, having poured almost half the bottle into Rex's milk unseen as they were chatting. The knife she had secreted away when the boy initially handed her the plate of food a few hours ago. Amber's father had been interested in magic and conjuring prior to his death, and he had always amazed Amber with his vast array of tricks. He also taught his daughter the mastery of sleight of hand. She never believed it would come in use in this way. When she saw the knife on the plate, she knew she had to hide it. She took it quickly and unseen. Poor Rex hadn't forgotten one at all. At that point, she didn't know what she was going to do with it. It may have simply been for defense, but slowly as the evening drew on, she hatched her plan. The bottle of chloral was a godsend, just as much as Rex's trusting and open nature. She felt guilty. She prayed that when Cody discovered she was missing, he wouldn't take it out too harshly on the boy. She discarded the bottle in the barn so that it could easily be found just in case Cody suspected the boy had been drunk and failed in his duty. As she ate her meal and spoke to Rex, she watched the toing and froing outside in the camp. A final wagon rolled into the camp after darkness had set in, obviously back from a nearby town with supplies because it certainly hadn't come from the raided train. Unlike the other wagons, the driver of this particular wagon dismounted and watered his horse, but left it harnessed to the wagon. This was what formulated the plan in her mind. She stood in silence for a minute at the barn door looking out. She heard no sound of talking or laughter, only the sounds of the desert, a distant coyote perhaps, and the soft grumbles of snoring. Amber's heart thudded in her chest, but she didn't feel nervous. Her face was set, and she had a look of grim determination. She put her head down and walked directly to the inspanned wagon. She gently lifted Sam's basket onto the wooden seat and climbed up alongside him. Although she detested the use of the sleeping cure on the baby, it was for the best. The last thing she needed was for him to suddenly wake up and cry out. If that happened, all would be lost. Earlier that day, as they rode from the train towards the camp, she looked out the back of the wagon and watched the man driving the wagon immediately behind them. She viewed him with interest. It didn't seem difficult to drive a wagon. She noted every single thing the man did. She was pleased with herself when she knew what the driver would do an instant before he actually did it. She grasped the reins, gave them a little flick, and nothing happened. She repeated the action, but with a sharper wrist action. Very slowly, the horse began to walk forward. She prayed that there would be no noise, but the men must have drunk themselves into a stupor because not one of them stirred. Minute by agonizing minute, she moved further away from the camp. She was thankful for the nearly full moon. It provided enough light to ensure that she kept the wagon on the track. Far in the distance, she could see lights twinkling and deducted that they were the lights of Freshwater Springs. She would follow the track towards the crossroad and then take a right to head towards town. The further she got away from Cody's camp, the more her heart rate slowed. She'd escaped. The lights of the town grew ever brighter the closer she got. She'd surprised herself by mastering the driving of the wagon. The horses seemed to naturally make sense to her. That could only serve her well for the future out here in Texas. The only way to get about was with the use of horses. That's only brought the matter of Anthony back to mind. What if Cody had been right? What if he was a good-for-nothing lawyer only interested in wealth and power? What if he wasn't the man she'd fallen in love with while corresponding by letter? What would she do then? Get on the train and head back to New York. She had no money for that. What if Anthony was a decent, good man but didn't believe her story about the baby? What if he just took one look and sent her on her way? Could she really blame him? If their positions were reversed, would she have believed her story? After all, it wasn't as if Sam could corroborate it. Her mind was in turmoil trying to answer these stupid questions, and she didn't notice the rider approaching from the direction of town. He blocked the road ahead, causing her to pull sharply on the reins. He was brandishing a gun as he rode up alongside her. "Well, hello, miss. Where do you think you're going?" he said calmly. The man resembled Cody, but was clearly much younger. This must be his half-brother, Tate, the one he'd spoken about when they were chatting in the barn. "To town," she said with as much authority as she could muster. "Is that so?" He eyed her carefully. Even by the moonlight, he could see that she was beautiful. The men had been right about her. She was a sight for sore eyes. My brother know about that, miss. She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Yes, the baby isn't well. He said he didn't want a dead child on his hands and let me go. Tate looked at the sleeping form of Sam. It looks okay to me. Are you a doctor? Amber asked bluntly. He looked a little embarrassed, and she took advantage of that. Can I go? My baby. She almost screamed the final words in desperation, and tears welled in her eyes. Tate was confused for a moment, but then he saw a plume of dust in the distance in the wake of her wagon. It could only be riders from the camp. He took another look at the peacefully sleeping baby and ignored the increasing wailing from Amber. Wait, he rode to join them. It was his brother, Cody, Luke, and two others. They had discovered their supply wagon missing and their prisoner with it. Tate quickly explained the story that Amber had spun him, and Cody laughed. Did you deliver the ransom demand? Sure thing. Well, let's take Miss Amber back to the camp and wait for our money, shall we? He rode smartly out to the wagon. He tipped his hat in greeting. Miss Amber, now I tried to be nice and everything, but this is what you do? He pulled out the empty bottle of chloral. This time Amber cried in earnest. Chapter 6. Anthony Fox brushed his mustache and stared at his reflection in the mirror. He was satisfied at last. In less than an hour, Amber would be arriving by train. He wanted to create a favorable impression. It was important. That first meeting was everything. He dressed in his finest suit, the one he normally wore to court. He had selected a striking red tie, which he had knotted 3 times before he was satisfied. He was ready to meet her. He picked up the photograph from beside the mirror where he had placed it when it arrived. Amber was a pretty girl. He was surprised and a little apprehensive as to why she had chosen to become a mail-order bride. With her looks, it would have been easy to find numerous suitors in New York City. He wondered why she had taken this route to find a husband. He was aware that her mother died during the epidemic that ravaged the city that winter. He had tried to inquire as to her reasoning in his letters, and the answers he got back were vague and distant. Considering the situation, it probably didn't matter. But what if she was concealing something? In less than an hour, he would find out. He shouted to his maid that he was leaving. Dinner was to be ready on his return. In 3 hours. It would take that length of time to sort everything out after her arrival. He took one final glance at himself in the mirror and left the house that doubled as his office. The station was a less than 10-minute gentle horse ride out of town. However, today he had chosen to take the cart. No doubt Amber would have luggage, and he could not expect a New Yorker to horseback ride. It would take him at least 20 minutes to get there. He had done well for himself over the years. His father had been a lawyer, and he followed in his footsteps. He had gone to law school in Boston, but always had a yearning to return to the West. He joined his father's practice. It seemed very natural, but then his father died a year later, and Anthony did not hesitate to remove his name from the signage. Over the last 5 years, he had amassed wealth and position. One day, he might run as mayor of the town, but not yet. There was still money to be made. He had numerous investments. Not here, of course, that would be far too risky. What money he made was invested on the East Coast. On the edge of town, 2 burly men stood at the side of the road. They looked to be carved out of the very rocks of the earth, dressed as ranchers with wide-brimmed leather hats. Both chewed tobacco. They looked at Anthony and nodded a greeting that he returned, and the 2 men gently lifted themselves onto the back of the cart. Not a word was spoken. They were hired guns. Anthony was a wealthy man. Riding out to the station was risky. It would be even more so on his return with a woman on board. He had his own gun, of course, but the men were there as an insurance policy, just in case. They would also be helpful back in town for the job that was to come. He seemed to be the only one waiting at the station, being that it wasn't a particularly popular stop on the line. Station was a rather grand term for the 2 huts crudely whitewashed that stood on either side of the railway lines. One was larger than the other, intended for people to take meals. A water tower was positioned to fill the incoming and outgoing trains. The platform was simply compressed earth raised about a foot from the natural surface. The mayor had vowed to build a proper station of brick and mortar in his election campaign. However, the residents of Freshwater Creek were still waiting 9 months later. He tied the horse to the hitching post and waited. His hired guns lounged on the cart and didn't join him on the platform. The timetable for trains often failed to run as planned. With such a long journey, trains often ran into problems with delays at stations while they offloaded or loaded freight. They experienced problems on the track and even mechanical breakdowns. So it didn't come as a surprise to Anthony when the train didn't arrive as scheduled. He waited an hour and then decided to leave. Not once did Anthony suspect anything untoward had happened. He left one of the hired guns there to protect Amber when she arrived. Anthony would return when he heard the train whistle. He knew he wouldn't be there to greet Amber, but he couldn't wait indefinitely. He decided to enjoy a drink in the saloon since dinner would not yet be ready at home. His hired gun accompanied him. One drink led to two, and soon he was involved in a heated poker game with a band of ranchers. He won their money, they accused him of cheating, and he left. Anthony was slightly drunk when he arrived home. The whistle of the train pulling into the station still hadn't sounded. He poured himself a whiskey as he all but ignored the food his maid had prepared. Half a bottle of whiskey later, he slumped into bed. When he staggered down the stairs the following morning, it was to find an unexpected delivery awaiting: a note and a lock of hair. He took it through to the dining room and sat at his table. His head was swimming. He demanded a coffee, and the maid rushed to please her master. He opened the letter and read. He shook his head in disbelief as he did so. The train had been raided by bandits. Amber was stupid for buying a third-class ticket and traveling with the freight. Why on earth had she not waited for him to send money? The maid brought his coffee, and he poured himself a large helping. He demanded writing paper, and once again, the maid leaped to obey so as to not anger the master of the house. He reread the letter. What was this mention of a child? What child? Amber had seemingly been playing him false. She had a child who was never mentioned in her letters. This was clearly the reason she had left New York City in such haste. He rubbed the bristles on his face and thought. Then he began writing. I am Anthony Fox, attorney at law. I advertise again for a bride. Once again, I have suffered misfortune, and the woman I believed would be my bride failed to arrive, leaving me heartbroken. I am seeking a godly, honest young woman to become a bride to a hard-working lawyer in a small Texas town. God willing, one day I hope to start a family. I pray that this time my venture will be successful. He considered what he wrote for a moment. He nodded with satisfaction. He drained his coffee mug and pulled out the photograph of Amber. She was so pretty. Her letters had told him that she was just as beautiful on the inside as well. Shame, he said quietly to himself. He picked up the note and the lock of hair and arranged them in his hand with the photograph. Without thought or remorse, he disposed of them in the wastepaper basket and left for his dressing room to get ready for the day. Chapter 7. Tate had driven Amber and Sam back to the camp in the wagon. Luke had taken Tate's horse to allow him to do so. Tate had tried to make small talk, but Amber refused to engage. She was so close to freedom, only to be foiled at the last moment. Anger, fear, and resentment all clouded her mind. Tate didn't mind. He was useless at small talk with women anyway. He was only a little more experienced than young Rex, and simply reveled in his proximity to the pretty girl and would steal a glance at her from time to time. She caught him looking, of course. Like most men, he thought he was being subtle, but Amber knew. Like so many stares over the years, she ignored it. When they got back to the camp, she refused to allow Tate to help her off of the wagon, much to the amusement of the men who were now awake, who laughed and jeered at her attempt to disembark unaided. This didn't help her mood. She challenged Cody to release her. What type of man holds a woman and baby prisoner? She ranted without hesitation. Do you even fear God? Miss Amber, I fear God as much as the next man. But when I meet him, and I pray that will not be for some time, I hope he understands why I do what I do. It seemed a strange answer to Amber. How could this murderer and thief fear God? If he did, he wouldn't live his life the way he did. But then she thought back to his story about his childhood and family. Maybe this was the only way he could live. Could God understand that? She decided to change tack. "If you have hurt that poor boy, Rex, I'll," she stammered before stopping. She knew there was nothing she could do. "Nothing has happened or will happen to Rex. You've already damaged him enough. He's asleep, and I just hope he will wake in the morning." She was horrified. Suddenly, Cody had turned it all on her, and the worst was that he was right. She had just tipped measure after measure of the drug into his milk. She had no idea how much was safe. She realized that could have killed him. Then, in an instant, she had regained her composure. She shouldn't be the one to feel shame. She had been kidnapped. A baby had been made an orphan. Trying to escape the clutches of these men was not a sin. "Put her back in the barn. Give her milk for the child." He looked at her with a mix of admiration and anger. "And we'll put a better guard with her. Luke, you take the first shift." She remembered Luke's lustful first glances at her on the train, and she shivered. But she also knew that he wouldn't dare break Cody's rule. She wouldn't be defiled. Back in the barn, she checked on Sam and knew that he would probably sleep for hours yet. As she bedded down in the straw and pulled the blankets around her, she saw a faint glow on the horizon. Dawn. She hoped that the day to come would be better. She was awoken with a plate of bacon and beans delivered by a grizzled man she had not seen up to that moment. He was older than most of the others, and she assumed he was Johnny, the camp cook. His hair was gray, and he had huge, bushy eyebrows that seemed to merge into one. Rex was wrong about one thing. Johnny was probably closer to 60 than 40. But Amber knew that at Rex's age, anyone older than 30 was considered a relic. He gave her a warm smile. "This will do you good after last night. Eat up." She smiled a few words of thanks and took the food from him. The sun was high in the sky. She had slept late. Amber slowly turned her head to look at Sam's basket. The child hadn't stirred all night. As she focused, she realized in horror that the baby was gone. She sat up like a bolt and looked around her. She relaxed for an instant when she saw Tate bouncing the child on his knee, bottle in hand. That relaxation instantly turned to anger. How dare this man touch her child? Sam was hers, nobody else's. But of course, that wasn't true. She was surprised at how her mothering instincts had developed in such a short period of time. She had care of the child for less than a day. Surely such a bond could not be made in such a short time? She leaped to her feet. "Give him back to me," she demanded, stomping over to Tate. They hadn't bothered to tie her up again. They had just put a better guard on the door. He smiled calmly at her. "Relax, miss. The baby was crying and you were sound asleep. He needed feeding. Don't worry, I used to feed my little sister all the time before." He halted what he was saying, and a look of sadness came across his face. At another time and in another place, Amber would press him about the story, but now was not the time. She took Sam from Tate's strong arms and held him close to her chest as though he had been frightened by a bad dream. "He's drunk most of the bottle, miss." He held out the remains of the baby's feed, and she snatched it off him without a word of thanks. She turned and returned to her corner of the barn. Tate's eyes never left her as she slowly walked away. After she sat, he smiled to himself and left to sit at the entrance to the barn. He was her guard for the next few hours. Almost as soon as she sat on the straw bale, she began to feel guilty. The man was looking out for the child. He could have just let the baby cry or woken her, but he had instead taken it upon himself to look after him. She picked at the plate of food with one hand while cradling the baby in the other. She thought Sam had changed over just the last day. His eyes seemed more alert. Perhaps it was because he was no longer regularly dosed. She could swear that he smiled whenever he focused on her, and that made her glad. They both had little to smile about, but she had an overwhelming and enduring feeling of dread hanging over her. She must never forget that she had been kidnapped by a band of ruthless bandits, people who thought nothing of killing. Did she truly believe Cody's word? Would she not be touched? Would he let her go if the money was paid? How many women must have been lied to in the past? Her only hope was Anthony. He must pay the ransom, and then Cody must be true to his word. After what she had been told about Anthony, She wasn't sure what would happen. She looked up at Tate, who was playing with a piece of straw as though he was just a big kid without a care in the world. He was handsome in just the same way as Cody, but there was an innocence about him. And something else, something that she couldn't quite place. "Do you think he'll let me go?" she asked him. Tate looked up from the piece of straw he was threading around his fingers, almost surprised that she had spoken to him. He thought for a moment. He knew what she didn't. This wasn't about the money for Cody. The amount they had asked for in terms of a ransom was nothing when compared to how much they had stolen from the train. They had taken $8,000 in fresh bills and another $3,000 in used bills, as well as a little gold and silver, plus the value of the freight. They had taken over $500 in cash from the fat fellow, which he had stashed in the bottom of his bag. It wasn't about the money. They didn't need it. It was about getting one over on Anthony Fox. Cody wanted the man to know that he had the woman who was going to be his wife. He wanted Fox to have to pay to get her back. If he did, then Fox would be out of pocket. If he didn't, then Fox wouldn't have his bride. However, Tate had seen the way Cody looked at Amber. He knew in an instant that even if Fox didn't pay, he wouldn't hurt her. Not that he had said as much, but Tate knew. 7%. Amber's escape had only strengthened his brother's admiration for the woman. That morning, he couldn't stop talking about her. Cody had said that none of his men would have shown such resolve. Tate thought that his brother would prefer for Fox not to pay so that Cody could keep Amber and make her his. "I'm sure of it, miss. My brother is a man of his word." "I thought he was your half-brother?" Tate stood up and walked over to her, smiling almost apologetically as he gestured towards the bale of straw. "Save me shouting at you." Amber nodded her head in agreement, and Tate sat down. "Yes, technically he is my half-brother. We share the same daddy. I've never thought of him as anything other than my brother, though." He paused for a second and licked his lips. She had noticed that he often did that during the ride back to the camp. It seemed to Amber to be some form of nervous tic. "Although he never fails to tell anyone that I'm just his half-brother." "Why?" Amber asked, settling Sam back in his basket. "Because he resented me when I was a kid," he said matter-of-factly. "He resented the fact that my daddy loved me more than Cody believed he loved him. He hated my mother. The pair never got along. Cody couldn't handle the fact she had come along and replaced his own mother. I can understand that, of course. Who could replace a person's mother?" Amber thought of her own mother and those final awful days. She would sit at her bedside and put cold, wet towels on her forehead in a desperate attempt to cool her fever. But no matter what she did, nothing could tame that fire that burnt inside her mother. When she died, Amber knew that she had lost a piece of herself, and she knew that no one could fill that hole. Amber found herself transfixed by Tate's story, and she patiently waited for him to continue. "Cody believed that the arrival of my mother coincided with the misfortune our family was to suffer. Of course, the truth was it had started years before that, when our daddy had signed a contract with Whitney and Parsons for the supply of beef. The contract was good, but that was ultimately our downfall." "I don't understand," said Amber. "Toby Whitney is a devious, odious man. He was a businessman, determined to be the wealthiest in Texas. He got himself a lawyer, equally as vile as himself. James Fox, Anthony Fox's father. Together they set about destroying the ranchers that had signed contracts with Whitney and Parsons. Toby Whitney wanted control of the ranches, not just the supply of meat. James Fox was a willing participant in the scheme. No doubt Whitney paid him handsomely for his services. They filed suit, not just against my daddy, but numerous other ranchers in the area as well. They sued for breach of contract. There was no breach, but Fox came up with the most impressive list of lies. He found witnesses prepared to testify. All paid, of course. The case was lost before it even began. We lost everything." He took a swig of water from a bottle and held it out to Amber, who shook her head. He replaced the cap and put it back on his belt. "I was just a kid. My mother explained it all to me years later. We ended up in a shanty shack on the edge of town. My daddy was too ill to work at that point. He'd always had a problem with his legs. My mother took in sewing and the like, but she wasn't used to such work. She had no need to be previously. Cody and Michael were forced to steal so we could eat. Then, of course, I joined them. Then there was the incident with Michael. That was what really caused Cody's resentment of me. Sam opened his eyes and started to cry. Instinctively, Amber picked him up and comforted him. Tate looked at the pair affectionately. "I miss my sister," he said softly. "Your sister?" Prosody rate 7%. She was 5 years younger than me. When she was about 3, we woke up one morning to find her dead. She'd shut her eyes, gone to sleep, and never woken up. There was no sign that she was ill. It drove my mother half mad. She couldn't help but start to feel sympathy for Tate. He seemed to have had a tough life. "I'm sorry," she said. "You were saying about Michael, your brother?" Tate smiled. "Yes, another tragedy if you can believe it. He and Cody were as thick as thieves." He laughed. "They were thieves, that's why. Michael was 18 months younger than Cody, but just as big. People often mistook them for twins. Anyhow, Michael didn't have that same feeling of animosity towards me as Cody. He took me under his wing and helped to teach me the ropes when it came to stealing. It was a case of having to. We couldn't afford idle hands. Anyhow, one day the stagecoach arrived in town, and for some reason, they left the thing fully loaded and unguarded. Michael was there like a shot. He told me to wait and watch while he started pilfering the trunks stashed on top. The problem came when I didn't see the sheriff who had come from the other direction. Michael saw him too late. He ran with his arms full of loot. The sheriff didn't see his face, and due to his size, didn't realize that he was no more than a kid. He shot him in the back as he fled. Amber gasped in horror and felt herself clutch Sam tighter. What must that have been like for a young child to witness? Almost as if he had heard the question, Tate answered. "I have lived with that image all my life. Cody blamed me, of course. He even said he wished it was me who had been shot. That was on the day of Michael's funeral. I don't blame him. He was in grief and was lashing out. Our relationship has improved little over the years. He tolerates me. But I still think deep down he blames me." Amber suddenly realized what else she saw in Tate. It was sorrow, the same sorrow that she saw in Cody's eye. "Why do you do it?" she asked. "Miss?" Tate was confused by the question. She shrugged her shoulders. "This life, the crime, if you were caught, you'd be sent to jail." She stopped for a second and considered. "Probably worse. You are clearly an intelligent man. Your brother is industrious and has the ability to lead men. Why not live a life within the law? You could be successful in this world. It's no life living out here with a bunch of men for company. Don't you want a woman and a family?" Tate's face tightened and he was silent for a while. "I don't know, miss. No one has ever asked me that." He tipped his head to the side and thought before finally saying, "I wouldn't know how. I know nothing else." In that moment, Amber wanted to lean forward and take Tate's hand. She couldn't comprehend what this man had gone through. Imagine leading a life like his. Imagine knowing nothing else. But she resisted the urge. A silence rose between them that almost became uncomfortable. Suddenly, a man in a red shirt ran into the barn. Both looked up, glad of the interruption. "Miss, Cody says, could you come? It's Johnny, he's ill." Chapter 8. Johnny was slumped on the floor in the shadows outside Cody's cabin. It was the same man that had delivered her bacon and beans. The eyebrows were unmistakable. One glance at him told Amber that he wasn't a well man. He was soaked with sweat and had a gray pallor about his skin. As she moved closer, she could see that he was breathing erratically. Cody was down on his haunches beside him with a canteen of water, which he was trying to gently urge the older man to drink. Amber turned to Tate. "Put him in the shade, please." She nodded her head in the direction of the shadows thrown up by the cabin. Tate had volunteered to carry Sam's basket over with them. She wasn't prepared to let the baby out of her sight. Amber's first reaction was to refuse, but it was hot, and she was still tired after the night's adventures, so she accepted. Tate kept up a stream of baby chatter with Sam while he stood guard over the basket after he had put it down. Cody looked up at Amber. He just keeled over. No warning, nothing. He was preparing food for dinner. One of the men looked up and he was just lying on his side, clutching at his chest. Amber could see that one side of Johnny was covered in dirt. obviously from where he'd been lying on the ground. She bent closer. "Johnny, does your chest hurt?" she asked in her most soothing of voices. "Aye, like it's being crushed." "Anywhere else?" "My arm." He attempted to raise his left arm, but only managed to move in a few inches before a grimace came over his face. "Don't move. Lie still," Amber ordered, patting him on his shoulder. "This man needs a doctor," Amber said, turning to Cody. Cody shook his head. "Not possible, I'm afraid, miss. No doctor coming out here, is there?" Amber gently took Johnny's hand and placed 2 fingers over the wrist. She closed her eyes as she counted the pace of his heartbeat. She smiled at Johnny in a reassuring way after she was done. "Someone go and soak a rag with cold water for his forehead, please." Max was standing nearby. He looked at Cody, who nodded his agreement, and Max disappeared to fulfill Amber's request. Amber stood up and looked at Cody as she flipped her head away from Johnny in an indication she wanted to speak to Cody in private. The two stood up and walked a few paces out of Johnny's earshot. "If that man doesn't see a doctor, he will die," Amber whispered with authority. "I've told you, miss. Doctor ain't coming out here. Just do what you can for him." "Do what I can? I'm just a woman. This isn't a family member with a fever or a bad stomach. I cannot mix a tonic and cure him. We all know it's his heart. This won't pass. He needs a doctor. If one won't come out here, you've got to get him to one." Cody thought for a moment as he finally came to accept the seriousness of Johnny's illness. "There is a doctor in Deadwater Creek. We've paid him handsomely on occasion, treats the occasional gunshot and the like. Doesn't say a word to the authorities." "Sounds like he is the man, then." Again, Cody hesitated. He looked at the slumped form of Johnny and seemed to be weighing up his options. "Every minute you lose, his chances of survival decrease," Amber pressed. Max returned with a rag dripping with cold water. Amber took it off him and very gently placed it on Johnny's forehead. "There you go. Cool you down." He smiled softly as though she were an angel. She looked across at Cody. "Decide quickly." He nodded and barked instructions at Max, who shot off to hitch a wagon. Cody walked over to Amber. He settled back down on his hunches. "We got to take you to the doc, Johnny. It's your only chance." "I don't want no doctor, boy," Johnny replied, his eyes fully open and flashing with fear. He was the only man in the camp who dared to call Cody boy. In his day, he had been a blacksmith, but he had also fallen victim to Toby Whitney. "Listen to me," said Amber, taking his hand again. "The doc is going to fix you up. We can't do it here. You look after me, miss. Can't go wrong with a pretty girl like you." She smiled at the compliment. "If I could, I would, but I don't have the skill. Now, from what I've heard, you're invaluable here. The men couldn't do without you, so you have a duty to get yourself fixed up." Johnny seemed to swell with pride. "What will they eat until I return?" Amber glanced at Cody, who was studying her closely. "I'll make an agreement with you, assuming it's all right with Cody here. You go to the doctor and I'll take over the cooking and feed the men until you are well enough to come back." Cody slowly nodded his head. "Come on, Johnny. That's a good deal. We might even get some decent food for a few days." "Shut up, boy," Johnny shot back with a half-hearted grin. It seemed that this sort of exchange was commonplace and purely meant in a humorous manner. "Johnny, please," Cody almost pleaded. It was clear to Amber that Cody had an affection for the man. Max appeared with a wagon and 3 men. Johnny looked at it and nodded. "Thank you," Cody said, turned to the men and tilted his head towards Johnny. The men leaped down and approached the man on the ground. "Be gentle with him," instructed Amber. "Keep him in the shade and try to keep him cool. Lots of water." She tried to release Johnny's hand, but he clutched on tighter and looked at Amber in obvious fear. She leaned closer. "It'll be all right, Johnny. I promise. You'll get better." For reasons best known only to herself, she bent her head and gave the man a gentle kiss on his forehead just below the wet rag. She surprised herself when she did it. She had not so much as cast eyes on the man until a few minutes earlier. He was part of a gang that had kidnapped her and held her to ransom. But at that moment, it just seemed the right thing to do. A sense of calm serenity came over Johnny. "I've been kissed by an angel. What more could I want?" He gave Amber's hand a final squeeze and then released it. As they lifted him on board the wagon, Johnny laughed. I bet you wish that kiss was for you, Cody boy. Amber couldn't help but blush. She stole a glance at Cody and rather thought that he had gone red with embarrassment as well, but she also noticed Tate looking at his brother as though he were trying to analyze his thoughts. Wait, Cody instructed Max. He disappeared inside the cabin for a few moments before emerging and pressing something into his hand. He whispered a few words that no one else could hear. Amber guessed it was money to pay the doctor for his services. As they watched the wagon start to move and Cody turned to Amber, "Do you think he'll make it?" His voice cracked with emotion. "In all honesty, I don't know, but I hope so." Again, she didn't know why she cared either way, but she found that she did. The old man was clearly frightened. Everyone watched the wagon roll away into the distance before Amber, desperate to break the somber silence, spoke. "Do you want me to do the cooking?" 2 hours later, Amber had pots of beef stew bubbling away over the fires. She had never cooked over a fire or for this number of people. However, Cody came to her assistance on more than one occasion. Tate had constructed a crude tent-like structure to provide shade for her and the child. It looked like a gust of wind might blow it clear away, but it did the job well enough. Cody had since dispatched Tate on some unknown errand. As she watched the pot bubble, Cody joined her and sat on a log in front of the fire. She took a few steps to sit down beside him. "Yansling, I spoke to your brother today. He told me how you ended up here." Cody just grunted in response. "But this life isn't the way? Thieving? Murder?" He shifted his weight on the log and sighed. "I take no pleasure in it, miss. We have to live." There was a sincerity in his voice that made her believe him, much the same as when he spoke about Anthony. "You gave Max that scar?" He looked her in the eyes, searching for the reasoning behind her questions. "Are you really interested in all of this, miss? I'm just trying to understand, that's all." "Yes, I gave him that scar. All my life I've had people try to put me down. They've trampled me and my family underfoot just because they were stronger or richer. That in turn made me strong. I stand for no nonsense these days. Max was out of line, and he was dealt with. I make no apology for it." "And what about kidnapping me? What about it?" Amber could sense a slight nervousness about him, as though she was probing somewhere that caused him pain. "I can understand the stealing since you say you have to live, but you have been gentlemanly towards me since I've been here." "Yes, and I will remain so, and so will every man in this camp, or else." There was no need for him to explain what he meant. They sat in silence for a few minutes. "What I mean is that you aren't the sort of man to go about kidnapping women and children." He threw his head back and laughed. "Miss Amber, you don't know what sort of man I am." That was true, but inside she thought that she did. She could sense that he was nothing like her stepfather. In fact, she saw a lot of her father in him. What she actually meant was that even though she was Cody's prisoner and she was here against her will, she felt safe. Amber knew it to be a strange feeling, and it conflicted with all other kinds of emotions running through her head. After all, these men had killed Billy. She certainly wasn't going to share this fact with Cody. Instead, she sought another avenue of conversation. "Tell me about Johnny." Johnny was one of the first men I recruited. His shoulders sagged as he appeared to relax a little at this topic. "I was drinking in Mitch's saloon in Freshwater Creek one night and managed to get into a disagreement with him. He accused me of swindling him on the cards. Not true. I'm too good to swindle anyone." He smiled a little in a manner that almost touched on arrogance. "Anyway, I bought him a beer and we got talking. Turns out he got ripped off by the same people that destroyed my daddy. He was the town blacksmith and farrier, you know? But then the high and mighty Toby Whitney got his own people in. He hated outsourcing work to people. Why give away money when you could keep it and make everyone else give it you? He brought his own blacksmith. Now, Whitby's has outlets throughout Texas and California. Johnny was bust in less than 3 months. Whitby undercut him. Once Johnny had shut up shop, Whitby's man hiked the prices. Folks had to pay, of course. They had no option." He took a swig from a bottle of beer. "Do you want one, miss?" he asked, waving the bottle at her. Amber shook her head. She didn't believe in drinking. She had seen what it had done to her stepfather. It wasn't something that she was ever going to try. So, what did he do after that? Cody settled back on the log and cleared his throat. Johnny had taken to try and earn a living playing poker. Stupid move, of course, especially when you're as bad a poker player as Johnny. He smiled affectionately, and Amber couldn't help but smile back at him. The warmth with which he spoke about the old man changed Amber's perception. He wasn't just a thief, murderer, and kidnapper. He was human as well. Cody continued his story. I say I met him in the bar, but I had known him all my life, to be fair. I'd used him to shoe my horses. But other than those business dealings, I hadn't spoken to him. I didn't know him as a man. We bonded over stories of Whitby's wrongdoing and a bottle of whiskey. I told him of my life out here. I was just with Tate and a handful of other men at that time. I asked him to join us. I told him our stomachs were never empty and nobody bothered us. Yes, we put ourselves in danger from time to time, but let's face it, Johnny was just like the rest of us. Amber furrowed her brow and looked at him, confused as to his meaning. He had nothing to lose. He's been here ever since. He took a deep breath. I just hope he comes back. Sam started crying in his basket. Amber immediately leaped to comfort him. He needed food. Already she recognized the different faces he pulled when he wanted something. Milk was one face, he needed changing was another. She filled the bottle with fresh milk from the pitcher. The child's cries were silenced as he began sucking from the bottle. Once Sam was settled, Cody asked his own question. Do you know, miss, there's one thing that I've been interested in, if you don't mind me asking. You can ask. I can't guarantee I'll answer. Amber was now accustomed to feeding the baby. It was important to hold him up a little so he could drink without building up a wind. Why Anthony Fox? Of all the men in the world that you could have written to, why Fox? His advert stood out. He was a lawyer, no less. When you scour the pages of the Matrimonial Times, I can assure you there are very few lawyers. There are ranchers, miners, even sheriffs, but lawyers, not so many. He seemed like a good, sound choice. To be honest, I was surprised he'd even consider me. He must have had many respondents, especially with all the problems he'd experienced before. It made me feel for the man. I am sure he appealed to other women as well. Then we exchanged letters, and the rest is what you already know. She spoke with a certain melancholy. She had no idea if the man she'd written to and fallen in love with was truly the man she was heading to marry. So many doubts had now seeded in her mind. So it was all chance, Cody thought. Life is just a game of chance. Sometimes you win, other times you lose. You roll the dice and take a shot. Problems? What problems had he had before? Oh, he had advertised for a bride before, but he'd been let down. I didn't ask the details. I got the impression she had strung him along and failed to arrive. Cody wanted to ask her about the child, about his father and the circumstances of his existence. Again, he knew that would be ungentlemanly, so he kept quiet. He thought it was interesting that Fox had agreed to marry her even though she had a baby. That didn't seem like him at all. The advertising for a bride in the past seemed strange to him. He knew that Fox had never married. He wondered in what way Fox had been let down. It seemed a little out of place, especially considering his reputation for being involved in crooked dealings. He wondered if there was more to it. The thought of Fox paying the demand and having to give Amber up to him was already sitting badly with him. He knew that was just personal resentment, but he would hate himself if Fox paid him, and he relinquished Amber only for something terrible to happen to her. I see, Cody said, running his fingers under his patch and gently massaging the scar tissue. He stared at the flames of the fire as he thought about Fox's intentions. After a short time, Amber said softly to him, Can I ask you a question now? He turned towards her. You can ask. I can't guarantee I'll answer. He smiled as he responded with her own words. She gave a little laugh and a gentle nod of her head, acknowledging his jest. What happened to your eye? And I do understand if you don't want to say. He turned back to the flames. It had been a long time since someone had the courage to ask him about his eye. I'll spare you the full details, miss, but I lost it about a year after my pa died. I had stolen something from the saloon, a pocket watch from a drunk man. I knew someone who would buy it off me. He'd only give me a fraction of its value, of course. Then he would turn a big profit selling it on out of town somewhere. I'd gone over the creek to sit a while, and I pulled the watch out to look at it. And the next thing I knew, I had a rope around my neck, strangling me. His fingers moved up to his protruding Adam's apple, as if recalling the incident. He took a moment to collect his thoughts. A short fight ensued. I lost, and as he left, taking the pocket watch, he kicked me in the face. By the time I got to the doctor, it was too late for the eye. Amber gasped at the horror of it all. She had no idea of the lives that some people had led. Up until the death of her mother, she had led a sheltered life surrounded by nothing but love. Others weren't that lucky. Why do you have to kill? To murder? She suddenly spat out the big question that had been on her mind. Cody turned his face and for the first time in the conversation looked her squarely in the eye. We don't. But, she began to object, but halted when Cody raised his hand to stop her. To the best of my knowledge, I have never killed a man. Neither have my men here, at least during their time with me. I say that I may have killed once, and it was self-defense, and it was many years ago. Trust me when I say that I would not have been sorry if had died when I know what he did to those poor women. Amber was struggling to process this. She knew she didn't want to know what this man had done to these women. She could imagine. But she couldn't understand his insistence that they hadn't killed anyone. After all, she had seen Billy's body. But today, the big guard in the red shirt, Billy, I saw him dead before we left. That big guy? Cody laughed. No, miss, he wasn't dead. He was giving us trouble, and someone bashed him on the head. He was out cold for an hour or two, but he was awake by the time we cleared out. We left him and all the others enough food and water to be sure they will be just fine until help comes. He's not dead? No, miss, no one is. I tell my men to shoot in the leg or the shoulder, and only as a last resort. I don't do killing. She turned to the baby and smiled. This changed everything. Chapter 9. It was mid-morning when the cart returned. Amber had cooked bacon and beans for the men to start their day, and she had enjoyed 2 huge mugs of coffee to kickstart her day. She needed it because she hadn't slept that night. Cody had offered her a room in his cabin, but she refused, saying the barn would do her just fine. She had no doubt that Cody would not be planning on visiting her. He was, as he had said, a gentleman. But her reputation could suffer if she slept under the same roof. She wasn't spending the night in a cabin with a man that wasn't her husband, no matter the circumstances. The barn had served her perfectly well, and it would do so again. However, she had not slept. The revelation that Billy was still alive was still rolling around her mind. Sam had a father again. He wasn't an orphan. She knew that she had to do everything she could to get the boy back to him. However, she wasn't ready to tell Cody the full story. He might not have been a murderer, but he was still a kidnapper. She wasn't sure how he would react. The coffee had helped her to fully wake and face the day. She knew what Max and the other men were going to say before the cart had even got close. It seemed to move almost mournfully as if it was a hearse, carrying a man on his final journey. She watched as Max told Cody and the assembled men that Johnny had died as soon as they arrived in Deadwater Creek. He had clutched his chest one final time, and then he was dead. They didn't even make it to the doctor. Cody's face was set as hard as stone, but Amber could see that he was racked with pain and grief. We'll bury him at sunset, Cody instructed after viewing the body in the back of the cart. He stormed into his cabin. Amber strongly suspected that once alone and out of the view of his men, he would succumb to his emotions. The camp was understandably very subdued for the rest of the day. Max had been summoned to see Cody about 2 hours after returning to camp. After a short visit, he left and whispered a few words in Tate's ear when he took his place in Cody's cabin. Shocking news about Johnny. I know how close you two were, Tate said softly. Cody had an open bottle of whiskey in front of him and a full glass that seemed untouched. Cody managed a raise of the eyebrow in acknowledgement of his brother's sympathy. I need you to go to Freshwater Creek, now. Why? Cody sighed. Max went to visit the drop-off point for the money. He paused for a moment as he considered. For the girl, he added as if Tate would have been confused by what he meant. Nothing. No surprise, is it? Tate said. Well, that's just it. I'm not sure. She is a pretty girl and all that. His eye went to the window as if he hoped he might see her walk by. Would Fox easily give her up? Would he want her after being taken prisoner? You know? Tate didn't need to add the reasons why Fox might not want her. It was obvious what could have happened to her. That's what I want you to find out. Does he intend paying the ransom? I know there is a little more time, but if he has no intention of paying, then I need to consider matters. Tate didn't ask him what he meant. He had seen the way his brother had acted around Amber. The long and lingering looks, the soft way he spoke, and if he wasn't mistaken, he was making more of an effort with his appearance. He had fallen for her. Tate thought that Cody would prefer Fox not to pay so that he might have an excuse to keep Amber at the camp. The problem was that Tate had developed quite a soft spot for Amber, too. The child would also have to be considered. Tate had quite taken to Sam. He had always liked children, ever since he had helped his mother with his sister. Sam had an infectious little smile when he saw people, one that couldn't but warm the soul. Tate didn't want them to leave either, nor did he want his brother to end up with Amber. That would be unbearable. Cody continued his instructions. You can't ask him outright, of course. Just hang around in the saloon a bit, see what you hear. You know how it is in these towns. News travels fast, especially the bad. Leave it to me, Cody, Tate confirmed. I'll see what's happening. Cody scowled at him as if everything was his fault. I need to know either way. Tate returned the look. Of course. Cody nodded dismissively, and Tate turned to leave. He recognized his brother's mood as his way of dealing with grief, which was, in short, badly. People would suffer over the coming days, and part of him was glad he was being sent away. Of course, he was also upset as it meant that he wouldn't see Amber. He wasn't sure what he wanted to find out, that Fox was tearing the town apart, raising the money to cover the ransom for his bride, or that he was happy to leave her to fate in the hold of a band of outlaws. It seemed to him that either way, he wouldn't end up with the girl. And for the first time, he realized that a normal life with a wife and a family was what he wanted. 10 hours later, as the sun went down, Johnny's body was lowered into the ground. All the men gathered around, heads bowed. In the rear of the pasture where they kept the handful of cattle was a small area that had been segmented off with a simple wooden fence in white to use as a cemetery. 7 crude wooden crosses stood proudly. 7 men were buried here in the wilderness under the stars. There would soon be 8. Cody had tasked 4 men with the digging of the grave. The ground was hard, and it had taken them the better part of the day to complete the work. Amber had ensured that they had been well watered and fed. They had thanked her for her kindness. Not for the first time, it seemed to her that this was a community of men that were not unlike other communities. They worked together. They ate together. It was just that they were all outlaws. They were all driven here by some circumstance beyond their control. Were they really all bad? The revelation that Billy was alive had shaken Amber. Not just the news that Billy was alive, but Cody discussing never killing people. She had him down as a cruel and ruthless murderer, but it seems that wasn't the case. Somehow Cody and Tate's story resonated even stronger with her. A pair of brothers who knew nothing but a life of crime. How could a person be critical of someone who was just trying to stay alive? It was impossible. She had a new mission now. She had to see Sam reunited with his father. But at the same time, she knew that she couldn't let on that Sam wasn't her own son. She stood at the rear of the assembled group of men, holding the baby tightly to her chest, 1,000 different scenarios running through her mind. Every one of them seemed hopeless. There was no pastor present, of course. She had no idea how these things worked, but she doubted that any would agree to come to camp. Instead, Cody read the words himself from a small, black, well-thumbed copy of the Bible. The words were regretfully all too familiar, and they took her back to another time and another place. Like today, it had been hot, unbearably hot and humid, without the gentle breeze coming off the mountains as it was today. It wasn't helped by the tight black mourning dress her mother had dressed her in, with the lace ruff scratching at her neck. She remembered constantly having to wave flies and midges away from her face. It had done little good. She recalled being covered in itchy bites for days afterward. She was just 7, and her world had been turned upside down. The men had arrived at their door with dour expressions 4 days earlier. Prosody? There were 2 of them, dressed alike in brown suits. "Mrs. Johnson?" one asked, removing his hat when her mother opened the door. "We have some unfortunate news." Her mother had immediately sent her off to play while she dealt with the men. They hadn't stayed long, 5 minutes at most. Her mother had stayed alone for almost an hour after they left, while Amber played with her doll Jane. That day she brushed Jane's hair over and over again, making sure it was perfect. She knew that the men had brought bad news. Terrible news. She could sense it. When her mother came to her, her skin was pale and her eyes were red. She calmly sat down next to her on the floor, took her hands in hers, and told her that Daddy had gone to live with Jesus. Amber didn't understand and questioned why Daddy didn't want to live with them anymore. "Doesn't Daddy love us anymore?" That wasn't it, her mother assured her. Jesus wanted Daddy to live with him because Daddy was special. But still, Amber didn't understand. And as she watched her father's coffin being lowered into the ground on that horrible day, she still didn't. How could Daddy be living with Jesus if they were lowering him into the ground in that wooden box? Just like today, her father's graveside was surrounded by men. He was a popular man, and his friends and colleagues came to pay their final respects. Then the image in her mind changed. It was the same cemetery, but the flies and the midges were gone. Instead, the wind was howling and the snow swirled. Again, Amber wore black, but it was a thick winter coat with gloves and a scarf. But they did little to stop the chill that went down her spine. The words were the same, as was the presence of the coffin, but this time her mother was inside. Now she understood death, at least what it meant. She didn't believe that anyone could truly understand death. She prayed that, like her father, her mother had gone to live with Jesus and that they were now reunited. Only 2 people stood around that graveside, her and her stepfather. The virus that had left much of the city bereft had seen to it that people kept themselves to themselves. These days, funerals were events to be endured alone. Once again, the image faded, and she was back in the present, watching as men she didn't know grieved for one of their own. She reflected on how her life had changed since that cold day in the cemetery in New York. Her wonderful mother, who would have given her the world, was gone. Now she was in the middle of nowhere, kidnapped, being a mother to a baby who wasn't hers. Somehow, she still wanted to cling to the idea she had formed in her mind of Anthony. She wanted to feel that even now he was heading for the camp with a band of brave men and a sheriff with a mission in mind to rescue her from his situation. But deep in her heart, she knew that Cody had spoken the truth. Anthony Fox was a rogue, and no one was coming to save her. She turned and headed back to the barn to leave the men to their private grief. Chapter 10. Freshwater Creek was abuzz with news of the train heist. It seemed to Tate that everyone was talking about it. Rumors abounded as to who was responsible, ranging from the improbable, "the Texas Rangers did it, you can't trust them backstabbers," through to the more likely, "bandits, they'll be in Mexico by now." No one mentioned a group of outlaws living in the hills. The hills outside Freshwater and Deadwater Creek were a natural place for those on the fringe of normal society to gravitate. High cliff faces, deep canyons, and hidden springs made it the perfect hiding place. Very few people from the towns would dare to venture into the hills. An ambush could be laid within moments. There was no need to venture there anyway, since the hills didn't lead anywhere. 1 mile of rocky wilderness quite simply gave way to another just like it. But they provided sanctuary. People were safe from the sheriff and bounty hunters. The hills afforded men like Tate some measure of hope. Of course, Cody's group wasn't the only one taking refuge in the hills. Tate knew of at least 4 other groups living in the wilderness away from the local towns. The majority were more ruthless than Cody's group. His brother always insisted that they didn't kill. He didn't want to create widows, nor did they target the normal man. They hit corporations and the corrupt. If they could target Toby Whitney in any way, so much the better. That fat man from the train had been a manager at one of Whitney's companies. Cody delighted in relieving him of his money. Tate knew that if Amber had not been heading to Freshwater Creek to marry a certain Anthony Fox, she would have been allowed to go free too. Cody's insatiable need for revenge overrode all else. Mitch's saloon had been one of the first communal buildings in the town of Freshwater Creek. The white wooden church and the saloon were built at the same time. Mitch was a grizzled old man who had seen it all and done it all. His once flaming red beard had now turned white, and instead of serving behind the bar, he sat on a stool in the corner. His seat was perfectly positioned to see everyone who entered, as well as all the working girls. His two sons, Marty and Jimmy, now ran the place, but nothing escaped Mitch's watchful eye. The place was busy when Tate entered through the swinging doors. He nodded politely at Mitch, who knew him and Cody. Mitch rubbed his whiskers and nodded a greeting in return. It was Tate's signal that he was welcome. Mitch rarely refused entry to those with coins in their pocket, but there were one or two troublemakers that the old man made a point of leaving outside. Mitch knew that Tate lived in the hills with Cody and made a living out of crime. But he didn't care. If he refused entry to all likewise people, he would have a very limited and poor customer base. Tate sat on a stool, and a girl came over and smiled at him. She wasn't half as pretty as Amber, but he smiled warmly back and asked for a beer. Like all the saloons in the West, the girls normally offered more than beer, but he wasn't interested in that. He needed information. "What's this about a train heist?" Tate asked Marty. Marty was a younger version of his father, with huge forearms that just dared anyone to cause trouble. Someone tried to run the freight train off the rails. The driver had to stop to save it, and they ransacked it, I'm told. They got away with a tidy sum, so they say. We lost 12 cases of whiskey. Mitch coughed in the corner, and Marty corrected himself. 30 cases of whiskey. He dropped his voice so that his father couldn't hear. Of course, everyone is inflating their losses for the insurance companies. Tate laughed. Don't they always? Sounds like someone got lucky then. Any idea who was behind it? Marty knew how Tate made his living and eyed him for a while before shaking his head. No. Anyone killed? Again, Marty shook his head. Tate could almost hear his brain working. He knew that one of the hallmarks of a job pulled by Cody's men was that no one was killed. No, but a girl and a baby were kidnapped. That's not good. Who was she? The saloon girl returned and pushed the beer into Tate's hand. She flicked her long blonde hair over her shoulder. Anything else? She asked with a New York accent. Tate went a little red. No, thank you, miss. She smiled just as sweetly as if he had said yes and got busy clearing nearby tables. Apparently she was going to marry the lawyer, Fox, Marty replied. Tate managed to look suitably shocked at the revelation. Really? A mail-order bride? Marty glanced towards his father, who gave him a strange look. Yes, it appears so. What do they want for her? Any demands? I ain't heard nothing about that, Marty said, picking up a glass from behind the bar to shine it with a cloth. So Fox isn't running around the town trying to find the money? Marty shrugged his shoulders. Ask him yourself. He just walked in. Tate turned to see that Anthony Fox had indeed entered the bar. He hadn't seen him for over a year, but nothing had changed. Expensive suit, a handsome face, and an arrogant demeanor. Fox had little idea as to Tate's identity. His family had ripped off many people in the town. The Mitchell brothers were just two more. He had no idea how intensely the two men despised him and his client, Toby Whitney. To Fox, Tate was one more face in the crowd. Fox headed over to the far corner where a card game was in full swing. The players greeted him with loud shouts and raised glasses. He took a seat, and they dealt him in. The same saloon girl went over, and he placed an order. Tate noticed that she didn't offer him the same sweet smile she had him. In fact, it was more of a scowl than anything. Tate wondered if Fox had given her trouble in that past. Tate sipped his beer and thought. Fox didn't seem to be a man concerned about the whereabouts of his bride-to-be and her child, but perhaps he was trying his luck with the cards in the hope that he could win some of the money he needed. A younger man, also dressed in a suit, albeit considerably cheaper than Fox's, arrived and sat on the stool next to Tate. Marty slid him a beer without needing to take an order. Tate recognized him as a cashier at the bank, and he grunted a greeting to him. "That's better," the young man exclaimed after taking a long swing from the bottle. "Tough day?" Tate asked. Tate somehow recalled the man as Cameron and watched as he ran his long, slim fingers through his black hair. "Tough couple of days. Everyone wants money. We are low on holdings." "The train heist?" "Yes, the train had fresh notes for us. $2,000 they got, the manager tells me." Tate knew this perfectly well, plus the gold and silver. Not that he mentioned it, of course. Instead, he opened his eyes wide with wonder. "Left you short, then?" "Sure has," he said, downing the rest of his beer in one long swig. "The manager has me limiting withdrawals. Easy for him in his office, eating pie. He doesn't have to deal with folk. People are going mad." "I can imagine." "You must need another one of those." Tate waved over to Marty, who slid over 2 more beers. Cameron reached thirstily for his, while Tate ignored his bottle. "Thank you kindly," Cameron said with a nod. "Think nothing of it, just my way of saying thank you for your hard work. We all have to pull together at times like this." "That we do," agreed Cameron. He was embarrassed to think that he didn't know the man's name. He recognized him as a customer at the bank, but not a regular. "It'll be a week before we get fresh notes in. Maybe longer if they decide to send it by stage instead of the railroad. The town will be in anarchy by then." For the next hour, Tate kept his new friend in beers. By the end of the 3rd bottle, Tate didn't even bother ordering more for himself. He simply nursed the one he had. The more young Cameron drank, the more he spoke. A sudden commotion erupted at the card table at which Fox was playing. One of his opponents shouted an accusation at another player, and suddenly the 2 men were squaring up to each other. Old Mitch in the corner frowned and nodded at his boys behind the bar. Marty and Jimmy were over there in a second, and the troublemakers were ejected. The rest of the table followed, keen to see if the brawl would continue outside. Tate waited until Fox had walked by before dropping his voice and leaning in closer to Cameron. "I hear that Anthony Fox, the lawyer, lost something in the heist. His new bride, apparently. She's a pretty little thing, they say. They asked a handsome ransom for her, I'm told." Cameron nodded knowingly as if he knew all the details. Tate continued. "I bet Fox went crazy knowing there was a limit on withdrawals. Did the manager allow him any extra considering the circumstances?" "Well, I heard that story myself, but I can tell you for a fact that Mr. Fox ain't been in the bank since the heist." "Really? He's not tried to withdraw money to pay the ransom?" "No, sir, not a penny." "Well, isn't that strange?" Tate finally took a long draw on his beer. So the truth he suspected when Fox walked into the bar now became clear. He had made no effort to get his hands on the money. The lawyer was staying true to form and planning on leaving Amber and the child to rot. "Who knows with him?" Cameron replied, and then started a new topic, which Tate allowed to go in one ear and out the other. This now presented him with a problem. He was sure that Fox wasn't about to pay Cody's demands. This meant that he would have to return and break that news to his brother. That meant that Amber's fate was in the balance. He knew that Cody wouldn't do her any harm, but it meant that he would make a play for her himself. That would break his heart. Fox and his friends came in from outside, laughing. Clearly, the brawl had ended. As he watched them sit back down and deal the cards, he decided it was time to leave. "Listen, Cameron, I got to go. Long day tomorrow. Been nice talking to you." "You too. You too," Cameron said, full of smiles. "See you around." Not for the first time he wished he could remember his name, especially as he seemed so generous with his beers. He hoped he would see him again soon. Tate breathed the fresh, crisp night in as he stepped out of the saloon. He had given Mitch a customary nod of thanks as he left, which the old man returned. It never paid to be rude to Mitch. He stood outside for a few moments, looking up at the night sky. He wondered at all the stars up there. Were they all really angels? The souls of those who had died? That is what his mother had told him when Michael died, that he was now another star in the sky. Tate wasn't sure, but he wanted to believe it. "Hey, mister?" A soft female voice came from the shadows at the side of the saloon. He turned his head as the saloon girl who had served his beer emerged into the light of the lanterns hanging on the porch. "Come here," she hissed, tilting her head back towards the shadows. Tate stared at her for a moment. She was probably around his age and fair-looking enough. He longed for the touch of a woman, but not like this, not before marriage. "No, ma'am, I'm afraid not." "No, you fool," she shot back harshly. "I'm not on about that." Holly. "I heard you talking in there about the lawyer, Fox. I know something that you would be interested in." She swung back into the shadows so that she couldn't be seen. It didn't take Tate more than an instant to decide to follow her into the narrow, dark passageway. The area between the saloon and the mercantile was pitch black. The lanterns from Mitch's porch did not cast their light here, and the moon had not yet risen high enough to illuminate much. He realized he had indeed been a fool. He shouldn't have been so willing to follow her. Anyone could be waiting down here for him. Slowly, Tate's eyes became accustomed to the dark, and he could see her pacing nervously ahead of him. "What are you going to pay for the information?" she demanded. "You seemed pretty desperate to know about him in there." Tate had no idea. He had never paid for information in his life, and suddenly felt like some kind of spy working fearlessly behind enemy lines. "Tell me what you know, and I'll pay you what it's worth," he replied non-committally. The girl seemed hesitant, but in the end, she stopped pacing and faced him with her hands on her hips. She pointed a finger close enough to his nose for him to see that it was finished off with a neatly manicured red nail. "Okay, but if you try and rip me off..." Tate raised his hand in objection. "Shall we start with your name, miss?" "Abigail. Abigail Long." Again, the New York accent was prominent. Tate remembered her behavior around Fox. Clearly, there was something here. "You're not from around these parts, are you, Abigail?" "I come from Queens County, New York City." "So, what brought you out west?" Abigail took a deep breath and looked back towards the saloon, as if consciously not wanting to be overheard. "I was a mail-order bride. Promised an amazing life. I corresponded with a man from this very town for almost a year. The way he wrote, well, I fell in love with him." She paused for a minute, as if reflecting on the letters. "It was as if he spoke straight to my heart. When he finally offered me a proposal of marriage, I didn't hesitate. There was nothing for me back in New York City." "So why are you working in Mitch's saloon?" Tate was genuinely confused. Abigail softly laughed. "Because it was all a ruse. The man I wrote to had no intention of marrying me. I arrived by train and he greeted me perfectly cordially, and he was so handsome I was thrilled when I cast eyes on him. But once we got on the cart, he told me he wouldn't marry me. I wasn't up to his expectations, or some such line he used, whatever that meant. I'd even sent him a photograph beforehand after he had insisted so much in his letters that I felt there was nothing for it but to pay for one. I was shocked, to say the least, when he said that. I'd been with him for no more than 5 minutes. How can someone not be up to their expectations in that length of time? What was he expecting, the Queen of England? She exhaled loudly as though trying to control her anger. Tate kept silent, waiting for her to proceed. After a few moments, she regained her composure and spoke again. "However, he said he could help me, said he could get me a job. I had nowhere to go. I had no money and no prospects. I just stumbled out a weak yes. I didn't challenge him or put up a fight. He brought me here to the saloon. Mitch said he'd take me on. However, I just knew he was expecting me. Pays me a pittance, of course, and you know the sort of work I have to do." She cast her eyes to the floor as if ashamed. Unfortunately, Tate did know the manner of work. What he didn't realize was that some of the girls were almost forced into it. He felt ashamed for ever choosing to drink in Mitch's bar. "The thing is, I'm not the only one. Emma, the redhead..." She looked at Tate until he acknowledged that he knew of her. "The same man did the same to her the year before I arrived." "Who was the man you were coming here to marry?" Tate asked, already knowing the answer. "Anthony Fox, the attorney at law." She almost spat out the final words. Chapter 11. It was a little before noon when Tate arrived back at the camp. He had taken a room in the inn on the outskirts of town. It was the only place that rivaled Mitch's, but its location did little in its favor. Everyone in town seemed to be packed into Mitch's to catch the latest gossip about the train heist, which left this place rather dead. Tate was glad. He got drunk quietly, without speaking a word to anyone other than the barman, and then climbed into bed. He was slow to rise in the morning. His head was banging and his stomach was empty. He paid for a fine breakfast and organized his thoughts. He knew that his days of drinking would have to stop if his plan stood even the slightest chance. No one wanted a drunk for a husband, but even then, there was no guarantee of his plan succeeding. And he knew by taking the action he intended, he would finally burn the bridges with his brother. There would be no going back, but it was something that he had to do, not just for him, but for her and the child. The headache was gone by the time he reached home, and he was thinking clearly. The men greeted him with smiles, knowing about his mission. At the sight of Amber tending to the food by the fire, his heart skipped a beat. To think what that rogue fox had planned for her. He'd like nothing more than few minutes alone with the man, but he knew deep in his heart that violence solved nothing, even with the best intentions. Amber offered him a wave of the hand, which he gladly returned. Cody saw him arrive and was immediately out of his cabin. Some of the other men gathered around, waiting for his news. Cody looked at his brother expectantly, but didn't say a word. Tate knew he was expected to just spit it out, so he did. Fox is running around like a headless chicken, trying to get his hands on the money. The men cheered and slapped each other on the back. Like the two brothers, many of them had been victims of Fox or Whitby, and they enjoyed scoring points against them whenever possible. Seems like someone robbed the train of the bank's supply of fresh bills, so he can't just withdraw the sum. Again, there were laughs from the men at the joke, but Cody remained his normal, stoic self. He was stony-faced, as though nothing fazed him. But as Tate spoke, he saw Cody repeatedly glance in the direction of Amber, who was now feeding the baby. He's calling in favors from people, threatening others, but he's trying to get the sum together. I heard that he'd even threatened the bank manager. He demanded to be able to withdraw more money, but the fellow refused to budge, fearing his customers would lynch him if he gave Fox more than his fair share. "Seems like we are going to get the lawyer's money, folks," one of the men shouted jubilantly. The others cheered. All except one, Cody. He just nodded at his brother, turned, and went back into his cabin. Tate watched him disappear and knew he was doing the right thing. Amber looked down and saw that her hands were shaking. Poor Sam was being jolted around as she tried to feed him. She couldn't believe what she had just heard from Tate. Anthony was going to pay the ransom. The only reason he hadn't up to now was that Cody's men had stolen all the money destined for the bank. She had to say that she was shocked. Suddenly, her mind was all a whirl. Over the last few days, Amber had come to accept what Cody said about Anthony to be true. She believed there was no way he was going to end up paying money for her return. Now the situation changed completely. And with the news that Billy was alive, she would be able to explain the presence of the baby without causing Anthony any concern. She felt the tension release from her body. She hadn't known it was there in the first place, but she felt its release. Her shoulders hung easier, as if a great weight had been lifted from them. But as it did so, she suddenly came over exceedingly tired. She sat down on the log next to the fire and tried to put her thoughts into order. She didn't dispute for a minute Cody and Tate's story about how they were forced into near destitution and had to turn to crime in order to survive. Nor did she deny the Fox family's role in that. Thinking logically, it would have to be the case that Anthony Fox and his father before him would have had to take on cases of some unsavory souls. If Toby Whitney was the biggest businessman in the area, they would have had little option but to work with him from time to time. So while Amber's idealistic version of Anthony as a defender of the downtrodden against gross injustice perhaps wasn't true, the same could be said for Cody's more extreme version of him as a ruthless manipulator who stopped at nothing to achieve his aims. If Anthony was going to pay the money, then Cody would let her go free. He had said as much, and she believed him. But she wouldn't be rushing to the church as originally planned. She would take some time to get to know Anthony and decide if she truly would marry him before making that commitment. The heat of the sun was getting to her. So she decided to return to the barn to take an afternoon nap. Baby Sam always went down after a feed, and it made sense to join him. But as she lay in the straw, sleep did not come to her. Her mind was racing with too many possibilities. She turned to her bag and rummaged until she had a bundle of papers in hand. These were the letters that Anthony had written to her during their long-distance courtship. She pulled out one at random, and began to read it. Dearest Amber, you cannot possibly know how much my heart was filled with gladness to receive your latest letter. Even though we have been communicating just a short time, I feel that we have a true and deep connection. Whilst I grieve that you feel that your current life in New York isn't for you, I can only count my blessings that it has driven you, hopefully, into my arms. However, at this point, I would not be so presumptuous as to assume that that is your current desire. You asked in your latest letter about the town. Life here in Freshwater Creek is far different from the city. The pace of life is much slower. We have good basic commodities available, with a well-stocked mercantile, a tailor, seamstress, bank, sheriff, and of course a church. While you may not get the selection of goods available in New York City, you will want for nothing. And there are huge advantages over the city. The views go on forever and ever. Everyone in their life should witness the sunset in the west. One day I hope that you and I will witness such a wonder together. But I know that even such a sight would pale in insignificance beside your beauty. As I said in my original advertisement, I am seeking a godly woman to one day be the mother to my children. If there is one matter we have yet to communicate on, it is your desire for children. I assume this is the case? If so, please share how many you would like to have. I feel that 3 would be an ideal number: a boy, a girl, and whatever God chooses to bless us with. Counting the days as ever until I receive your next communication. Yours with true respect, Anthony Fox, Attorney at Law. He wrote like a medieval king attempting to woo some princess in a far-off land. One by one, she read Anthony's series of letters. In truth, she didn't need to do so. She could practically recite them by heart. As she did so, she began to believe once more the myth she'd built up about him in her mind. Surely a man who wrote so eloquently and spoke so much to her soul could be nothing but a good and decent man. A man that was putting together a significant sum to buy her freedom. Finally, with Anthony's letters lying on her heart, her mind relaxed and she drifted off to sleep. She woke with a start. She sensed somebody looking down on her. It was the young man, Rex. "Excuse me, miss? Cody says it's almost time for dinner. There is nothing cooking? Are you able to come?" "Yes, of course." She stood up and wiped the pieces of straw from her dress. "Rex?" The boy was already heading out towards the fire to report back to Cody, but he stopped and he turned. "I'm so sorry about the other day. I hope you are fully recovered?" Rex didn't offer a smile. He just nodded his head. "Yes, miss." He turned and left without another word. She could hardly have expected him to greet her in a friendly manner. After all, his pride must have been hurt in front of the men. She worried that she'd made an enemy in him. She picked up the baby's basket and walked out of the barn and over to the fire. Chickens had been slaughtered and cleaned for the evening meal, and 10 of them lay out ready for her to slice up and put in the pot. She busied herself with the preparation of a meal, which was to be a stew. There was little else that could be done when cooking on this type of scale. She would simply add vegetables and meat to the pot, along with the herbs and spices available. The few meals she had prepared for the men previously had been received to gracious acclaim. She wasn't sure if they were just being kind or if they genuinely liked the food. She had just finished adding a handful of herbs when Cody appeared over her shoulder. "Miss Amber?" he said softly so as not to startle her. She turned and looked at him. There was instantly something different about him, but she wasn't sure what. "Would you care to take a walk with me?" It seemed a strange request, but the dinner was on the fire, bubbling away in 2 huge pots. Sam was just beginning to stir, and a walk would probably settle him again. She could see no reason to object. "Okay, where are we going?" she replied, rubbing her hands down the front of her dress. "Follow me. It's a place I like to go from time to time. It won't take long." They started walking through the pasture among the cows. Cody had opened the small gate to allow them through. Amber eyed the cows suspiciously, as if at any moment they might charge her and the baby. Cody could sense her discomfort and moved his position to be between her and the beasts. He might then act as protection in case the worst was to happen. It was a simple but gentlemanly gesture. "I've never seen them move particularly quickly," he laughed. "Since I've had the baby, you'll be surprised by the hidden risks I now see." For once, Amber wasn't lying about the child. Since she'd become responsible for Sam's welfare, she did see risks everywhere. When she saw these dangers to the baby, she did her best to eliminate them. She now knew why a she-wolf would fight to the death for her cubs. In turn, she understood why human mothers would gladly do the same. It didn't take long for them to pass through the pasture. They had to climb over the fence at the far side, as there was no gate. Amber managed it easily enough, but she had to pass Sam over to Cody for a few seconds as she followed him. Seeing him with the baby, she wondered what he might be like with a child of his own. Would he be a good father? For some strange reason, she had a gut instinct that he would. He would probably make every effort possible for his own offspring not to suffer the same childhood as he had. The pasture turned to a red rocky hillside, with deep drops over one side. However, the paths were wide, and at no point did Amber feel unsafe. This time, Cody walked closest to the edge. %. "You know I haven't thanked you for your efforts in trying to save Johnny," Cody said after a period of silence. "No need. I did what any decent human being would do. I'm just sorry it didn't have a better outcome." As they walked past the small cemetery, Amber noticed that Cody didn't even take a glance at the graves. It was as though he was denying his men lay there. "He was a decent man," Cody sighed. They turned a corner around a large rock, and Amber stopped in amazement. The path almost seemed to disappear completely, and they were faced with a huge drop that was almost vertical. Beneath them lay the valley with the river running its entire length. In the distance, she could see a town that she assumed to be Freshwater Creek. Behind it, tall mountains climbed and cut the horizon. Cody smiled at her. "I know. That was my reaction the first time I stumbled upon this spot." He approached the edge, looked down, and without a moment's hesitation, jumped. Amber screamed and clutched Sam closer to her breast. Chapter 12. The moment he disappeared, Cody's hat, face, and eye patch appeared from over the edge. He was grinning like a mischievous schoolboy. "Why would you do that?" Amber demanded after shuffling closer to the edge. She could see now a very wide ledge beneath them. Cody's drop had been no more than 3 feet. He had simply landed on his haunches to make it seem as if he had fallen further. "Just a bit of fun, miss. Here, sit down and I'll lift you and Sam down." She did as she was told, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement at Cody's strong hands around her waist. She felt guilty. Anthony was running around trying to get his hands on ransom money, and here she was developing feelings for her kidnapper. Cody was now on the flat ledge pointing down towards the valley. "That was our land, our ranch." Amber shook off her feelings of guilt and sat down beside him. Sam was now asleep, and she eased him into the crack of her arm to rest her shoulders for a while. Her eyes followed Cody's finger down towards a large expanse of flat land. "So, Toby Whitney owns it now?" "Yes," he said sorrowfully, "and the McGregor's ranch, and the Lloyd's ranch, and the Griffiths ranch." As he mentioned each one, his finger moved and pointed to another area of land. "He owns most of that valley now, half of the town as well. Now he is making his move over to Deadwater Creek." He pointed at the opposite end of the valley to Freshwater Creek. She could see a blur in the distance that may or may not be the town. "He has competition from the mining companies there, mind." "Can we see your ranch house from here?" she asked, genuinely interested, but said with slight apprehension as she knew it must drag up painful memories. "Yes," said Cody, edging closer to her so they almost touched. "It's that one, there." Again he pointed, and she followed its direction. "The white one? At least it looks white." "That's it. And yes, it was white. It's been left to rot now. No one lives in it. Same is true for the homes that used to belong to the other families I spoke of. Whitby has just made it one giant ranch. He has a place in the middle." Amber saw the monstrous building instantly, without the need for Cody to point it out. It was a brilliant shade of white and seemed to have numerous outbuildings alongside it. When she compared it to the other buildings on the flat plain, it seemed 10 times the size. It somehow reminded her of those huge 9-story structures that had recently gone up in New York City. Each one was used for one thing: the generation of profit. It was the same here. Families had been driven out of their homes so someone could make more profit. It seemed obscene. They sat in silence for a while and just looked at the view. Amber was lost in the wonder of it. She had 1,000 questions. She wondered about the river. Did it flow all year? Was the water cold? Could you bathe in it? She wondered about the mountains on the far side. How tall were they? Had anyone ever climbed them? Was there gold to be found in them? She thought she could see cattle moving in the fields. How many were there? What did they eat? Did rustlers strike? But all these questions she kept to herself, not wanting to spoil the peacefulness of the silence. She looked to the sky and saw a large bird gliding high above them, silhouetted against the sun. An eagle, Cody said, as if answering the unasked question that was on her lips. It's wondrous, truly wondrous. She watched the eagle seemingly hover overhead and then suddenly dive as though it had lost the ability to fly. It disappeared behind an outcrop. It was obviously hunting and had probably spotted something for its dinner. Cody broke the tranquility once more. You know, you've got me thinking, Miss Amber. You ask me if I ever thought about leaving this type of life. Do you know, I think I would like that. A normal life sounds appealing. No more hiding in hills. I'd get a job, perhaps a business, maybe a ranch of my own. I'd like it. It would seem to honor my pa somehow. I wouldn't want something like that. He pointed at the Whitney Ranch. Just a small house would do. I wouldn't need anything fancy. You've seen the cabin I live in, just enough room for me and the children. He stopped as Amber turned her head sharply to look at him. Yes, children, of course I need a wife first. Amber wasn't sure how to respond, suspecting Cody probably had something deeper he wanted to share. And that's when it hit her. That was what was different about Cody. When she looked at him before, he seemed so confident and so sure of himself. But today, he was vulnerable and unsure of himself. For the first time, she truly felt sorry for him. He wasn't a bad person, just a victim of circumstance. Then do it. If that is what you want, leave this life and do it. Cody had thought about little else these last few days. He could disband his group of men, and they would all go their separate ways. They would divide the spoils. Cody would take a quarter of what they had, being the leader, and the rest would be split equally between the men. It would be more than enough to get started. He could then earn his living honestly. Some of the men would probably stay in the hills and continue their way of life, which would be up to them. But as much as he desired it, he feared it. All that effort, all the work, and then someone like Whitney could come along and take it all from him. What would be the point? Why go to the trouble? But he had already answered that question, for the love of a good woman. No good woman would want a life out here, not knowing if her husband would be in jail or worse by the end of each day. If he wanted a family, he would have to change. So it seems that Mr. Fox is going to pay Miss Amber. Her heart almost stopped at the mention of Anthony's name. She just sat staring at the wondrous view and had almost forgotten about him. Yes, I heard Tate telling you when he returned. I will be allowed to go free? Cody gave another of his long sighs, which she had noticed he did often. Yes, I am a man of my word, Miss Amber. He stopped abruptly as if there was something else he wanted to say to her. Amber looked at him, and it was almost as if he was mouthing the words without actually speaking them out loud. She reached out with her free arm and gently touched his arm. But? I sense there is a but there? Cody turned to look at her, and she was shocked to see a tear coursing down his cheek. Amber, he said, drawing in a deep breath to compose himself. Amber, I worry what will happen to you if I do release you into the care of Fox. He spat out the word care with obvious distaste. What I told you about him is true. All of it. He drinks at the saloon and fraternizes with the girls. He gambles and stumbles home drunk. He wouldn't think twice about pulling a home away from a struggling family if it made him and his clients a quick buck. He is not a good man. He paused again, collecting his thoughts. And you You, Miss Amber, are a good woman. You deserve better." She bristled slightly as Cody destroyed the man she had fallen in love with because of his words. She felt the resentment grow. Hadn't Cody said that Anthony wouldn't pay? Hadn't he said that he would leave her here to rot? But that wasn't the case. She glanced over towards Freshwater Creek. Even now, he was running around town trying to get his hands on the money. Mess. The only reason he hadn't achieved his mission was that Cody had robbed the train of the bank's money. If the bank had no money, he couldn't pay. It was a problem that Cody himself had caused. "I could be better, miss. I would leave this life behind. I would never drink or gamble again. I'd become an honest man and I'd give you and the baby a good life." He looked down with a kindly eye at the child. "If you agreed to stay." Amber found herself without a thought for a moment before the realization of what he was saying hit her. "You are saying you want to marry me?" she stuttered, somewhat confused. Out here in the middle of nowhere with a huge drop into oblivion just yards from her, she felt so vulnerable and exposed. Cody smiled softly. "Yes, Miss Amber, I am." She started shaking her head, not in rejection but confusion. "This is too much to take in, too much to understand." She stood up and edged towards the security of the rock face. "I don't expect an answer straight away, miss," he said almost despondently, as though he had half expected to take Amber into his arms and kiss her there and then. "Take some time to think it over." But, she stammered again. "What? You kidnapped me, held me against my will." Cody slumped where he sat as though the stuffing had been knocked out of him. "I know, Miss Amber, and I am truly sorry." He sat quietly for a second like a discarded rag doll and then seemed to pull himself together to sit upright and proud. He jumped to his feet and turned to face her. "What am I saying? No, I will not lie. I'm not sorry. Not sorry in the slightest. If I hadn't done what I did, then even now you would be married to that rogue, into a life of disappointment, and I dread to think what else ahead of you. If I hadn't done what I did, I would never have got to know you, to admire you, to respect you." He paused again. "To love you." Her mouth hung open in shock. Love you? He loved her? It was all too much. "I will think on it, Cody. I will think deeply on it. But now I wish to return to the camp." He looked at her the way a puppy looks at his master. "Of course, Miss Amber, as you wish." They walked back to the camp slowly but in total silence. Amber's mind was a whirl. Never before had a man said he loved her. Never had a man been so willing to be so vulnerable in front of her. Cody could be a good man. She knew it. He was handsome, with a good muscular body. He would make someone a fine husband if he pursued the path he proposed. But her, she wasn't so sure. Nor was she so sure that Cody could keep to an honest path. He had known this life for so long. When adversity hit him, as it surely would he not revert to what he always knew? Just before they returned to the camp, she stopped walking. "What you did back there surprised me. I had no idea as to your," she searched for the right word, "feelings. I will give you an answer as soon as I am able." "Thank you, Amber. You do me a great honor in not dismissing me out of hand. I know that. And I promise you again, I will give you and the child a good life." The child. Here was another problem. The child wasn't hers. She had a duty before her own happiness to see Sam safely delivered back to his father. But for now, that secret must remain with her. To reveal it would be of no benefit. "I will see to the men's meal," Amber said with a nod as she walked alone back to the fire. She settled Sam down in his basket, which was under the canvas cover that Tate had now made more sturdy. She turned her attention to the pots, stirring them with care. She tasted the food, and after a moment's consideration, threw in another handful of herbs. Prosody rate %. 15 minutes, she said to a man who had paused near the fire and was looking expectantly at the pots. He smiled in acknowledgement and went about his business. After dishing up for the men, she served her own meal and the hunk of bread that came with it and took it back to the barn. She ate alone, reflecting on the events of the day. She still couldn't shift from her mind the fact that Anthony was putting together the ransom demand. If he didn't love her, if he didn't want her as his wife, then why would he do that? If he truly was the type of roguish man that Cody described, then why would he bother? On the other hand, she felt sure that Cody wasn't lying. She could just sense that. However, did Cody believe these horrible things about Anthony Fox because of his dealings with him and his family in the past? Had he developed a skewed picture of the man in his mind through no real fault of his own? It was possible. Amber put down her bowl of stew. It was still half full. She had no appetite. She had to think. The milk pitcher had been refilled while she was out walking with Cody, and she filled Sam's bottle. She gently lifted him from his basket. It was amazing how much he had seemed to change in even the short time that she had been responsible for him. As the baby opened his eyes, he smiled. He recognized her. Sam made a soft gurgling noise and then smacked his lips together. Amber knew that meant he was hungry. He rarely cried for attention. He was such a good, well-behaved boy. She gave him the bottle and he sucked on it noisily. Giving up the child would be a wrench. She had come to adore him over the last few days, but she wasn't his mother. The boy needed his real parent, his father. She wondered where Billy was now and how he was doing. She prayed that he was well and had recovered from his blow to the head. She believed Cody when he said that nothing worse had happened to him. But he must surely be distraught as to the whereabouts of his son. Was he even now searching for Cody and his men in the hills? But how would he know that Amber had taken Sam? He had been unconscious when she was taken away with the babe. Maybe by now, Billy had come to the conclusion that his son was lost forever. Or worst, still dead, and he was on his way back to the city. She hoped not. She prayed that he wasn't broken-hearted. From their short time together at the stations, she knew that he was a decent man who hadn't deserved the misfortunes that life had thrown at him over the last year. She knew that she had to get Sam to him as soon as she possibly could. The baby finished his feed and burped loudly. Amber smiled down with affection. Already his eyes were starting to close, and she gently laid him back in his basket. She found her own eyes heavy. The mental toll of the day had exhausted her. It was very early, no later than early evening, when she found her blankets and curled up in them. Sam's cries woke her. He wanted another feed. The darkness outside told her the sun had probably been set for an hour or more. The barn was lit with lanterns, and a man sat on a bale in the doorway drinking a bottle of beer. There was always a guard on her at night, not so much in case she might escape, but just in case one of the men decided to do something stupid. He nodded to her but said nothing. As she was filling Sam's bottle with milk from the pitcher, Tate appeared in the doorway. "You go to your bed, Robert. I'll take this shift." "You sure?" "I slept late in town. I'm not tired. You may as well sleep." "Fair enough," Robert said, retrieving his dark blue hat from the side of the straw bale. "Thank you, Tate." He stood without even a glance at Amber and strolled out into the darkness. Tate smiled warmly at Amber and Sam. "How's he doing?" "Well enough, it seems," Amber replied as Sam attacked the bottle. Tate didn't sit. Instead, he paced nervously. Occasionally, he glanced in Amber's direction. It was obvious that something was wrong. "For goodness sake, Tate, stand still," Amber said after watching him for a few minutes. "Whatever is the matter?" Tate took a long look into the darkness and then took a few steps closer to Amber. "I'm sorry, miss, but I lied." Chapter 13. Billy Cresswell opened his eyes and immediately regretted it. The piercing light from the small window hurt his already throbbing head. As quickly as he opened his eyes, he closed them again. He tried to recall what had happened to him, but he struggled. He knew the train had been attacked. He had got off to try to do his job when it stopped, but there had been too many of them, and they were too well organized. But he didn't recall how it all ended. He had no idea where he was. He gingerly opened his eyes once again and turned his head away from the window. The walls were perfectly whitewashed and clean, and a soft hum of chatter emanated from beyond the room in which he lay. Slowly he tried to move his limbs. His arms raised easily without pain, as did his legs. It seemed the only thing that hurt was his head. He raised his hand towards it and felt bandages. He pressed lightly and winced. He looked at the side of the bed. Nothing. He shifted his bulk to face the window. He squinted as he looked to the side of the bed and again saw nothing. His head throbbed harder and his heart began to race. Where was Sam? Where was his son? Where was he? A hospital? He turned away from the brilliant light of the window once again. He looked under the blankets and saw that he was dressed in a set of off-white pajamas. They were clean, if a little threadbare in places. He knew one thing for certain: they weren't his. He heard the soft click of footsteps, and then the door opened, and a woman entered who was dressed in white and so pale that her skin almost blended in with the walls. She must have been around 40 years of age, with her auburn hair held up in a bun. She didn't offer a smile or a greeting. "Mr. Cresswell, it seems you are awake. It is about time. How are you feeling?" Billy struggled to process the question. "Mr. Cresswell?" The woman pressed a little more softly this time. "Do you hear me? Do you understand?" Billy tried to speak but found that his throat was raw. Instead of words, he managed only animalistic noises. "Thirsty," he finally managed to spit out. "Of course." The woman stepped forward to a table along the side of the room and poured Billy a glass of water from a pewter pitcher. She brought it to his lips, and he drank greedily. "Slowly. Sip it, please, Mr. Cresswell. We must take things slowly." Immediately he obeyed. The woman had the sort of demeanor that demanded obedience. After a few additional sips, she took the glass away from his mouth and again questioned him. "Is that better, Mr. Cresswell? How do you feel?" "Thank you, ma'am." Billy swallowed a few times, savoring the lubrication in his throat. "I'm a little groggy, to be honest. Where am I?" "At Dr. Lightbody's in Freshwater Creek. He has this small hospital wing attached to his surgery. I am Nurse Jones, his assistant, for want of a better word." "What happened to me?" "Seems like the train was hit by bandits, Mr. Cresswell. You were struck on the head and knocked unconscious." "I see." A sudden wave of exhaustion hit Billy, as though he had been working for hours on a demanding physical task. He knew there was something else that he should ask, but he couldn't remember. He felt his eyes close again, and sleep took him once more. He awoke again 3 hours later to Nurse Jones shaking him. She was gentle, but there wasn't the offer of a smile or a warm word. "Dinner time, Mr. Cresswell. You must eat and build up your strength." Billy took a few moments to remember where he was and why he was there, but he pulled himself up in bed as the nurse presented him with a small bowl of broth. He took in its aroma but didn't fancy it. "No, thank you, miss." "Eat," Nurse Jones commanded. Billy took a moment and then brought the spoon to his mouth. Once he had eaten a spoonful, he discovered that he was quite hungry and proceeded to devour the rest of the bowl with relish. "Good," said the nurse once he had finished. "We will have you out of here in no time." She took the bowl and left. Billy felt better after eating, but there was still a relentless throb at the back of his head. He wished that it would end. Nurse Jones bustled back into the room not 5 minutes after she left. "Mr. Cresswell," she declared, her voice full of importance, "there are 2 gentlemen here who wish to converse with you. I believe they are from the railroad company. The doctor says they may be permitted 10 minutes if you feel able." Billy grunted an affirmative. "Make sure you do not tire yourself out, Mr. Cresswell. It will hamper your progress." "Yes, nurse." Billy was almost parrot-like in his response. He had already learned that she liked to be agreed with. Nelson Jones stared at him for a few seconds longer to ensure that he got the message before nodding and leaving the room in the same bustling manner in which she had arrived. Billy heard the same instructions being imparted to the 2 gentlemen before she would grant them admission. "Yes, good lady," and "Of course, madam," were heard. A matter of moments later, 2 men in dark, formal suits appeared in his room with large smiles on their faces and thick piles of paper under their arms. One was very thin and wiry and had a thick brown beard that almost seemed bigger than his head. The other was a short, fat man who was red-faced and patted his forehead with a pristine white handkerchief, as though he was unable to cope with the heat. Both wore bright red ties and carried walking canes with steel tips and ivory handles. "Mr. Cresswell," the fat man said as though greeting an old friend, "I am delighted to see you awake, sir. Delighted indeed." "Likewise, I'm sure. I am Mr. Barnett, and this is Mr. Jeffries. We have been sent by your employers, sir," the thin man said. "Good morning to you both, gentlemen," Billy managed to mumble, and then he realized he had no idea if it was morning or not. "You will excuse me if I do not rise to greet you. I fear I am somewhat—" Billy lost his train of thought. The thin man, Mr. Barnett, spoke again. Not at all, my good man. The nurse has explained everything. We are here to discuss certain assurances with you. I am delighted to tell you that your scheme worked, Mr. Cresswell. Those bandits, those rapscallions, well, they did not get the best of the pickings. No, sir. Billy gazed back, looking confused. The fat fellow Jeffries decided there was a need to elaborate. You know to which my friend refers, sir. Your excellent recommendation for the installation of a second safe hidden by the mundane goods. Despite Billy's foggy head, it was beginning to come back to him. The railroad company had first implemented his idea 4 journeys back. It had taken a while. He had been suggesting the scheme for over 3 years. Billy had suggested that instead of one safe containing all the cash, gold, silver, and valuables, there should be 2 to a train. One safe would be in the normal position, and the other slightly smaller safe would be disguised behind crates of seemingly mundane goods such as tinned food, soups, and so on. That way, the precious cargo could be split. If ever a train was hit by bandits, it was hoped they would be delighted with their take from the regular safe and not consider the possibility of a second. Such an installation was never spoken about outside the company. From what these 2 gentlemen were saying, this was exactly the case. An entire quarter's payroll for the 3 mining companies in Deadwater Creek is untouched, completely safe from the thieves. Almost $10,000 in value. Both the company and the owners of the mines are exceedingly grateful to you, sir. I'm pleased, said Billy, but hardly sounding so. There was something at the back of his mind, something he couldn't quite place. He was starting to get a little angry. This cloudy head was hampering his memory, and there was something he had to say. You will probably not recall this due to your current condition, but as part of our acceptance of your fine scheme, we agreed on a cash sum if our trains were ever attacked and the contents of the second safe remained untouched. This is the case today, Barnett said. We are here to settle the matter, my good man. And we couldn't be more delighted, said Jeffries loudly. We just need you to sign here and here. He removed some papers with a flourish and set them in front of Billy. Barnett slipped a leather board underneath them and pressed a large pen into Billy's hand. He again pointed at the places he was required to sign. He smiled encouragingly at him. This payment is, of course, in addition to the fact that we have settled your medical bills as you were injured during the course of your duties. Barnett's words went in one ear and out the other. What was that thing that he had to mention? It was important. He knew that. But what was it? With a little further encouragement from Barnett, Billy signed the papers, and Jeffries handed over an envelope. $250, sir, and never have I been more glad to hand it over. He pressed the money into Billy's huge hand. They looked at one another and were happy that they had concluded their business. Well, said Barnett, offering a little bow as he did so, we will leave you to your recovery. We look forward to welcoming you back on board as soon as you are well enough. He clicked his heels as he finished. Indeed we do, Jeffries almost bellowed. Indeed. He too managed a small bow, and the 2 disappeared out through the doorway. But just before Jeffries left, he stopped and turned. That money will set you and your family up well, Mr. Cresswell. We are pleased to give it. He bowed one final time and left. Billy raised the envelope up and looked inside. He flicked through the notes, but did not truly register. He placed it under his pillow. Will set you and your family up well, Mr. Cresswell. The final words of the short, fat man rang in his ears. He couldn't remember the man's name, but the words hung with him. Family. He remembered his wife, and the fact she had died. He remembered the funeral and standing in the driving rain by the side of her grave until someone finally pulled him away. Then he remembered something else, something that pierced the silence that day. A baby's cry. His baby. His son. Sam. That is what he wanted to ask. He swung his legs off the bed and recoiled a little in shock as his bare feet hit the cold tiles of the floor. He sat himself up, and then his head started to swim. He rocked slightly back and forth as the room wobbled in front of him. The door opened and Nurse Jones entered. When she saw him, her face was full of thunder. "Mr. Cresswell, what on earth do you think you are doing? Get back in bed this instant." But Billy didn't move. Ma'am, I need to ask. Then once again he forgot what he was trying to do. Come along, back to bed. Nurse Jones grasped his shoulder and was gently pressing down on him. Billy resisted. He knew he was getting out of bed for a reason. Those men, he had to ask something. Then it came to him. Did I have a baby with me when I came here? A baby, Mr. Cresswell? Of course not. Why would you have a baby with you? The room stopped spinning, and Billy suddenly had clarity of thought. Because I had my baby son with me on the train. My wife has recently died, and I have no one to care for him at home. Since she died, I have been bringing him with me to work. Nurse Jones stopped her attempts to get the man back to bed and tried to work out if what Billy was saying was true or some strange side effect of the head injury that he had suffered. His name is Sam, ma'am. I have to find him. I have to ask those two gentlemen about him. They will know if a baby was found in the train. He tried to get up from the bed, but the nurse pushed him back down. Mr. Cresswell, the doctor says you are not to get up from this bed, under any circumstances. But I must speak to those gentlemen. There was desperation in his voice now. Again, he tried to rise, and the nurse knew that if Billy was so single-minded, she wouldn't be able to physically restrain him. He was one of the biggest men she'd ever seen in her life. He must have stood at well over 6'4". He had a huge barrel chest and arms that were almost bursting out of his shirt. Mr. Cresswell, Nurse Jones insisted, if you will just sit down there on the bed as the doctor ordered, I will go and fetch the gentleman back. Billy considered for a moment, and once again the room began to swim. It seemed he was left with little option. Yes, ma'am, I will do that, but please hurry, don't let them leave. The nurse released the pressure on his shoulders and took 2 small steps away. She raised her finger at him. Do not leave that bed, Mr. Cresswell, she commanded, and with that, she fled out the door. Billy rocked back and forth on the edge of the bed. Time seemed to tick very slowly. He thought an age had passed. Thoughts flooded his mind. Maybe she hadn't left to fetch the gentleman at all. Maybe they left. Maybe they refused to return. They did seem incredibly important, and no doubt they were busy. Maybe the nurse thought he was just talking gibberish. But then she returned with the 2 gentlemen trailing in her wake. She stood by Billy, glaring at him as she did so, almost daring him to rise from the bed. Mr. Cresswell, Nurse Jones here tells me there is something about a baby, Jeffries said. Again, he was dabbing his forehead with his handkerchief, removing the sweat. His face was even more flushed than before, and Billy assumed it was because he had been rushed to keep up with Nurse Jones. Thank you for returning, gentlemen, Billy said sincerely. He still had good clarity of thought. Was there a baby found on the train, in my guard's compartment, on the floor, in front of the second safe? A baby, sir? Barnett almost shrieked. Why on earth would there be a baby on the train in the guard's compartment? Because my son Sam was on that train. The 2 men looked at each other in stunned silence. It was as if they'd just been told the most outrageous thing in the entire world. You are telling us, sir, that you brought your son, a baby no less, to work with you? Jeffries asked, seeking clarification. Yes, Billy said, hanging his head slightly as though he had just admitted some terrible sin. This is most irregular, Barnett said, shaking his head, staring at his colleague almost in bewilderment. Sirs, please, was a baby found on the train? No, sir, no baby. No sign of a baby, Jeffries said, staring at Billy, wondering if he was talking sense or whether he had perhaps gone mad. The 2 men looked at each other before Barnett spoke. Just give us 2 minutes, please. We need to discuss a few matters in private. The way he emphasized the word private was as though they were about to go away and discuss state secrets. They bustled out into the corridor, closing the door firmly behind them. From inside, Billy and Nurse Jones could hear a whispered and hurried exchange. They didn't seem particularly happy, did they, nurse? Billy said, looking up at her. No, Mr. Cresswell, I fear they did not. For the first time, she looked down at Billy with something that looked like sympathy. Did you treat anybody else from the train? Billy asked, wondering if anyone else might have information as to what happened to Sam. There was a gentleman who had been shot in the arm. We discharged him yesterday. A Mr. Hall, I believe. Is that all? I believe the doctor looked at the driver on the same time you were brought in. He was suffering some kind of shock after the incident. But Dr. Lightbody felt no need to admit him to the hospital. Billy tried to think. He knew somebody else had been on the train other than the regular members of staff. Then it came to him, the pretty young girl, Amber, the one who was heading out west to become a mail-order bride to some lawyer. There was a young woman, Amber. I'm sorry, Mr. Cresswell, I know nothing about her. She certainly wasn't brought in for treatment. The door swung open without a peremptory knock, and the two gentlemen entered. Now they were looking very grim-faced. Jeffrey's face almost had a purple tone about it, as though his blood pressure had been much raised. But it was Barnett that spoke first. Just so I'm clear, Mr. Cresswell, sir, you brought with you into your place of employment with us a baby? Your baby? Yes, sir. My wife, you see. He paused for a second as he felt his throat catch. She died in the influenza outbreak in New York City this winter. I have no one to care for him at home, and I couldn't afford to lose my job, Billy replied. The two glanced at each other, and Jeffries almost hung his head a little in shame. While I am incredibly sorry for your loss, Mr. Cresswell, this cannot be permitted. We cannot have our employees bringing their families on our trains with them at will. Your circumstances are not unique, sir. You do not command some special dispensation. This is the first time you have done it? No, sir. This is the third time Sam has accompanied me on this journey. He knew that this wouldn't go down well with the two gentlemen, but Billy was no liar. If this incident had not occurred, Sam wouldn't have been discovered. He had no problem with that, but, faced with an honest question, he would always give an honest answer. Barnett looked at Jeffries, who offered a slight shrugging of his shoulders. This time it was Jeffries that spoke. Mr. Cresswell, you leave us with little option. Your employment with us is terminated effective immediately. Gross misconduct. Gross misconduct, sir. He clicked his heels together as he repeated the final words. You're firing me? Billy said. My son has gone missing on your train, and you are firing me? You have given us no option, Jeffries retorted. He looked around, casting his eyes around the bed. It was almost as though he was looking for the envelope he had previously given him, as though he might be able to take the sum back. But he could not see it. The company has no liability for the child, you understand. No liability at all. It is as if he was never there, Barnett added. He looked at his colleague, who nodded. They both said their farewells and left without speaking another word to Billy. Billy sat for a few seconds with the words of Barnett rang in his ears. It is as if he was never there. Then he looked up at Nurse Jones. What I am to do, ma'am? I've lost my son. And with that, Billy burst into tears. Chapter 14. What do you mean by lied? Amber asked with a heavy heart. It had already been a long day, and her mind was already a whirl after Cody's confession of love. Do you mind if I sit down, miss? Tate asked with a soft smile. Not at all. Amber sat up and waved towards the straw bales opposite her. He came over and stretched before he sat down. She could see the nervousness in him. In fact, he was almost as unsure of himself as his brother was earlier in the day. She said nothing to put him at ease. Instead, she waited silently for Tate to speak. He wasn't sure how to break the news to her. The last thing he wanted was for her to break down. That would wake the other men, and for what he had planned, he needed the camp asleep. He decided the only way was to come straight out with it. He took a deep breath. Miss, I'm sorry that I've put you through this, but I'm afraid everything that I told Cody and the men about Anthony Fox was a complete and utter lie. He has no intention whatsoever of paying the ransom to get you back. Amber gasped in shock. She wasn't sure what Tate was about to reveal, but she didn't think it would be this. She had no idea that Tate had been lying to his brother. Such a thing had never crossed her mind for a moment. Cody was not the sort of man that anyone would lie to, especially not his brother. Amber had thought that Tate had spoken nothing but the truth, and she'd spent the rest of the day building Anthony back up into the man that she believed he was. Now came this revelation that shattered that once more. I understand this will come as a disappointment to you, Miss Amber. I'm sorry that it has come to this, he said softly. Tate wanted to reach out and touch her hand, and tell her everything would be all right. But he didn't. He knew that she wasn't ready for that. I don't understand. Why lie to Cody? Why tell him something that wasn't true? And how do you know this for sure? Amber fired the questions at him, each in a harsher tone than the last. I better start at the beginning, miss. Tate then proceeded to tell Amber the entire story of his time in Freshwater Creek, how he drank with the bank clerk, how he'd watched Anthony Fox playing poker with his friends, and then, most harrowing of all, the revelation about the saloon girls at Mitch's. So, if I had arrived at the train's final destination of Freshwater Creek, Anthony had no intention of marrying me? Amber asked, perplexed, still trying to process everything that Tate had said. No, miss. It appears not. He's already carried out this ruse twice before. He would have passed me off to some stinking saloon to work as a saloon girl, doing. She shut her eyes in revulsion as she imagined the type of work she would have been forced into. The horror was that she could see how it could have happened. She had no money. She knew no one in the town. She would have had no option. But it didn't come to that, miss. We should all be thankful for that. Amber wasn't in the mood to be thankful. She was in the mood to be angry. Anthony Fox had lied to her, deceived her. He was no better than her stepfather. He deserved to be locked up for what he tried to do to her and what he had done to these two other women. What does he get out of it? Amber asked. Tate thought for a moment. Mitch must pay him for the girls he delivers. It is the only thing I can see. I don't know the details. I don't want to. Amber could understand that. Why didn't you tell Cody the truth, though? She demanded. Why lie to your brother? Why make him think the money is coming? Tate stood up and began to pace around the barn. This is where I have to say it gets complicated, miss. Even more complicated than it is already. And please, I beg you to excuse me if I go too far. I have little experience dealing with women, especially those as beautiful as yourself. Even with the uncomfortable situation, Amber couldn't help but blush at the compliment. I know the way that Cody looks at you. He's in love. He paused for a moment, wondering if that was going to be a revelation to her, but she remained impassive, so he continued. In all honesty, I believe he prays every night that Anthony Fox won't pay the ransom. Then he has every excuse to keep you here. He wants you to fall in love with him. Amber opened her mouth to say that he'd already proposed marriage to her, albeit in a roundabout sort of way, but she closed it again. It seemed that Tate knew his brother only too well. However, she wasn't sure where this conversation was going, but she feared the path it was about to take. The problem is that I'm in love with you, miss, and the little one. He glanced down at the basket and the sleeping bundle that was Sam. I don't want you both to stay here with Cody. I don't believe you want that either. This is no life for a woman like you, cooking for a bunch of men, not knowing who will return at the end of each day. It's certainly no life for the child. You don't want your son growing up to be a criminal. Trust me when I tell you it is no life. Amber's heart sank. Another man professing love for her. If this had happened in New York City, there would have been no need for her to flee to the West. She could almost have laughed in frustration at the situation. She didn't really know how to reply to Tate. Instead, she just stared at him as she mulled matters over in her mind. Tate, however, kept talking. I want to leave this life behind me, miss, as you suggested. We could escape together. Right now, everyone is asleep. We'd just ride away. I have a little money in a bank account of my own. We wouldn't be rich, not by any means, but we would get by. We'd ride until we came to a town where we were just two new faces, and then I would get a job. I'd live every day with the aim to make you happy, Amber. You deserve nothing less with everything that you have been through. Amber looked at him with new eyes. He looked like his brother, just younger and less world-weary, and now he sounded like him as well. She felt that he too would make someone a good husband, just like Cody. But a husband to her? Tate, I don't know what to say. Tate lowered his voice. I know it's a lot to take in, Amber. I hope you believe what I say about Fox. I do, replied Amber. She realized that she did. Not for a moment did she think that he was making it up. I know you probably don't love me, don't even have feelings for me, but that might come with time. What I do know is that if we don't leave now, And I mean right now, Cody will never let you go." Amber wasn't sure about that. She thought that if she asked him, he would let her leave. But she also knew that Tate had now put himself in a terrible position. When Cody discovered Tate had lied to him, she dreaded to think what might happen. She could see the harsh resentment that Cody held unjustly towards him, and this would only make the matter worse. Then there was the situation with Sam to consider. She couldn't just leave without making attempts to reunite Sam with his father. Amber felt like crying. She was tired and confused, but she knew that she had to make a choice. "Give me half an hour to think, Tate. I have to make the right choice," Amber said flatly. "I don't think we have that long, miss. If you were to come, you would have to ride behind me, holding the baby. We won't be able to ride quickly. We could easily be caught. We need to get away as soon as possible." 15 minutes, then," she pleaded. "I have to get my thoughts in order." "Okay, miss," Tate said reluctantly. "I'm just going to go outside. I'll be within calling distance. If I don't hear from you, I'll be back in 15 minutes. She watched him go. He was tall, he was handsome, he had a good heart, and he was much closer to her own age. Would Tate be the better brother to marry? He was certainly better with Sam than Cody was. However, that was irrelevant since Sam was not hers to keep. Why did she have to marry either man? She didn't. Sam started waking, and she quickly prepared his feed. She picked him up and sat him upright on her thigh. She brought the bottle to his mouth, and as the child sucked hungrily on the milk, she closed her eyes and tried to come to a decision. Chapter 15. Tate emerged into the light. He was now dressed in a brown leather jacket and had a small bundle in his hand tied up with white rope, which contained his possessions. He looked at Amber full of hope. Amber looked up at him. "I've come to a decision." "Well, I'll come with you." Tate's heart almost burst. He wanted to ask her 100 questions. What did that mean? Did that mean that she loved him as well? Would they marry? But he knew it was too much, too soon. "But," added Amber quickly, "we must go to Freshwater Creek first." Tate shook his head. "No, Amber, it is too close. We must leave the area. Freshwater and Deadwater Creek are both off limits to us. We must go further afield, perhaps outside of Texas even." Amber raised her hand to stop him. "No, Tate. If I am to come with you, it must be to Freshwater Creek. At least initially." "But why?" "Tate, you said that if we were to leave, we had to go now. I have a story to tell, but I fear it is not a short one. If you can trust me, I will tell you once we get to safety in Freshwater Creek. I promise you that." "Gather your stuff quickly," Tate commanded after a short period of consideration. Amber grabbed her carpet bag, but Tate shook his head. "Put you what need in here." He handed her the small bundle that contained his own possessions. "Keep it as light as you can, Amber. We can always buy new things in the future. This isn't forever." She rummaged through her bag and settled on a single dress and a change of undergarments, and of course her mother's silver mirror. She took one glance at the letters from Anthony and discarded them. If she had the time, she would have liked to have burnt them, but she knew that getting to Freshwater Creek was more important. "What about his basket?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Tate again shook his head. "You're going to have to hold him. We won't be able to take that." Tate studied her for a second, thinking, "In fact, you're going to have to hold on to me. I am, of course, assuming you can't ride a horse?" "No," she almost laughed. "I'm a New York City girl." He grabbed one of the blankets that she had been sleeping in, got out his knife and cut it into long strips. "Come here," he said. "Turn around." In less than 2 minutes, he had constructed a sling to go over Amber's shoulders, enabling him to secure Sam to her back. Amber looked petrified, but he assured her that it was safe enough. "Now your arms are going to be free to cling onto my waist as we ride," he demonstrated with an invisible man in front of him. "I understand," Amber assured him, now feeling very nervous. "Be as silent as you can. We need to sneak out. If we are disturbed, all is lost." Amber followed Tate, taking care to tread in his footsteps. Sam felt heavy on her back, but she knew that she would get used to it. Tate's horse was saddled and waiting for them. He turned and grasped her by the waist and effortlessly lifted her onto the back of the beast. Just as she had when Cody had lifted her, she felt a shiver of excitement. She told herself it was nothing more than being unaccustomed to a man's touch. Tate put his own foot in the stirrups and hauled himself into the saddle in front of her. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped him around the waist. His stomach was hard under her touch. Tate kicked his heels against the flank of his horse, and the animal shot off. Amber immediately gripped tighter, pulling her body closer to Tate's. She was now so close that she could smell him. He smelt musky and not unpleasant. "Don't worry," he shouted back towards her after they had left the camp. "I won't let you fall." She gripped him a little harder still, but she felt reassured. She was in safe hands. The wind rushed through her hair as the horse began to run faster. This was nothing like traveling in the cart. She found it exhilarating. She turned her head a little to see behind her. She couldn't see much in the gloom, but she knew that they had made a great escape. The lights of Freshwater Creek grew closer and closer with each stride of the horse, and before long they arrived at the outskirts of the town. Tate stopped at the inn in which he had stayed the previous night. "We will take rooms here," he told Amber, "but we need to be gone from this place as soon as possible. Cody is sure to come looking for you." Tate helped her off the horse and unstrapped Sam. She gave him a hurried inspection and found that he had not suffered during the journey, and Amber felt overwhelming relief. Suddenly it hit her that she'd escaped a kidnapper. He may have proposed marriage, but Cody was still a kidnapper. So much had happened in the last few days, it was hard to comprehend. Suddenly she felt exhausted. "Tate, I need to sleep. I will tell you why I am here in the morning." He nodded and went inside to organize the rooms, 2 of them, next to each other just in case of any problems. Amber would be able to bang on the wall if she needed him, and he would be there in a flash. He also organized discreet stabling for his horse. The animal would be an obvious giveaway for anyone searching for them. The innkeeper showed them to their rooms with a slight sneer, trying to work out the relationship between the pair. Tate ignored it, and Amber couldn't be bothered to explain. She simply wanted her bed. Amber's room was simple, yet clean enough. She asked for hot water to be brought to her to wash before going to sleep. The innkeeper started mumbling a complaint, but Tate removed another coin, which he eyed greedily. He rushed off to warm some water. "You can't tell me now why we are here?" Tate asked quietly in the corridor outside her room. "Tomorrow," Amber insisted. "The story is long, and we need to think clearly. You'll understand when I tell you." Tate waited outside her room until the landlord brought a steaming bowl of water for her, as well as soap and a towel. It was somewhat threadbare, but it was clean and would do the job. He looked at Tate, who reluctantly slipped him the coin he had promised. He bustled off to tend to other matters. "Just holler if you need anything," Tate said, as he reluctantly withdrew to his own room. Amber lay Sam gently on the bed. He was already asleep and completely unaware of the night's adventures. She pulled off her dirty dress and undergarments and dunked her head under the water. She did so repeatedly until she felt like every bit of grime, sand, and dirt was out of her hair. Then she washed herself all over, scrubbing hard with the soap. It felt good to be clean again. She dried herself with the thin towel the innkeeper had provided and then proceeded to use the water to wash her dress. She hung it to dry as best she could over the small window. She changed into fresh undergarments and then laid the clean dress out ready for the morning. The stink of the campfire smoke was washed off of her. In a few moments, she felt civilized again. She wasn't sure how Tate would take the news tomorrow that Sam was not her child, and how they had to find his father. She was also not sure what she would do after this was accomplished. Did she really want to leave with Tate? Was she just using him to escape the camp? She felt that perhaps she was, and she felt guilty because of it. The man had severed all ties with his brother, a brother that would no doubt be after vengeance. Could she just abandon him? But then she remembered how Tate had felt on the horse, firm, strong, and reassuring. His scent still played in her nostrils. She also thought about how Cody had unburdened his soul to her. He had offered to give up everything in order to marry her. She knew neither brother well, but they seemed more alike than either would probably care to mention. She had been thrown together with them in a time of stress and turmoil. So much had happened and unraveled over the last few days. How did she know what she was truly feeling? How could anybody expect her to make a choice in this situation? Frustration now mixed with the weariness, and she clambered into bed. Sleep came to her almost immediately, but not before the tears started flowing down her face. In the room next door, Tate managed to kick off his boots, but he was lying on the bed fully clothed. Cody would come looking for them, he was sure. But where would he look? Surely he would think that they would have gone further afield than Freshwater Creek. In the rugged wasteland, it would be almost impossible to track them. They could be anywhere. Tate wished they were anywhere but here. The further he was from Cody, the better. He was thrilled that Amber decided to leave with him, but he was filled with apprehension about what she was waiting to tell him tomorrow. He wasn't sure about the meaning behind her decision to leave with him. Maybe he didn't want to know. Finally, after what seemed like hours of lying on the bed, sleep engulfed him. He dreamed of a new life as a gold miner in California, coming home each evening to his beautiful wife, Sam, and a baby he did not know but somehow knew was his own. It was a wonderful dream, so full of hope and happiness. He had no idea how over the next few days it would be shattered. Chapter 16. Cody sat on the straw bales in the barn and read the letters that Anthony Fox had written to Amber. It had been just over an hour since the camp had discovered Amber was missing. Breakfast had not yet been started on the campfire, and somebody brought the matter to the attention of Cody. He immediately organized the search. At first, he wasn't too concerned because Amber's carpet bag was there where it should be, as was the baby's basket. The child had probably been crying, and she had likely wandered off in an attempt to quiet him down. Cody organized men to scour the area. He walked the path they had strolled together the day before. He worried for a moment that she'd come this way and had fallen off the edge, but in truth, he doubted it. On his return to the camp, Amber and the baby had still not been found, but he was greeted with the news that his half-brother was missing. Finally, he reluctantly came to the conclusion that the two had absconded. He searched through Amber's carpet bag but found nothing out of place. He had no idea what she had brought with her in the first place, so he didn't know what, if anything, was missing. He did, however, find the letters Fox had written her. He knew it was intruding on the woman's privacy, but he couldn't help but read them. The curiosity was too much. He could instantly see how she might have been deceived by him. The letters were full of heartwarming words of love and affection. He promised her a wonderful life in a town that Cody barely recognized from Fox's glowing praise. For a girl down on her luck in New York, Anthony Fox would have seemed a godsend, but the lawyer wasn't his concern at present. His brother Tate was. The question that had to be answered was whether Amber had left with Tate willingly, or whether his half-brother had forced her to accompany him. Tate had certainly betrayed him, but had Amber? His disbelief slowly started to turn to anger. He would find them. He would discover the full story, and one way or the other, Tate would pay. He gathered his men around the campfire and explained that Tate had abducted Amber. Not one of the men dared to mention the fact that Amber had been abducted by Cody in the first place and brought to the camp. He organized search parties. 3 men in each group, and each sent in a different direction. If they found no trace of the pair, they were to report back to the camp at sunset. If they were on the trail, a single man from each party should return to report back while the other 2 continued the pursuit. If the men came across them, he gave orders that they should be forced to return at gunpoint if necessary. The men dispersed hurriedly and nervously. They knew their leader needed to be pacified. They all wanted to be the ones to gain the glory by bringing Tate and Amber back. No one wanted to anger him. Cody sat to think for a minute. He wanted nothing more than to leave the camp and hunt his brother down, but he knew that the sensible move would be to sit and think. Where would Tate go? Where might he take her? He came to the conclusion that would depend on whether Amber was a willing participant or not. He tried to think back to Amber's interactions with his half-brother, but other than a handful of unremarkable occasions, he couldn't think of any. but he knew she wasn't under his watchful gaze every minute of the day. Maybe Tate had charmed her? After all, he was younger than Cody, and he didn't have the infernal eye patch. He was playing with the scarred socket underneath his patch. As he contemplated these questions, his resentment grew and he left to saddle his horse. He had an idea, an outside chance, but it must be explored. He mounted his horse and kicked her into motion. His trusty black mare shot forward. Just minutes later, he dismounted outside the rotting ruins of the mansion on the old Mitchell Ranch, his childhood home. He knew he was trespassing on Whitney's private property, but he didn't care in the slightest. Let someone try to remove him. That man would get a shock. He hoped and prayed that person would be Toby Whitney. Vengeance would be sweet. Cody dismounted and gave his horse a reassuring pat on the flank. He began to slowly walk around. No one had lived here for years, and the grass was beginning to grow through the porch as nature began its reclamation. After the Mitchell family was removed, Whitney installed his own ranch manager on the property. However, he didn't stay long. Whitney didn't treat his staff well, and a man with such obvious skills could be employed elsewhere. After he left, nobody came to take his place. The place was just left to slowly decay. Cody pushed the door of the old mansion open, and somewhere inside, an animal scurried away to hide. Rats, more than likely, Cody thought. He walked slowly from room to room, remembering the happy times with his father and his mother, and of course, Michael. He got to his old bedroom, the one he shared with his brother. He remembered how they would stay up late, talking even after their mother had insisted that the light was extinguished. He could almost hear the boy's infectious laugh ringing through the house. But that couldn't be. Michael was dead, rotting in the ground, just as this very house was rotting on its foundations. Tate caused Michael's death, just as Tate was now causing his future to rot as well. As he walked around the home he once loved, his anger grew. The rooms were bare, containing just the sad, discarded memories of a former happy life. He wasn't sure why he thought Tate might have brought her here. After all, his memories of this place would be few and far between, but he had to be sure. Cody walked to the door and suddenly had a flashback to all of those years ago. He remembered the men, 10 of them, storming through the door uninvited. The man at the lead was huge, and he waved a piece of paper in his hand, shouting, "By order of the court, we take possession of this here property for Mr. Toby Whitney." He remembered his stepmother screaming and his father struggling to get to his feet to get his gun. His legs had just started to give him problems. It was left to Cody and Michael to face the men that were evicting them. Tate was no more than toddler, cowering in his mother's skirts, but the two boys could do nothing. He remembered hitting out at one of the men, and another grabbing him from behind and raising him in the air, his legs uselessly kicking in front of him. It was a memory he did not wish to reflect on, and just as quickly as it popped into his mind, it was gone. He left and vowed that he wouldn't return for a long time. He considered torching the place and letting the bad memories burn together with the rotting timbers. But he didn't. Who knew? One day, things might be different. He did a quick check around the stables, which were in an equally poor state of repair, but nothing. There was no sign that anyone had been here for months. It was stupid to come. Surely by now Amber and Tate would be heading towards the Mexico border. They had miles and miles in which to hide. He would never find them. But then a thought came to him. Anthony Fox. How could he have been so foolish? Did Amber still truly believe that Anthony Fox was a good and decent man? She was young and trusting. She wanted to believe in the good in people. She also knew Fox was finding the money to pay the ransom. Wasn't it obvious that she would want to go to him? But why was Tate helping her? Maybe he had met with Fox on the night that he went looking for information. Maybe had paid him and made him promises? He wasn't sure of that, but all that mattered for now was that he find them. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He had to go in search of Anthony Fox. He had to go to Freshwater Creek. Chapter 17. Tate arranged for breakfast to be taken in Amber's room. He knew there was an element of impropriety in going into her room. However, it was daytime, and they would leave the door ajar. The innkeeper's eyebrows were certainly raised when he carried the food up to the lady's room: coffee, bread, cold cuts of ham, and squares of hard cheese. When he had acquired the rooms, Tate had let it be known that he wanted to be informed if anyone came around to ask about a young man checking in with a young woman and a baby. He suggested that further payments would be forthcoming if the innkeeper did not pass on information about their presence, informing him instead should anyone happen to ask such questions. "Nobody been around these parts asking questions, sir," the innkeeper assured him. "Let's hope it stays that way, my good man," Tate said with a dismissive nod of his head. The innkeeper nodded his understanding in return, wiped his hands on his dirty beer-stained apron, and left. After exchanging some mild pleasantries, Tate asked the question that had been haunting him all night. "So, Amber, why are we here?" Amber took a bite of cheese and thought about how to approach her answer. "It is a long story. I hope that you will bear with me while I tell it. I will answer your questions at the end. Just don't interrupt me." "I agree." Amber then proceeded to tell him everything, starting with her mother's death. She spoke of her stepfather's unwanted advances, even though it brought her shame, and she found it difficult. She spoke of her idea to escape to the West and of her correspondence with Anthony Fox. She told Tate how she rushed out of the house at the earliest possible opportunity after receiving Anthony's proposal, and how she had the means for only the cheapest train ticket out to Freshwater Creek. She spoke of Billy the guard, who befriended her on the journey, and how he had tragically lost his wife to the terrible influenza epidemic that had hit New York City that winter. And then she told about the attack on the train and how she'd gone to hide in the safety of the guard's compartment. And she told Tate how she had found little baby Sam in his basket hidden behind the tins of soup. Tate, to his credit, did not interrupt Amber once while she told the tale. Indeed, he sat mouth agape in wonder at what she had gone through. "So, you aren't Sam's mother at all," he said, almost to reaffirm his understanding of her story. "No. When I was bundled into the cart to be taken to the camp, all I saw was Billy lying face down on the ground. I assumed him to be dead. It was only during conversations with Cody that I discovered he was simply unconscious. I have a duty to try to return Sam to his father. Assuming he's recovered, the poor man must be going insane." "I agree. But the way you were, sorry the way you are, with little baby, it is as if you are his mother." A small tear came to Amber's eye. She knew that finding Billy was the right course of action, but when it came to it, parting with baby Sam, it would be the most difficult thing she had ever had to do. "And what happens after that, Amber? What happens when we return baby Sam to his father?" Amber knew the question would be forthcoming, and she closed her eyes. "I don't know, Tate. I don't know." For a second, Tate's heart sank before he changed his train of thought. There was hope. He knew that he must show her that he would be a good and suitable husband, that he would do anything for her, that he would provide, he would shelter, and he would protect. This was his opportunity. He wasn't going to waste it. Since the man was injured, does it make sense that he would have been taken to the doctors? I guess so. I'm not sure about the medical facilities out here. Basic. Prosody percent. But the doctor has a small hospital wing attached to his surgery, suitable for 3 or 4 patients, I believe. That will be the best place for us to start. Well, let's finish breakfast. It is likely to be a long day. We need to be careful moving around town during the day. By now, our disappearance will surely have been discovered at the camp, and Cody will be looking for us. I hate to say it, but we won't be hard to find in town. Amber thought for a moment. Not necessarily. The town is relatively busy, is it not? A good many townsfolk. Tate nodded his head in agreement. 4,000, I think. It's growing every week, although not as quickly as Deadwater Creek these days. What with the mines? Amber continued. There are newcomers to the area every single day. If we go about openly, people will simply assume that we are a young married couple with a child. There must be hundreds of new people walking around town every other week. What Amber was saying made sense. Hide in plain sight. Only if the innkeeper started talking would there be any hint of something odd. A married couple didn't normally rent 2 rooms. However, he would have another word with the man to ensure him that coin would come his way if he dismissed anybody who came searching. It sounds like a good plan to me, Amber. Well, it's the best we have. In less than an hour, Tate and Amber, together with baby Sam, were knocking on the door of Dr. Lightbody's surgery. Nurse Jones opened the door to them, her face set firm and without a hint of a smile or a welcome. Apologies for disturbing you, ma'am, but we are in search of a man who was injured during the train heist. Billy is his name. Might he be here? Tate asked, removing his hat as though he was in church. Nurse Jones looked at the pair suspiciously and looked Amber up and down. Who might you two be? Is he here? Is Billy here? Amber pressed. Miss, I have no idea who you think you are, but you can't just come around expecting information about people. We have a duty of care, you see. Please, nurse, it's a long story, but I don't want to get into all the details. However, this is Billy's baby. She almost held Sam out as an offering. Amber suddenly knew how that might come across to the nurse, and she immediately began correcting herself. I'm not the child's mother, I don't mean. But now the nurse was looking shocked. This is Mr. Cresswell's missing child? Sam? Yes, you know about him. Does that mean he's here? Nurse Jones's expression fell into one of sadness. I regret to say, miss, that he's not. He walked out of here last night. We could do little to stop him. The doctor was insistent that the risks were too great and he should take the time to heal, but he was determined to find his son. The size of the man, she stopped as she thought about Billy's huge stature. No one was going to stop him. He walked out of here, still with a bandage on his head. Where did he go? Amber asked. Regretfully, miss, I have no idea. Her heart sank. They were back at square one. Nurse Jones invited them both inside and took them through to meet the doctor. He was a man around 60 years of age, with a bald head and a set of ears that stuck out like two handles from the side of his face. He was friendly enough and examined Sam, asking Amber 100 questions about the child and how Amber had come to care for him. She blustered that she had been hiding when she discovered the baby and how she had come to be kidnapped. She explained how Tate had helped her escape. He asked whether the baby had any problems since he had come into her care, and she said that he hadn't. He offered to look after the child until Billy was found, but Amber hurriedly clutched him back. She 7%. She would be heartbroken to give him to his father, knowing that was the right thing to do, but she certainly wasn't going to hand him over to this doctor. Instead, they left the details of the inn in which they were staying, saying that if Billy returned, they could be contacted there. The doctor assured them he would be in contact, but that he wouldn't allow Billy to approach them himself. The blow he had received to the head was serious, and he needed further rest. Nurse Jones saw them out. I think what you have done is nothing short of remarkable, miss. You should be very proud. I agree, Tate added, keen to shower praise on Amber. Thank you, Amber muttered. I just want to see Sam reunited with his father. Chapter 18. Amber felt frustrated. Had they visited the doctor as soon as they had arrived in Freshwater Creek, Billy would have been there, and Sam would be reunited with his father. Instead, she felt guilty for washing and enjoying a wonderful night's sleep. She knew her feelings were irrational, but there was no denying them. The sheriff, said Tate, that would have been the next logical place for him to go. He'd ask about the robbery and inquire about his son. Wouldn't you think? Amber considered this for a moment. Possibly. Of course, you heard what the doctor said about the blow to the head. The fact that he walked out of the hospital shows that he wasn't thinking straight. What does this man look like? The nurse said he was a big man? He is, Amber said, thinking back to the last time she saw Billy on the train. He is tall, very tall. She glanced at Tate for a second. Assessing his height, I would say he's a good half a foot taller than you. She raised her hand in the air to indicate Billy's height. He was powerfully built. He had a big chest. He struggled down the passenger corridor in our train compartment, which was very narrow, and he always had his shirt sleeves rolled up. I think he struggled to fit his forearms into them. Tate remembered how after the heist he had heard one of the men laughing about how he had managed to knock the giant out. Goliath, he had called him. Amber's description seemed to match the man's assessment. He had this great, thick, bushy beard. She stopped talking and reflected for a second. I always thought he was old. No, not old as such, but much older than us, maybe almost 40. I'm not so sure now. A beard can disguise as a man's age at times. He is a kindly man, though. With some men, I feel intimidated, especially if they are tall, but that was never the case with Billy. He always had a huge smile on his face and brilliant white teeth. Amber couldn't help but smile, remembering Billy's kindness on the journey. Tate listened carefully and with a growing degree of concern. It sounded like Amber had some affection for the man, but maybe he was reading something more into it. Well, if he is wandering around town, it sounds like we'll have no trouble finding him. The good news is that people will remember seeing him. So what do we do now? I still think the sheriff is the obvious place, unless you have a better idea. The sheriff it is, she smiled. Let's make sure we keep a lookout for Billy on the way. It's not far, just the far side of the square. He pointed in the direction they were to walk. They began walking into the center of town. Despite their earlier agreement about appearing as a young married couple, Tate was nervous. Amber had at least changed into a freshly washed white dress and let her hair loose. She almost looked more beautiful, if that was possible. Tate, however, wore the same clothes. He walked closer to the stores and businesses, ready to duck inside if he noticed anyone from the camp. Dr. Lightbody's surgery was on the main street, just south of Town Square. Main Street ran the length of the town, with the square breaking it up halfway down. Mill Street was the only other street coming off the square, and it led to the sawmill, which provided most of the employment in town. They passed the offices of Whitney and Parsons, which Tate completely ignored. It was a 2-story building that seemed too small for the number of people that were crammed inside. Business was clearly booming for Toby Whitney. Then there was a delightful little seamstress store with a beautiful yellow dress in the window. On any other day, Amber would have liked to have stopped to window shop, but not today. As they approached the square, Tate was conscious of Mitch's saloon on the far side of the street. He didn't want Abigail Long appearing and asking all manner of questions. They walked into the square, which was the center of everything at Freshwater Creek. "This is very pleasant," said Amber, looking around and taking everything in. "I guess so," replied Tate. "I have to say, it's been like this most of my life. A few stores have changed hands or functions. The telegram office is new." He pointed over the square to the office that was next to the church. The square was just that. Mitch's saloon sat on the junction with the stretch of Main Street they had just walked down. The blacksmith's, which was now owned by Toby Whitney, was next to the seamstress. Then there was a tailor that catered to the gentlemen of the town, the stagecoach offices, and the post office. The square itself boasted a series of hitching posts for the securing of horses and carts. There were 2 black stagecoaches waiting, each pulled by 2 horses and with drivers packing trunks and cases on top. On the far side was the bank, then the telegram office, and finally the church, which stood proudly on the junction with the continuation of the main street. They continued to walk around the square. Just past the post office was a grand-looking house painted to match the church with a small garden out front complete with flowers. "That's the mayor's place. It comes with the job," Tate said as they passed. "Nice work," laughed Amber, and Tate laughed back. He found he was enjoying being Amber's guide. "The pastor's house," Tate waved at the smaller place next to the mayor's and opposite the church. Then Amber stood still in her tracks, staring at the sign swinging in the gentle breeze. "What's the matter?" Tate asked. Then he followed her eyes. "Oh, I didn't think." Anthony Fox, attorney at law. Staring at the sign brought it all home to her. She could have been living here, and she just knew that she would love it in Freshwater Creek. There was a feeling about the place that was good. She looked at the property, which was similar to the doctor's in layout, with an office to the right of the door and what was clearly his home to the left. She should have been the woman of the house by now, settling in and getting to know the townsfolk, but all that had been snatched from her. "It doesn't matter. I didn't think either. Let's go." Tate didn't need telling twice, and he set off up the street. They didn't need to go far. "Here it is," Tate said as they arrived at the sheriff on the opposite side of the street. "Somebody was sensible when they designed the place. The jail is attached at the back and the courthouse is just next door." He paused for a moment before looking sheepishly at Amber. "I think it perhaps best if I don't accompany you inside, Amber." She raised her eyebrows at him in query. "The subject of your abduction might come up. It might be difficult to explain my role since I'm sure the sheriff knows about Cody. I know I look like him. There must be suspicions about the train robbery. Probably best that we don't run the risk." Amber understood what he was saying. The sheriff might end up arresting Tate, and then where would they be? "What do I say?" "Just be honest. Ask him if a large man with a bandaged head has been in looking for a baby. If he wants more information, just say you're the passenger on the train who was abducted. You managed to escape. But of course, you then need to fill him in as to why you have the baby, and that you are trying to return Sam to his father. Everything you say will be the truth." Amber nodded her head, but she seemed a little nervous. She had never had dealings with law enforcement before. She simply nodded her head politely at policemen in New York City, who in turn smiled back at her and addressed her as ma'am. She had never actually entered into a conversation with any. "It'll be fine. Sheriff Hereford is a decent sort." Tate escorted her across the street, waiting for a few moments while a stagecoach from the square started its journey. He then kept his distance nearer the cemetery next to the church when Amber opened the sheriff's door and went inside. The sheriff was at a desk behind a small counter. He was around 50 years of age with graying hair and a weary expression, but he managed a smile as he stood up and came to the counter. "Good morning, miss. How may I help?" "Good morning to you, Sheriff. I was wondering, has a man been in to see you this morning, or even possibly late last night seeking information about a baby?" Sheriff Hereford looked back at her blankly. "A large man?" she continued, before he had time to even respond. "A Mr. Billy Cresswell? You couldn't mistake him for anyone else." The sheriff leaned forward with his elbows on the counter. "Who are you, miss?" "Amber Johnson, sir. I'm a friend of Mr. Cresswell." Even as she said the words, it felt strange since she had only known Billy for a matter of days, spending only a few hours in his company, but he did feel like a friend. "Amber Johnson?" The sheriff thought out loud. "Why do I know that name?" He stared at her as though he expected the answer to be revealed on her forehead. Then it came to him. "The woman taken from the train, is that you?" "Yes," Amber said, "but I'm looking for Mr. Cresswell. It's very important." The sheriff ignored her questions, flipped the counter open and walked through. "Who took you? Where were you taken?" Amber thought for a moment. "I wish I could tell you. I obviously have no idea. A gang of men took me somewhere out of town in the mountains." She purposely pointed to the hills on the far side of the town, in the complete opposite direction. If she was ever challenged about it, she would say she was confused. "Mr. Fox, the lawyer, might be able to tell you more. They sent him a ransom demand." Now the sheriff looked perplexed. "Fox? He hasn't reported anything. Why would they send him a ransom demand?" "He hasn't reported anything." If there were any lingering doubts in her mind about Anthony Fox and his intentions towards her, they were extinguished in this moment. "Because I was to be his bride, a mail-order bride." Oh, it was obvious that the sheriff was surprised at the revelation. "But Mr. Cresswell, has he been to see you?" "No, miss, no one has been in about a baby," Sheriff Hereford replied absent-mindedly, his mind still on the kidnap and the revelation. "So did Fox pay the demand? Were you released?" For a second, she thought about revealing the entire scam that Fox had set up, but she probably would not be believed. She was loath to be dragging the girls who had fallen prey to him before into it as well. Then she would have to reveal how Tate had come by the information. It was all too complicated. She had the information she wanted. Billy had not been. Another gentleman walked into the sheriff's office. He was around 50 years of age, with a red face and protruding stomach. "Good morning, Hereford, miss." He lifted his hat as he gave Amber a wide smile. "I have important business, I'm afraid." "Good morning to you, Mayor Patrick," the sheriff replied, his weary expression firmly back on his face. "I was just dealing with this young lady." Amber saw her chance. No, he did not pay the ransom. I thank you for your time, Sheriff. Please see to the mayor's business. She smiled reassuringly at the sheriff and then more warmly at the mayor. Mr. Mayor, a pleasure. With that, she turned and left. Same to you, miss, the mayor shouted after her. Pretty girl, he said to the sheriff. Now then, to business, sir. The sheriff was about to call out after Amber. He was sure there were unanswered questions here, but the mayor had already moved in, and he was trapped. He reluctantly let her go and turned his attention to his boss. Chapter 19. Amber strode down Main Street, gently bouncing Sam in one arm. She didn't dare look behind her, as she feared the hand of the sheriff on her shoulder at any moment. She saw Tate lurking at the far side of the cemetery that separated the sheriff's office from the church. He held up a hand to wave. She walked towards him. She saw that he was standing over a grave. Bryce Mitchell and his wife Elizabeth, it said simply on the tombstone. No dates, no Bible dedication. She looked at Tate with a questioning expression. My daddy, he said softly. Cody didn't bury him with my mother. She lies over there. He pointed to a grave with a very small tombstone 2 rows down. She could only just read the words Laura Mitchell, wife of Bryce. There was a date on this one, but it was too small to read. I paid for her tombstone myself. That must have been hard for Tate. It seemed petty to Amber. Surely Cody would have realized his father needed another wife. He was a young man still with young children to raise. She could understand the resentment at the time. Cody was a child, but as he grew into a man, surely he would come to understand. Even if he didn't, the woman was dead. The only person he hurt by this action was his brother, which actually seemed the intention. Where is your brother Michael? Amber asked. Here, in the same plot as his parents. When Cody had the tombstone made, he omitted his name. I asked him why. He told me that it wasn't my choice. In fact, he went mad when I questioned him, told me I had no say over Michael and that it was all my fault. He almost seemed to be denying Michael's death somehow, as though he might walk through the door at any moment. Amber felt sorry for Tate, for whom Cody held grudge upon grudge. Firstly, for being Laura Michelle's son. Secondly, for being his father's favorite. Thirdly, for what had happened to Michael. Anyhow, said Tate loudly as though drawing a line under this conversation. What news? He tilted his head towards the street and they began walking towards it, taking care not to tread on any graves as they went. Nothing. Billy hasn't been there. What did you tell the sheriff? As little as possible, she half laughed. He knows I was the kidnapped woman, but we didn't get as far as how I got away. The mayor arrived full of self-importance and saved him. This time Tate laughed. Yes, Patrick is full of that. I saw him walk up. Tate suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked up Main Street in horror. What is it? Amber demanded, and she turned to look up the street. Bustling out of the courthouse with a bunch of papers under his arm was the unmistakable figure of Anthony Fox. Amber knew in an instant that it was him. She had looked at his photograph daily for 6 months. Fox didn't appear to notice them until he was almost upon them. Amber had not planned for this moment, but now it was upon her. She decided to take full advantage. Mr. Fox, she challenged. Anthony Fox stopped in his stride and looked at her with impatience. There was something familiar about her, but he didn't know what. She was pretty, that much was for sure. He stood stupidly staring at her for a few moments, trying to place her, but he could not. Yes, miss? What is it? I have important business. Important business? Like gathering a ransom to save your bride-to-be? Then it hit him. This was the girl, Amber Johnson. She was prettier than in her photograph. What on earth was she doing here? Surely the outlaws wouldn't have released her? It was interesting that she had a baby. It seemed she had been lying to him all along. He didn't take into consideration for a moment that he had been lying to her. He was unsure of a response and came up with, I'm afraid not, miss. I do not give in to bandits. They won't stop if you do. Fox wondered what the accompanying young man had to do with her. He tried to think. So you had absolutely no concern for your wife-to-be? Left to goodness knows what at the hands of those men? Was I ever going to be your wife, Mr. Fox? Amber demanded, looking him firmly in the eye. Or did you have other plans for me? Mitch's saloon, perhaps? How much were you to be paid for the trade in yet another vulnerable young woman? Fox had never been challenged by any of the women he had tricked using this ruse in the past. They'd been meek and never questioned his reasons for not wanting to marry them. Both had been shocked by his rejection and seemed only too grateful for his assistance in finding them a job, although they were entirely oblivious, of course, to the nature of the work. This woman was different. He could sense the anger and resentment in her. The big question was how she knew about his plans for her. How did she know about the agreement with Mitch? Miss Johnson, it seems that throughout the course of our correspondence you had been deceitful. He looked firmly at the baby as he spoke. How so, Mr. Fox? I think there is one liar here, and we all know who that is. I would just be careful of your language and tone, miss. I am a reputable man in this community. A lawyer? You? Well, I'm not sure what you are, although my mother would have very particular words for you, I'm sure. But I am a gentleman, and I have honor, and I wouldn't repeat them. Amber stared back at him with a mixture of anger and confusion. He added, You have a child. Interesting you never mentioned that in our correspondence, isn't it, Miss Johnson? The child is not mine, Mr. Fox, she said softly. The drop of volume in her voice made her sound even more sinister. I am caring for him while his father recovers after an attack. I am the one with honor, sir. Anthony looked over at Tate and suddenly recognized him as one of the Mitchell brothers. The older one was no more than a crook who lived outside of the town's borders in the hills. He knew that man resented him because of an incident that he believed went back to the time of his father, but he couldn't recall the details. This man probably went along with the brother. No doubt he was another outlaw. Then something came to mind. He was probably one of the kidnappers. What was he doing here with Amber Johnson? I don't remember your name, boy. He spat out the word boy with as much contempt as he could muster. What do you have to do with this sorry situation? Mr. Fox, were this lady not present, I would gladly teach you a lesson that you truly deserve, Tate threatened, taking 2 steps closer to Fox. He was shorter than the lawyer, but Anthony Fox knew that he would be no match for Tate in a fistfight. He took a half step backward. Tate continued in a very controlled voice. What you have done to this poor lady and others in Mitch's saloon is nothing short of a scandal. Quite frankly, the town needs to be told about you and your activities. You need to be taught a lesson. I have already told the sheriff, Amber added, knowing it was only half true since she had not mentioned his ruse to place her in the saloon. Fox burst out laughing. You think I'm bothered about what people in this town think of me? The only people that matter are in my pocket. They don't care what I do or with whom. Amber was shocked. The man was far worse than Cody had described. Well, it seems I have had a fortunate escape, replied Amber defiantly. I have little doubt that you will get your comeuppance. Anthony Fox didn't speak for a moment, but had regained his lawyer's composure. Oh no, miss. I think you will get yours. Good day to you both. He pushed past them and continued walking into the square. They let him pass. Amber and Tate returned to the hotel and ordered a light meal at the restaurant. Tate had money, but he had to be careful. His funds weren't limitless and would be needed on their travels. The shock of meeting Anthony was just starting to dawn on Amber. Now that the adrenaline had subsided, she began to shake. I can't believe the audacity of that man. Regretfully, Amber, it is just as we said. There is no bigger rogue than a lawyer in Texas. He would sell his own grandmother for a meager profit. The food was served, a beef stew and a small loaf of freshly baked white bread. As he ate, it dawned on Tate that Amber's efforts over the campfire actually tasted far better. He ripped off a chunk of bread and dipped it, allowing the gravy to soak in. So, the question is, where do we go now? Did I not see railroad offices as we walked through the square? Amber asked. Yes, you did. That would be a good move. Surely they must know something about their employee? I also wondered about speaking to the pastor. If anybody knows the community, it would surely be him. He might know something that would be of some help. Another good idea, Amber. I suppose as many people as possible looking for Billy would not be untoward. We just have to be careful that not too many people know our whereabouts. Amber stared at her stew for a few moments without saying a word. She glanced down at baby Sam, who was such a remarkably well-behaved little baby. He rarely cried for attention, and when he did, he was almost instantly comforted. "Do you really think Cody will come looking for us?" "Without a doubt. I'm sure he is in love with you. The last thing he would want is for me to run away with you." "Tate, there's something I suppose I should tell you." She composed herself and made sure she had his full attention before continuing. "Before we left the camp, Cody proposed to me." Tate almost choked on his stew. "See, I told you he was in love with you. What did you say?" "I told him I would think on it. That was the only thing I could say. It came out of the blue." She stopped for a minute and thought. "Actually, that isn't strictly speaking true. I noticed the way Cody looked at me. I don't want this to come across wrong, but men do tend to look at me. At first, it used to make me uncomfortable, but now I've come to be used to it. When a woman is as beautiful as you, Amber, I can understand it. You light up the room when you walk in." She smiled at the compliment. "But there was something in the way that Cody used to look at me and the way he spoke to me that made me think he was different." She lowered her voice a little. "It's the same way that you look at me, Tate. Yes, I am in love with you. I want us to build a new life far away from this place. Somewhere new. Somewhere we know the only reason the men are staring at you is that you are beautiful, not because Cody could be looking for us. This situation is so complicated. Amber, I know you aren't in love with me. Not yet. But hopefully you can grow to be. I know that I would do anything for you. Unfortunately, my brother feels the same. That's why he won't allow us to leave without a fight. The fact that you have fled with me will only make the situation worse, I'm afraid. The fact that I lied to him about Fox is certainly not going to help. It won't take him long to discover that particular truth." "Does he really hold that much resentment towards you? I understand about your brother Michael, but if he really hated you that much, would he really have let you be a part of his gang? I think he felt a responsibility to my daddy. When he was dying, Cody would be holed up in his room with him for hours on end. I could only imagine what they talked about. Taking some responsibility for me would almost certainly have been a part of it. Remember, I was my father's favorite. Even I can admit to that." Amber had no siblings. It was one of her great regrets, not having anyone with whom to share secrets in the dead of night and having no one while growing up to look out for her when things went wrong. But she could also see how families were problematic with resentments and arguments. "Life wasn't always smooth sailing. I just wish there was some way for you two to be reconciled. I think you are more alike than either of you care to accept. With what we've done, Amber, or should I say what I've done, there is no chance of that." They finished the meal in silence, and Amber ordered fresh milk from the hotelier to feed Sam. Tate watched with wonder as she gently woke the child and fed him until he dropped back to sleep in her arms. He hoped one day she would be doing that with her own child. Once Sam was safely back to sleep, they made their way back to the railroad office in the town square. Hopefully, there would be answers there. Chapter 21. Billy bounced Sam on his knee, his face split by a huge grin. The baby had opened his eyes as soon as he heard his father's voice, and Sam gurgled with pleasure at the sight of him. Despite the heartwarming scene, Amber could not feel any satisfaction at having returned the child to his father. She felt nothing but guilt. Tate had been arrested, and it was all her fault. If she hadn't challenged Fox in the street, this would never have happened. She should have let him walk straight by and not said a word. He would have been none the wiser. There was something more, though. As she watched Billy tweak Sam's nose, she realized that it was regret. Despite the obvious joy at reuniting the pair, she knew that deep down she would miss baby Sam. She loved the way he looked at her, and how his huge eyes followed her when she put him down. She loved the smiles and the little noises that were almost laughs, but not quite yet. She loved being a mother. She put the thought out of her mind and tried to concentrate on a decision going forward. She was stunned in the town square when she turned to find Billy holding her back. In her mind, she half expected Cody to have found them, and some part of her wished that he had. He would not have stood idly by while Fox had his brother taken away. But then, what would have become of her? She had hurriedly explained what had happened to her and how she had come to care for Sam. Billy held his son to his chest in delight. He was wearing a clean blue shirt and black pants that had been provided by the railroad company. His beard was still as bushy as ever, and his forearms bulged as he effortlessly held the child. His head was the only sign of the trauma he had experienced, with the clean bandage around his crown. Amber had wanted nothing more than to go to the sheriff's office and demand Tate's release. It wasn't fair that he had been arrested because of her. But Billy had a more measured view of the situation. He said that now was not the time. The sheriff would be expecting her and would prevent any attempt she made to see him. Tate would have a trial in court in a few days. There was time. Once Amber had seen reason, she suggested that they return to the hotel. Sam's belongings were there. Billy would need those. The hotelier was more than a little shocked at seeing Amber with another man, and he frowned with concern. Amber wanted to explain the situation, but following the events of the day, she simply couldn't be bothered. Let the man think whatever he wanted. The smile was wiped from Billy's face as he held his hand up to the bandage on his head and winced. "What's wrong?" Amber asked, full of concern. The man should never have left the care of the doctor. "Here, take Sam, will you, please?" He passed the willing baby over to Amber with his other hand. After a few moments, Billy lowered his arm. "It passes just as quickly as it comes. The doc said that it would last a while." Amber frowned at him. "You should still be in the doctor's care." Billy offered a weak smile and a shrug of the shoulders. "How could I when I didn't know where my boy was?" She understood what he meant. If it had been her in the bed and her child was missing, they would have to tie her down to prevent her from leaving. "We can take you back now. Let the doctor examine you. Make sure you are all right." Billy shook his head gently. "No, now that I've found Sam again, I won't leave him. Did I thank you for everything you have done for him? I am so eternally grateful." "Yes, 100 times at least," Amber laughed. It was true. From the moment Billy realized the baby in Amber's arms was his, he hadn't stopped thanking her. "Good. At least I can do that, because I have no idea how I will ever repay you for what you have done for him." "Billy, there is really no need." Amber looked at Sam, who smiled back lovingly. She gently tickled him under the chin, and again he almost laughed. It wouldn't be long, a week or two at most, she thought. Billy looked at Sam and Amber together and came to a certain understanding. He couldn't be traveling back and forth across the country anymore. It wasn't fair on the child. He needed to settle down where Sam could grow up outside of the city, which was full of dangers. Maybe somewhere out west, somewhere with clean air and wide open spaces. He looked at his child smiling adoringly at Amber and realized something else. Sam needed a mother. "Miss Amber, I hate to impose on you further, but do you think you might stay around for a few days? Possibly look after Sam at night? A few more good nights' sleep is what I need to get fully back on my feet. I understand that you are probably upset at your gentleman's arrest, but he won't be on trial for a few days. You won't know what will happen until then. It would help me out." "I'm sorry? What?" Amber stared at Billy in confusion for a moment, and he thought that he had offended her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked, especially after all that you have done. Highly improper of me." "No," Amber interrupted. "I mean, yes, of course I'll stay and help with Sam for a few days. There are 2 rooms here, and I believe they have been paid for until the end of the week. You can stay in Tate's room, and I'll stay in my own. What I meant was that Tate isn't my gentleman. At least I don't think he is." "What do you mean?" This time it was Billy's turn to be confused. Over the next 30 minutes, she explained in detail all that had happened to her since the attack on the train. Billy sat mouth wide open while he listened. He didn't interrupt her once. Finally, she brought her story to a close, and the pair sat in silence for almost a minute. "I really must thank you again, Miss Amber. You could easily have left Sam at any point, especially when making that brave escape attempt." "No, no more thanks. You've got to stop this, Billy. I just did what any normal, decent human being would do." Billy just stared at her for a moment. She was right. The problem was there were so few normal, decent human beings in the world today. Certainly, there were fewer still as pretty as Amber Johnson. Sam needed a mother, and Billy knew there would be few better choices out there. However, he strongly doubted that young Amber would be interested in someone like him. After all, she had traveled here on the promise of marrying a lawyer. He was just a washed-up guard on the railroads. He might not even be that if he decided to leave that line of work. He had little to offer, and Miss Amber appeared to be pursued quite adequately as it stood, with no shortage of potential suitors. "So, you have two brothers who are both in love with you," he said with a small grin, "and you don't have a clue what to do." "That about sums up the matter, Billy, yes?" Amber's face was now etched with weariness, the stresses and strains of the last few days starting to catch up with her. "What are your own feelings towards these two men? Do you favor one more than the other?" What were her feelings for Cody and Tate? To be honest, she had not sat down and thought about it. "I don't believe I have feelings for either of them. They are both attractive in their own way. Cody, the elder of the two, has an eye patch. He lost his eye as a child in a fight, but he has a mannerism about him, a presence. He is the sort of man who might make you feel safe, assuming you were on his side." "A little like you, Billy," thought Amber, although she didn't say it out loud. Billy must have been 6'4". He was the sort of man others might move out of the way when he walked down the street. Certainly at Billy's side, few would be mad enough to challenge you. Tate seems to have always been overlooked, at least since his father died. In many ways, he's still a boy, but he is at least closer to my age. Sam was now asleep, and she placed him carefully beside Billy. He smiled a silent thank you, taking care not to upset her again. "So which of the two do you favor?" She dropped her head onto her chest. "Neither, I suppose. I can't escape the fact that despite knowing deep down they are both decent men, I was kidnapped. I'm not in love with either of them." "Well, doesn't that answer your question?" Billy spoke in a more enthusiastic tone. "You don't have to feel obligated towards either one. I know that, but I can't help feeling guilty." "About what?" "Tate. I can't help but feel that I used him to help me escape from the camp, and that I manipulated him into coming here to look for you. You were kidnapped. Don't forget that." "Oh, I don't. But the truth is that if I wasn't kidnapped then, I would now be in Mitch's saloon as a saloon girl. In many ways, they did me a favor." Billy sighed in frustration. "That is beside the point. But I understand guilt well enough, Miss Amber. I felt it every moment I didn't know what had become of Sam. I feel that I must at least try to help Tate, that I should testify at his trial how he helped me to escape, that he wasn't behind the kidnapping." Billy studied her closely and realized that this would play on her mind for a long time if she didn't. If Billy was to stand any chance with her, this was something that she had to do first. "Then stay. I'll help and support you. It's the least I can do after everything you've done." Amber looked at Billy and then at Sam, and then back at Billy. At that point, the emotions and the exhaustion hit her, and she burst into tears. Chapter 22. Amber was surprised at how busy the court building was. It seemed that most of the inhabitants of the town had arrived early to spectate at the kidnap trial, as the town had taken to calling it. The wooden courthouse building was possibly the largest in the town. The church came close, and no doubt someone somewhere would know which was bigger. It was in the process of being whitewashed, although that seemed to be an ongoing process. As soon as the job was finished, it was almost time to start again. While they waited in the lobby, Amber could sense the sympathetic glances from the women of the town. They had heard the stories of her bravery, how she and her baby were taken from the train and then somehow escaped. Of course, many of the stories had been embellished and exaggerated. Some folk were insistent that she had pulled a secret gun and forced Tate to take her to freedom. But one thing was consistent with all the stories. Those that told them could only imagine the horrors of being kidnapped by a gang of ruthless outlaws. Of course, Amber knew the real story. Most of these outlaws were forced into the unthinkable in order to survive. It didn't make it right, of course, but she could at least understand. It made them all human. One thing not mentioned in the stories was that she had been lured to the town by Anthony Fox, attorney at law. Amber was determined that by the end of the trial, that would change. The clerk of the court had arrived at the hotel on the day following Tate's arrest to deliver a summons. How he knew where she was staying was beyond her, but Billy assumed that the sheriff and mayor knew most of what happened in town. Amber noted the surprise on Billy's face when she told him the case was scheduled for the next day. This indicated to her that the trial had been rushed ahead. No doubt, that would have been Anthony Fox's doing. On the night of Tate's arrest, Amber had looked after Sam just as she had been doing since the train was run off the rails. Billy had enjoyed a full night's rest, something that he had clearly needed following the excitement and rigors of the day. He had taken over the next morning, and Amber had been thrilled to see what a wonderful parent he was. Sam gurgled and giggled as Billy pretended to steal his nose. The baby was now almost sitting up on his own, and Amber guessed it would only be a matter of months before he was crawling about. She wondered what Billy would do. It was inconceivable that he would return to work as a guard on the railroads. She doubted that he would want to take Sam on such a journey again. "I've got to decide what the future holds for Sam and me," said Billy, as though he could read her thoughts. "They sacked me from my job. These pompous, rich businessmen visited me in hospital and rewarded me for my service, but as soon as they heard about Sam, they dismissed me out of hand." "That's a disgrace," she replied, horrified. But deep down, she knew that any employer would have probably done the same. Billy lowered his voice and leaned forward. "I was given $250 first, though." His eyes flashed with excitement. "That will set us up someplace. I just have to decide where my path should take me." "I'm still young." Amber wondered about Billy's age. His huge beard flecked with gray made him seem old, but his eyes told a different story. She didn't feel it was a question she could ask. The lobby of the courthouse grew silent as everybody made their way into the courtroom for the start of the trial. As a witness, Amber waited outside to be called, and Billy remained with her. There was no way he would be permitted to take a baby into the gallery. He recognized her nerves and understood that she didn't want to speak, but Amber was glad for his reassuring presence. It didn't take long for the clerk of the court to appear. "Amber Johnson," he declared in a booming voice. She sat unmoving for a moment until Billy gently squeezed her hand. "It's time." She turned and smiled at him. "I'll be back." The clerk opened the doors for her to enter the courtroom, and everybody in attendance turned to stare as she walked in. She made her way to the stand, and the judge gave her a warm smile, as if sensing her nervousness. His bones seemed to creak as he shifted forward in his chair. The man looked to be at least 80 years old and had probably seen all there was to see in this courtroom over the course of his career. "Are you up to giving evidence, Miss Johnson?" Judge Walton asked softly in a gravely voice that oozed authority. "Yes, Your Honor," she replied with as much confidence as she was able to muster. He nodded appreciatively. "Then please take a seat." He waved a wrinkled hand towards the chair to his left. She made herself comfortable in the chair and positively glared at Anthony Fox. Unsurprisingly, he was prosecuting the case. He was dressed immaculately with not a single hair out of place. He adjusted the papers on his desk and seemed to smile smugly at her. She returned the look without so much as blinking, forcing him to cast his eyes downward to his papers. She had won the first battle. The man on the opposing bench wore a dirty white suit, badly in need of a press, and wore what appeared to be 2 days' worth of stubble on his chin. This was Tate's lawyer, and he failed dismally to project an air of confidence. Goodness only knows where he had been found. She glanced to the left and saw the jury of 12 men. Women, of course, were not permitted to serve on a jury. Amber believed this to be a ludicrous state of affairs, and one that surely would not stand the test of time. The men differed in age from around 30 through to 60. Some were dressed in suits, others in more common workwear. They all had one thing in common, though. They all looked at Amber with appreciation. She offered them a weak smile, and a few nodded their heads at her. It was only after she had taken everything in that she dared look up at the dock. Tate sat there smiling at her warmly. Once more, she felt racked by guilt. The only reason he was in that dock was because of her. She had used and manipulated him, but maybe now she could help. She didn't return the smile. Billy had advised her not to show any warmth for the man. He believed her evidence would play out better for the jury that way. Having no experience with such matters, she was happy to go along with Billy's thoughts. She calmly placed her hand on the Bible and promised to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As she did so, she stared coldly into Anthony Fox's eyes, as if warning him where her evidence was going to lead. Fox returned the Bible to its place and cleared his throat. "Miss Johnson, you were traveling on the train that was hit by the bandits, were you not?" "I was. As you know, I was traveling to Freshwater Creek in order to—" Fox interrupted her response flatly. "Miss Johnson, I understand that you probably have never given evidence in a courtroom trial before, but please simply answer the questions that I ask. Your thoughts on anything besides are not required by the court. A simple yes or no would suffice in answer to my question." Amber turned to look at the judge, expecting him to attack Fox for his rudeness. "Mr. Fox is perfectly correct. Simply answer the questions that you are asked, please, Miss Johnson," the judge said sharply. "We have a timetable to keep to." Amber turned back to look at Anthony, her face bright red in response to the reprimand. Fox's smug smile was back. "So, Miss Johnson, just for the sake of record, you were traveling on the train when it was hit by the bandits. Is that correct?" "Yes. And you and your child were kidnapped. Is that correct?" She thought for a moment. "No." A murmur went around the courtroom. Anthony Fox grinned and shrugged his shoulders. "Come, Miss Johnson, do you expect this court to believe that you went willingly with a bunch of ruthless bandits?" "I was simply answering your question as instructed, Mr. Fox. The simple answer to your question as directed by you would be no." Fox considered for a moment. "In what way, Miss Johnson?" "Sam, the baby, isn't mine. I'm not his mother." As she spoke the words, she felt a strange pang of regret. This time, Fox was on the back foot. He wasn't expecting that answer. "If you aren't the child's mother, who is?" "The deceased wife of Mr. Billy Cresswell, a guard on the train. Mary Cresswell. She died shortly after giving birth. When the train was hit by the bandits, I went to hide in the guard's compartment where I found Sam. This is where both the baby and I were discovered by the bandits, who also incorrectly assumed me to be the baby's mother. I went along with it." She paused for a second and hung her head slightly. "I thought this assumption would play in my favor to keep me safe." "I see," Fox replied, heading back to his table to look briefly at his papers. It was clear to Amber that her answer had confused him, since he had clearly labored under the misconception that she had lied to him as blatantly as he had lied to her. He picked up a sheet of paper. "The issue of the child aside, were you forced to accompany the bandits against your will?" "Yes, that is correct." He looked down at his sheet of paper. Webster's dictionary defines kidnap as to seize and detain or carry away by unlawful force or fraud. Would you agree, therefore, that you were kidnapped?" "Yes, I never denied I was. I was heading here in order to marry. I was to be a mail-order bride. Although I think you missed out that section of the definition pertaining to a ransom demand forming an integral part of a kidnapping. My understanding is that the kidnappers sent a ransom demand to the man I was to marry. Did you know about that, Mr. Fox?" Again, a small murmur sounded around the courtroom. The judge looked up with a glare and hammered on his gavel. Silence in court. When the hush was resumed, the judge turned to Amber. "Miss Johnson, you are to answer the questions put to you. Nothing more. I do not wish to hold you in contempt of court." Amber nodded her head in agreement. She could tell by the stir in the public gallery that people were starting to wonder why she held Fox in such obvious contempt. Her last statement could have been taken by those present in a number of ways. "Mr. Fox, if you would continue. As I said, I have a timetable to keep, and it will not be derailed." Fox decided to change tack. "Was the accused among the kidnappers?" He pointed towards Tate in the dock. "I did not see the man at the train." "That is an interesting answer, Miss Johnson." "It is the truthful answer, Mr. Fox. I have placed my hand on the Bible and sworn to tell the truth. I have integrity, unlike others present. I did not see that man at the train. It was obvious to everyone in the courtroom that Amber was referring to Fox. However, no one knew why. If this man did not kidnap you, who did? Amber thought for a moment when a voice boomed suddenly from the rear of the courtroom. I did. The courtroom erupted in noise, and the judge could not do a thing to prevent it. Chapter 23. If we have another outburst like that, I will order the public gallery cleared, the judge shouted, his face purple with rage. Order had been restored, and a heavy silence fell over the proceedings. But all eyes were on the man filling the doorway to the courtroom. He looked remarkably similar to the accused, only older and with an eye patch covering one eye. Cody. Deputies, secure that man and bring him forward, ordered the judge. The sheriff's deputies present moved closer to Cody, who just smiled and began to walk forward of his own volition. No need to secure me, Your Honor. I am here of my own free will. I won't be running, Cody announced. He was carrying Amber's carpet bag. Both Amber and Tate stared open-mouthed at Cody, who stood at the rail and nodded at Tate and smiled at Amber. Right then, my man, you had better spit it out, starting with who you are and why you feel it's appropriate to barge into my courtroom, the judge demanded, sitting on the edge of his seat, more alert than at any time during the proceedings so far. Amber sensed that even the judge, with his wealth of experience over the years, hadn't seen anything like this before. Cody gently put the carpetbag on the floor and cleared his throat. My name is Cody Mitchell, Your Honor. I am the brother of the accused, Tate Mitchell. As you can see, we do look remarkably similar, and perhaps that is where the confusion arose. Amber thought it strange that Cody referred to Tate as his brother, rather than as his half-brother as he usually did. What do you mean confusion, Mr. Mitchell? The judge asked. This is most irregular, Your Honor, Fox interrupted, leaping out of his seat and holding his hands in the air. Sit back down, Mr. Fox, the judge barked. I'll run my court as I see fit. Cody smiled at Fox's rebuke. I mean the fact that my brother has been misidentified as me. I can see how it would be easy to do so in the dark or at a distance. I normally wear a hat that shadows the features of my face, hiding my eye patch. I regret it only adds further to the confusion. I can see how someone might mistake Tate for me, but he isn't. It was I who kidnapped Miss Johnson and the little baby that day, and not my brother. So, you were one of the bandits that robbed the train? The judge asked. For my shame, I regret that I was. I believe there are mitigating circumstances that led me down the path in life that I have taken. However, I will not waste the court's time with them. I seek no sympathy or understanding for my actions. And what was your brother's role in all of this, Mr. Mitchell? My brother Tate. Cody turned and smiled at Tate, who was hanging on every word, happened to visit unexpectedly 2 days after I'd kidnapped Miss Johnson. I live simply in the hills. He quite rightly objected to me holding the lady prisoner against her will. He tried to persuade me to release her, but failed to do so. So that night he helped her escape. He had no role in her imprisonment whatsoever, as I'm sure both Miss Johnson and my brother will confirm. Such was the nature of the escape that Miss Johnson left without her personal belongings. I am pleased to be able to return them to her today. The lie came smoothly from his lips. It was obvious to both Amber and Tate that he was instructing them to agree with him. Cody shifted his smile over towards Amber. She felt a heavy weight in her chest and overwhelming gratitude towards Cody. But she also felt something more, sympathy. The courage it must have taken for the man to walk in here and sacrifice himself. He hadn't done that for her. Surely, did he think that she wanted to be with Tate, and by doing this, he would help make that happen? What was your purpose in kidnapping Miss Johnson and the child? Again, Fox leaped out of his seat, concern in his eyes. I must protest. This is highly irregular, having a judge question a witness. Mr. Fox, this is my courtroom, not yours. Mr. Mitchell is not listed as a potential witness. I will handle him how I see fit. But, Your Honor, the man has confessed to the crime. I suggest we release the accused and call this matter closed. Mr. Fox, I know you have influence in this town, but within this courtroom, I am in charge. Do you understand? Fox hung his head like a naughty schoolboy being chastised by his teacher. Do you understand, Mr. Fox? The judge said, raising his voice louder still. Yes, Your Honor. He slipped back into his chair and shuffled his papers nervously. Cody knew that this was his opportunity. I am happy to answer your question, Your Honor. I kidnapped Miss Johnson because I understood she was to be married to a prominent member of the community of Freshwater Creek. I believed I could extract a handsome ransom for her. After all, she is a very pretty young woman. I expected the man to whom she was betrothed to want her back. Amber blushed as she felt all eyes in the courtroom turn to her to assess her beauty. Mr. Mitchell, who was this prominent member of the community from whom you hoped to extort money? The judge demanded. I'm surprised you don't know. Hasn't he already come forward? Cody waited a moment, allowing the expectation to build. Why, it was this very Mr. Fox. Cody indicated Fox with a nonchalant wave of the hand. Again, a murmur went round the courtroom, and the judge immediately hammered his gavel. Silence in the courtroom. Mr. Fox, you say? The judge inclined his head toward the lawyer. Anthony Fox again leaped to his feet in protest. If you open your mouth, Mr. Bath Fox, I will hold you in contempt of court, and you'll serve jail time. Fox thought about it for a moment and silently sat back down. Continue, Mr. Mitchell, the judge commanded without moving his glare from Fox. Yes, Miss Johnson was to be married to Anthony Fox. Mr. Fox placed an advertisement in a publication called the Matrimonial Times seeking a wife. Miss Johnson responded to that advertisement. The two had a lengthy correspondence. If you will excuse me, Miss Johnson. Cody looked at Amber almost apologetically. He opened the carpet bag and pulled out a bunch of letters. These are those letters. There is no doubt about this whatsoever. Amber Johnson was traveling here to become Mr. Fox's mail-order bride. However, Anthony Fox had no intention of paying my ransom demand simply because he had no intention of marrying Miss Johnson. He had an arrangement with Mitch's saloon. When she arrived in Freshwater Creek, his plan was to present her to Mitch as a potential saloon girl. He would, of course, be paid very well for his trouble. No one in the courtroom spoke as all eyes turned to Anthony Fox. You can't prove that, he spat in the direction of Cody. In this particular case, that is true. However, this is not the first time you have worked this profitable scam, and there are other girls that could testify that is the case. I doubt that, Fox dismissed. I'm a lawyer, a trusted member of this community. Cody knew what Fox said was probably true. The girls that had fallen for this scam would not dare talk about it openly. But Cody knew one thing. Fox was no longer a trusted member of the community. In a few short minutes, he had managed to blacken Anthony Fox's name. If he was going down, he would be delighted to take Fox with him in some shape or form. Silence, the judge snapped. An uneasy hush fell on the courtroom. The judge looked at Amber, then Fox, before flicking his eyes between the two brothers. Deputies, arrest Mr. Cody Mitchell. And he said the deputies moved forward and secured Cody, who offered no resistance. Satisfied, the judge looked at Tate and picked up his gavel. Case dismissed. He hammered the gavel, and the courtroom erupted in noise. Chapter 24. Tate sat on a thin wooden bench in front of his brother. The cold steel bars of the jail separated them, as they would for the next 3 years. I don't understand, Tate finally managed. Cody smiled ruefully. Do you need to understand? The cell was sparsely furnished with a hard cot and a thin blanket, as well as the wooden stool on which he was seated. It wasn't much to call home for the next 3 years. I'd like to know why you just did that. There was no need. No one was looking for you. You could have swung. Because you're my brother, Tate. Tate stared at him as though he didn't know what the words meant. We both need to be honest, Tate. I haven't treated you particularly fairly over the years. You know that, and I know that. I blamed you for things that weren't your fault. He paused for a second as he reflected. You know that I resented your mother. I was just a kid. I was hurt and angry at my own mother's death. I took that out on her, and as an extension on you. I'm sorry for that, Tate. Truly I am. I'm just trying to put matters right. I owe that not only to you, but to the memory of our pa. You know he adored you. Cody stood and grasped the bars in his fists. When Michael died, I wished it had been you in his place. You know how I felt. I'm telling you nothing new. But today, I'm saying sorry for that. You were a boy. You weren't at fault. It was the circumstances we were in. I just wish I could take it all back. All the hurt, all the pain. DE 21 4SY. Tate could hardly believe that these words were being spoken by his brother. He wanted nothing more than to embrace him and thank him for what he had just done, but he had been warned not to touch Cody. Aren't you angry? Tate asked, shaking his head in disbelief. What about Amber? I know you love her. Cody laughed. I've loved others, he lied. No doubt I will love again. If Amber wants to be with you, I hope she makes you happy. You deserve it. Cody had come to a realization that if Amber had wanted to be with him, she wouldn't have fled. He had his pride. If a woman didn't want him, then so be it. Tate was slightly shocked by his brother's statement. He thought the man would be willing to put Tate in his grave for running away with the woman he loved. He didn't understand. He doubted he ever would. I'll visit. Cody shook his head. No need. Time will fly by. Do me one favor, though. Anything. Make a life for yourself. A real life, I mean. Normal. A life away from crime. He fingered his eye patch for a second before speaking again. Tate, make her happy. At the end of the day, that is all that really matters. The tears welled up in Tate's eyes, and even now he didn't want his brother to see him cry. He stood to leave. She wants to see you. Cody nodded his agreement. Tate turned and left, the tears now flowing down his cheeks. Before the judge had passed sentence on Cody Mitchell, Amber had requested a meeting with him. As the victim of the crime, the old judge could hardly refuse the request. Amber had managed to smile, charm, and wrap the old man around her little finger. She had explained Cody's tough upbringing and how he had been nothing but a gentleman to her. She had embellished a few stories about this and that, and the judge had passed the most lenient sentence possible, only because he couldn't grant Cody what Amber had made him feel he deserved, a case of whiskey and his freedom. Thank you for speaking to the judge. I could have swung, Cody said as she sat down. In the grim jail, Amber looked like an angel sent from heaven. I'm sorry, Amber said after staring at him for a while. Cody said nothing, only inclining his head to look at her quizzically through his good eye. A small smile fell on her lips as if she knew he was asking what she was sorry about. Leaving, turning you down. In another time or another place, it could have been different. You really have nothing to be sorry for. I kidnapped you, remember? She shifted on the uncomfortable bench. But if you hadn't, I dread to think what might have happened. Cody half laughed. I was glad to smear that man's name. I'd love for him to join me in here. I will see that it happens. Amber looked shocked at having uttered the words. She couldn't make promises like that. Cody appreciated the gesture, but knew that she didn't have much chance. Fox and Mitch together would ensure the girls from the saloon didn't testify. Fox might lose some business, but it would probably all soon be forgotten. Just make sure he does you and Tate no harm. Go someplace where you can make a fresh start, where no one knows you, Cody said softly. Tate. Amber didn't have a clue what to do. She hadn't spoken to Tate about the future since he was freed. Cody was certainly under the impression that she wanted to be with his brother, but she didn't love him. She sat in silence for a moment, lost in her thoughts. Cody seemed to read her like an open book. Oh, the realization hit him. I thought you wanted to be with him. You don't love him? Amber shook her head. You'll have to tell him. I know. They sat together without speaking for over a minute. I meant what I said. In another time, another place, it could have worked, Cody. You have proved yourself an honorable man today, Amber said. Cody simply nodded. Let him down gently, will you? I don't want to see him hurt. She stood, there being nothing more to say. Thank you for coming, Amber. I appreciate it, considering all I did. I will never see you as just my kidnapper, Cody, and I will try to see Fox brought to justice. Not just for your sake, but my own and those poor girls in the saloon. Thank you, Miss Johnson, Cody said, and stood. He offered a little bow. She smiled, turned, and walked away. Chapter 25. Billy was waiting outside the jailhouse with Sam. The baby smiled as soon as he saw her and opened his arms to her. Instinctively, she reached out to take him and then corrected herself. She wasn't the child's mother. Take him if you want, Billy laughed. She did. The sounds of Sam gurgling contentedly helped soothe her. She smiled at Billy and bounced Sam as she walked in circles. Amber tried to process everything in her mind. Since the conclusion of the trial, all was a blur. Cody had immediately been taken into custody. The judge had ordered his sentencing the same day, wanting his docket clear. Both she and Tate were shocked at Cody's unexpected arrival and intervention. She was determined to help him as much as she could. Fortunately, the judge seemed to agree with her. 3 years was the best anyone could have hoped for. Tate hadn't spoken much since his release. He was probably still too shocked by the course of events, but she knew she had to put him straight. As Cody had just said, she knew she had to let him down gently. He now had a perfect opportunity to leave and start afresh where no one knew him. She didn't love him. It would be unfair for her to agree to go with him. They both deserved better. They both deserved to be happy. The question remained, though, as to what she would do. She'd made an outlandish promise to Cody inside that jailhouse. How on earth was she going to bring about the fall of a prominent lawyer, a man who undoubtedly had most of the high-profile members of the community in his pocket? But she had made a promise, and she was determined to keep it. "Billy, where is Tate?" Amber asked. "He said he was going over to his brother's grave." She walked over to Billy, beside whom she felt safe as if nothing could harm her. "Here, take him back. I'll be back shortly. I need to tell Tate something. Will you wait for me?" Billy smiled. "Of course. Do you want me to come with you?" She did. She wanted his reassuring, silent presence, but she knew that she had to do this alone. "No, I'll be fine. I just hate breaking bad news." Sam waved in his own childlike way, his fist opening and closing as Amber walked towards the church. Billy whispered to him, "You love that lady, don't you?" "I think I do as well." Tate didn't see Amber until she was almost upon him. "It was obvious to her that I've been crying." "How was he?" Tate asked as he brushed his face in an attempt to get rid of the tears. Amber looked down at the gravestone. "He was good, reflective." "What happens now?" He looked at her with hope, but his eyes betrayed that he knew what was coming. "I can't come with you, Tate. It wouldn't be fair to either of us. You know I don't love you. You deserve better than that. You deserve somebody that is going to care for you and adore you. That woman will be out there, I can assure you." He leaned over and gently kissed Amber on her cheek. "Thank you for all that you've done, for me and my brother. We could both be in that jail cell now if it wasn't for you. To be honest, we could both be counting down our final hours. We probably deserve it." "Don't be so stupid, Tate. No, it's true. We spent our lives robbing, stealing, and making other people's lives a misery, just because ours was." She grasped his hand between both of hers. "But now you've got a new opportunity, a chance to start afresh. Take that chance, Tate. Go somewhere where you aren't known. Somewhere your name means nothing and there has been no trial. A place where you don't have an enemy like Fox running around." Tate dropped her hand, reached out, and rubbed the top of the gravestone softly. "What will you do?" Amber thought for a moment. She wasn't going to tell him about the promise she had made Cody. If she did, he would just want to stay. "I'll probably head back to the city. My reason for being here is gone. It never existed in the first place." "I'll give you the money for the ticket," Tate said. "No, although I appreciate the gesture. You use your money to help yourself. I'll be just fine. I'll return to the hotel and get my things. Then I'll be gone. As you say, it's for the best. Do you want me to tell the landlord you'll be staying?" "If you would. I don't know when to expect the next train, but I'll figure it out." Tate blew a kiss into his fist, which he patted onto the gravestone. He looked up at her again, wanting nothing more than to take her in his arms and carry her away. But he couldn't do that. She didn't want him. "Take care, miss." He took his last long look at Amber, put his hat back on his head, and walked away without turning around. Amber waited a few minutes before heading back to Billy. He offered a warm smile, and Sam, as always, was thrilled to see her. "Thank you for waiting." "I take it that you told him that you weren't going with him?" Billy said softly. "Why do I feel so guilty?" "Because you are a warm and good-hearted person, Amber. That is just your nature. You see the good in everyone and don't want to let people down, but you need to do what will make you happy." Amber nodded, but couldn't shake that horrible feeling inside her stomach that she had used Tate. I understand that you feel an obligation to these brothers, but never forget that they did kidnap you. I know they inadvertently saved you from another horror, but these men weren't to know that. They did what they did for their own personal gain. I will always be grateful to Tate for helping you return Sam to me, but if it wasn't for him in the first place, my son and I would never have been separated. Amber knew that Billy was right. She had no obligation to the Mitchell brothers, but she remembered her promise to Cody. She knew that she could just purchase a ticket to return to New York and forget about Anthony Fox. But Fox had hurt her, and he had hurt other women as well. He was shamed at present, but he wasn't defeated. This was personal. "So what happens now?" Billy asked. "I have an idea," Amber replied, smiling broadly. Chapter 26. Sam took his bottle and his eyes grew heavy. He always liked to sleep after a feed. Amber knew that before long he would be sitting up and grabbing at things. Then he would be eating solids. Then he would be crawling. Then walking. She wouldn't see most of this, of course, since she would be back in the city. It made her sad. These few days had proved that she wanted to be a mother beyond anything else. The joy that a child could give was so far beyond her expectations. She hoped that love could bring her as much joy. One day, somehow, a sharp rap came on the door, and she answered it to find Billy. She put her finger to her lips to indicate for him to be quiet so Sam would drop off. But it was her who let out an inadvertent gasp. Gone was the bandage around his head, and he'd had his hair cut. He was dressed in a new blue shirt and black pants. The shirt pulled slightly around his chest, and the fabric could barely contain his huge arms. But most significantly of all, gone was his huge bushy beard. He flashed her a smile, and her stomach flipped as she gasped. He was like a different man, a man years younger. "How do I look?" he asked. "It's been years since I was clean-shaven." He rubbed his strong jawline with his hand. "I am glad the barber did this. I would have cut my face to shreds." It had been 2 days since the court case and Tate taking leave of Freshwater Creek. Billy had agreed to help Amber in any way he could. He was as shocked as anyone at the way Anthony Fox had lured her out west with only one intention. She had done Billy a service that he would never be able to repay. Any help she needed was hers without question. They'd kept their rooms in the hotel at the edge of town. The hotelier seemed a lot more friendly now that he understood the nature of Amber's relationship with Billy. In fact, he treated her like the heroine she was. Extra towels appeared in the room. Bowls of hot water for washing magically appeared each morning and evening, without request, and he constantly offered to provide whatever might be needed for the baby. Word spread around town following the court case as to how this woman had been treated and how brave she'd been in the face of extreme adversity. The hotelier was obviously responding to this. She had outlined a plan to Billy when they got back to the hotel after the court case. He had listened and nodded his head at the appropriate times. He doubted it would work, since those around Fox would keep quiet and those with evidence would be too frightened to speak out. But he was happy to help her try. It would also give him time to think about what to do next. He had done nothing but work on the railroads. His father had secured him the job in the first place, working side by side laying the tracks. His size and youth had made him an obvious candidate as a guard once the decision had been made by the company for every train to have one. He had traveled the width of the country ever since. Mary had also been his father's choice, but he had grown to love her. He had been thrilled when she had told him that she was with child. Billy had always wanted a large family. As her time grew closer, he had considered a change of job. He didn't want to be traveling across the country, leaving his family at home. There had been a job available at the docks, but the pay was considerably lower. How he wished that he had taken that job. He knew that he wouldn't return to the railroads. This was his warning, and he had been lucky. He would take the money and find a job that allowed him to sleep in his own bed each night. Of course, that bed would be lonely. Before she died, Mary had made him promise that he would remarry. She wanted him to be happy and for her son to have a mother. Amber would make any man happy. She was beautiful and kind, and had resilience like no other woman he had ever known. He doubted that he could make her his. She could choose anyone she wanted, but he knew he would regret it if he didn't try. "You look so different," Amber finally whispered after taking in Billy's new appearance. "Good different," Billy replied in a soft voice after glancing at his son's closed eyes. "Yes," Amber answered quickly. He did look good. Handsome. "How old are you, Billy?" "I've never asked." Billy smiled. The barber had suggested that losing his beard would take years off his appearance. Billy had known he was just after extra work, but he thought that a change might be good. "I'm 30 years old, Amber. How old did you think I was?" She blushed, assuming he was in his 40s. The gray in the beard and the long, unkempt hair had put years on him. "I don't know. The beard hid your age. It is certainly an improvement. I like it." Billy's face beamed. It was the effect he had been hoping for. Billy was practically the same age as Fox, the man she had come to Freshwater Creek to marry. He was probably younger than Cody. The flip in her stomach had been unexpected. 1,000 thoughts rushed through her head, but they were interrupted by Billy speaking again. "And I have news from Mitch's saloon." Straight after breakfast the day after the court case, they visited the sheriff. As before, Hereford's face lit up when Amber entered his office. She just had that magical effect on men. She placed the letters Fox had written to her that Cody and brought back with him on the counter. The sheriff was, of course, fully aware of the happenings inside the courtroom and the allegations leveled against Anthony Fox. He looked through the letters, reading them and nodding his head as he did so. There was no doubt that the letters were written by Fox and that Amber had traveled to Freshwater Creek in order to become his bride. Hereford apologized yet again that she had been treated this way, but he highlighted the point that Fox had made inside the courtroom. There was no evidence that Fox was going to take Amber to Mitch's saloon on her arrival. He would be happy to proceed against Fox if such evidence could be found. Without it, an arrest would be pointless. Amber decided she would hold on to her letters just in case they were to magically go missing. The sheriff seemed a decent man, but she understood how corrupt a lot of these small western towns were. It did not seem unlikely that the papers might go missing if she relinquished them to anyone else. They had to uncover evidence that Fox had done this before. That meant a visit to Mitch's saloon to speak to the women. Amber had no intention of going in there, so that job was left to Billy. Billy sat down and relayed his story. "I managed to speak to Abigail Long. It was she who spoke to Tate and outed Fox's ill intent. She wouldn't say much, but she agreed to come here to talk to you this evening." "Do you think we might persuade her to give evidence in court?" Billy frowned. "If it was me asking, I would say that she would say no. Understandably, she struggles to trust people, men in particular. However, she knew all about you. The story from the courtroom has been all over the saloon. I think you might have more success." "How will she get away to come here?" "The brothers, Mitch's boys, Marty and Jimmy, are pretty decent apparently, but they live in fear of their father. If they had their way, they would clean up the saloon and nothing of that nature would happen. The town is changing, the men are marrying, and more families are coming in. The number of single men just does not exist anymore. They're looking to the future. Anyway, they give the girls certain freedoms. When they aren't working, they can leave. They always return because they fear what would happen if they don't." Amber nodded, thinking how she might be able to offer for Abigail protection. "But there are 2 more items of news as well," Billy said, interrupting her thoughts once again. "Mitch is ill. Abigail says he has been coughing for weeks and he hasn't taken his position on his stool in 2 days. How does that help us?" Billy shook his head. "I'm not sure, but if he isn't around at present, then it will be easier for the women to think about testifying. It's him they are all afraid of." Amber wished she lived in a world where women didn't need to be afraid. "And the other item of news? Fox." She sat up and looked expectantly at Billy. "He hasn't been seen since the court case. He isn't responding to people at his door. He isn't seeing clients. Nothing. No one knows if he is in town or not. It would be a shame if they managed to persuade Abigail and the other girl to give evidence only to find that Fox had fled, but at least he wouldn't be able to return to town, possibly even all of Texas. But maybe he was simply holed up, waiting for the outcry to die down. What was important was to get the testimonies that would convict Fox. Amber had been taking a short nap in her bedroom when the knock came on her door. It was a quiet knock, as if the person on the other side didn't really want to be there. Amber leaped off the bed, straightened her dress, and opened the door. A frightened woman a few years her senior stared back at her. "You must be Abigail," Amber said, her face breaking into a warm, welcoming smile. "I am. I don't have long, Miss Johnson." "Call me Amber, please." Amber stood to one side and waved Abigail in. She indicated her to take a seat, and Amber perched on the edge of the bed. "Sorry, there's nothing better. Can I offer you a drink? Water? Tea, perhaps?" Abigail shook her head. "No, thank you." She wrung her hands together nervously. "I'm so sorry that you have had to endure this," Amber said, full of pity. "I'm glad that you avoided it. Truly I am. I want to put Fox away. I want him to be punished for what he did to you. I have evidence against him, but not enough. You would need to be willing to stand up in court and explain what he did to you. You and Mary, too, if possible." Abigail looked towards the floor. "I couldn't do that, I'm afraid." Amber's heart sank. Without her evidence, they had no hope of persuading the sheriff to arrest Fox, let alone get a conviction. But Fox will go free. Abigail put up her hand to stop Amber. "But I think I can help you. Mitch is dying. There is no doubt. I heard the doc talking to Jimmy just this morning. Doc expects the old man to not last the week." Amber wasn't sure how she felt. Mitch was just as much to blame for this as Fox. She would have liked to have seen him and his sons convicted as well. "I'm not sure I follow." "Jimmy and Marty are all right. They are as much victims of their father and Fox as we are. They slip Mary and me extra money when they are able. They have both told me in the past when their father is gone that we are free to leave. Marty is already married, and Jimmy will be later this year. Their wives don't want them running such an establishment. The only reason we are still there is Mitch. Everyone is frightened of him." "So when he dies, you would be willing to testify?" Again, Abigail shook her head. "No, I'm not putting myself through that. I just want to be gone and away from here. But here you have these." She pulled a wad of papers out from under her jacket. "This is a letter to the sheriff, signed by me." Amber scanned the letter quickly. It explained everything, how she was moving to Freshwater Creek in order to become Anthony Fox's mail-order bride, and how, when she arrived, he rejected her and abandoned her at the saloon to work for Mitch. When it was clear that Amber had stopped reading, Abigail reached out. Underneath is a similar letter from Mary. But Mary also has all her letters from Fox. I didn't keep mine. Mary was clever enough to do so. This is wonderful. It is going to help for sure. She wasn't sure if it would be enough. Neither Abigail nor Mary would be in court to answer questions, but she wasn't about to pressure her. "I have to get back." Abigail stood up and Amber followed her. "I hope I won't see you again, Amber. I don't mean that harshly. I just hope to be gone from here. I understand. Thank you for everything you have done. I hope you get him. I really do." With that, Abigail opened the door and fled. Chapter 27. Amber played with Sam on her bed. They had found him a rattle and a leather ball at the town mercantile. Although she smiled at him as he shook the rattle, her mind wasn't there. She had brought Billy up to speed with the news, and he suddenly declared he had an idea. He left, saying he would be back shortly and to look after Sam in the meanwhile. That had been 4 hours ago, and she had grown more and more nervous with each passing minute. She prayed that nothing bad had befallen Billy. She was stupid for not even asking where he was going. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind of all the horrors that could have happened to Billy. Then she realized that she wouldn't be having these worries if she didn't have feelings for the man. The realization was almost shocking to her. Then she heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. She made sure that Sam was safe in the middle of the bed and leaped up to fling the door open. Billy was at the top of the stairs, looking shocked to find Amber in the doorway. "What's wrong?" he demanded, thinking the worst. Amber flew at him and hugged him. "Thank goodness you are safe. I was worrying." Billy grinned, thrilled at the hug. "I'm sorry. I've been sorting matters." Amber broke away, feeling a little embarrassed by her reaction. "Well, you are back now? Are you going to come in and tell me?" "Of course." Sam broke out into a huge grin when he saw his father and Amber. Amber smiled back at the adorable baby. He always seemed excited to see her, even if she was only gone a minute. She hoped that when she had a child of her own, he would be just like Sam. She felt her heart pang at the thought of leaving Sam, but she had a future to build, and so did Billy. "So, there is good news and bad news," Billy began. "Give me the bad news first," Amber sighed. Billy shook his head. "If you will permit me, this is a story that needs to be told in a certain order." Amber nodded her head and lifted Sam into her arms. He looked tired, and she held him to her chest and gently rocked him from side to side. Billy began his story. "I went to Mitch's saloon, and I spoke to the brothers behind the bar. I told them that you were determined to see Fox punished. I also explained that we had our suspicions about some of the girls that worked there. That got them glancing nervously at each other." Amber looked alarmed. "You didn't put Abigail or Mary in danger, did you?" Billy smiled. "It will become clear. Just let me tell the story." Amber apologized and allowed him to continue. "I expressed my sympathies because I'd heard that their father was unwell. I suggested that I might be allowed to speak to him. I explained that I had an idea that would ensure that the girls could leave the premises without the two of them being implicated in any misdeeds. I tried to make the word misdeeds sound as sinister as possible." Billy laughed, enjoying telling his tale. However, Amber felt nervous. What if Billy had put the two girls at risk? "I explained to them that I had an idea and maybe one of them could accompany me to their father's bedside to help to persuade him." "Persuade him of what?" Amber demanded, unable to keep her thoughts to herself. "Why, persuade him to confess to everything, of course." Amber looked confused. What could be more compelling than a dying man's confession? A man needing to get his sins off his chest before meeting his maker. What I managed to do was persuade old Mitch, who is in a very bad way, to be honest, to make a confession about what he has done. In so doing, he could explain that his sons had no involvement. He would say they just believed the girls were regularly employed. After he had given it some thought and I persuaded him of the incriminating evidence we had against Fox and him, he agreed. Amber gasped in astonishment. "I went and got both the sheriff and pastor. Mitch made his confession about conspiring with Fox to bring a series of mail-order brides from New York to work in his saloon under the pretense of marrying the lawyer. He mentioned Abigail, Mary, and of course yourself. The sheriff took down every word. He wasn't going to arrest the man, of course. When we arrived, Doc had just been in to visit him. He told us he doubted the man would see the following night. Looking at him, I had no doubts about that assessment. The sheriff and I left after our business was concluded. The pastor remained with Mitch. I have a feeling he had a lot more to confess than just his involvement in this little scam." "So we've got it? We've got Fox? The sheriff can arrest him?" Amber asked excitedly. Billy sighed. "This is where the bad news comes into play. I explained the rest of the evidence we had. The written confession from the girls in the saloon, together with Mitch's deathbed confession and your testimony, was enough for the sheriff. He gathered his deputies who went to arrest Fox. Of course, the man didn't open the door. The sheriff was forced to break it down. Well, he actually ordered his deputies to do so, but I had to lend them a hand. A few of them are a little long in the tooth. Anyway, the long and short of it is that Fox is gone. He must have disappeared the night after the trial. His clothes, personal effects, and important papers were all gone. He's not coming back to Freshwater Creek. The sheriff is going to put out an arrest warrant across the whole of Texas. He may have gotten away, but he's no longer the man he once was. If he ever returns hereabouts, he will be done for." Amber felt a pang of disappointment at the fact they hadn't been able to catch Fox and put him on trial. But she had the satisfaction of knowing that he had been brought to his knees. She just hoped that he was feeling miserable and hopeless. She prayed that he might also feel regret and shame, but she doubted that was likely. "What happens to Mitch?" she asked. "He'll be dead soon. He knows it. His sons know it. They'll be free of a man they were petrified of. As soon as the man is dead, his sons will pay the girls and they'll be on their way. It won't compensate them for what they've been through, but it will help them to make a fresh start in life. A fresh start in life." Now that this seemed to be wrapped up, that was precisely what Amber wanted for herself. The following morning, she would visit Cody and explain all that had happened. Then she would purchase a ticket back to New York. It was time to move on. It was time to get this town out of her hair. "Thank you, Billy. There was no need for you to have done all of that. Things could have turned nasty." "But they didn't. I wanted justice for you, miss. You didn't deserve any of this." Chapter 28. Amber finished composing her letter to Cody. Together with Billy and Sam, she had visited the jail after breakfast, but she had been told that Cody had requested no visitors. She understood his reasons. If she was inside that dreadful place, she wouldn't want any reminders of the outside world. She would have to write him a letter. She hoped that it would bring him an element of good cheer. She had fulfilled her promise as best she could. Now it was time to purchase her return ticket to New York and restart her life. She had doubts, of course. Her stepfather was still in the city, but with a population of thousands, she doubted she would ever cast eyes on him again. Billy was unusually quiet this morning. He followed her around, carrying Sam without offering for Amber to hold him. Two of the ladies of the town, the pastor's wife and a rancher's wife, approached them and greeted them as they were walking from the jail to the square. They were thrilled to meet Amber, telling her that she was a great inspiration. They hoped that they would see her in church and around town. Amber nodded politely and agreed. It seemed the right thing to do. Did the townsfolk think she was staying? They weren't the only ones. Billy and Amber were greeted with smiles, waves, and men donning their hats. One told them how Fox had swindled his family out of land and how thankful he was that the man was now ruined. By the time they reached the railroad office, 3 more people had spoken to them. One couple had even invited them for dinner by way of thanks. Amber laughed and looked at Billy. "Such nice people. It makes me wish that I was staying." He looked as if he might say something, but just nodded his head and pointed out a large horse to Sam, who took no notice whatsoever. "Right, I'll go and find out the times." Billy just nodded and pretended to be engrossed with Sam. 1 minute later, she was back outside looking slightly shocked. "There is a train today, this afternoon around 2. "That's good, isn't it? No point in waiting around," Billy's gruff voice responded. "Well, I wasn't expecting it to be today for some reason. But yes, you're right, I guess." Billy just looked at her, although it was obvious that he had something on his mind. During their discussion the previous evening, Amber had divulged her plan to return to New York. Billy had quickly said that he wasn't sure what he would do and would make his decision after seeing her off. "I have to purchase the ticket at the station, so I think that I need to go back to the hotel to pack." "All right." Billy set off in the direction of the hotel, and Amber had to verily trot to keep up with him. They walked in silence back to the hotel. Twice Amber started to speak out, but decided against it. "I'll feed Sam down here," Billy said, "while you get your things." He tried to make it sound as normal as possible, but he failed. Amber just nodded, understanding that there was now an unspoken tension between them. The hotelier appeared as Amber was going up the stairs. "What's happening, Mr. Cresswell?" "Miss Johnson is leaving for New York," Billy said. "Oh, I see," said the hotelier thoughtfully. "Haven't you asked her to stay? To marry you?" Billy looked up aghast. "No, why?" "Well, that's what you want, isn't it?" Billy gave a half-hearted chuckle. "Is it that obvious?" "To me, yes. She wants a fresh start back in the city." "Have you actually asked her if that is what she truly wants?" "In my experience, women often need a reason to stay. She is probably just waiting for you to ask. Just my thoughts." He wiped his hands on his apron and disappeared out the back. Procent. Half an hour later, Sam had been fed and was asleep in the new basket that Billy had bought for him. Amber came down the stairs. She was a vision with her freshly brushed long hair and her best dress also freshly laundered. Billy opened his mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Amber stood there expectantly, but Billy didn't speak. Finally, Amber broke the silence. "Well, we had better go." Billy stood and lifted Sam gently out of his basket. The hotelier would put it back in Billy's room. "Right, I'm ready." They left. After a few moments of silence, Billy started talking about everything and nothing. The weather in New York, the problems with train engines, how the hotelier could increase business. Before they knew it, they were at the station. Amber purchased her ticket. Billy had tried to give her the money, but she refused. Now they had to wait. The longer they waited, the more tension built between them. Billy looked at her. Amber looked at him, but nothing was said. The whistle of the train broke the silence, and Amber took a deep breath. This was it. She was returning to the starting point of this entire adventure. "Can I hold him one last time?" Amber asked. "Of course," said Billy, his heart breaking at the words. She took Sam, who smiled at her as if she was the greatest thing in the world. She wandered the platform, talking softly to the baby under her breath. Billy watched, knowing that Sam needed a mother. Every child did. Amber would be perfect. She was a natural mother. When the train pulled up, Amber walked slowly back to Billy and smiled at him. "Thank you for everything you have done. Miss Johnson, it's me who should be thanking you. Without you, I dread to think what might have happened to Sam. You are a truly wonderful person." As she handed Sam back to Billy, the tears started to flow. "Take care, both of you." She kissed Sam on the forehead and then stood on tiptoe to kiss Billy on the cheek. She picked up her carpet bag and opened the door to board the train. She carefully climbed aboard. "No, wait," Billy suddenly shouted, running to the carriage. "Amber, don't go. Don't leave us." He looked down at his son and then back at Amber. "Don't leave me. I love you. Marry me." Amber stared at the huge man for a second. Finally, he had said what was on his mind. "We'll stay here, use the money from the railroad company to build a new life together. The townsfolk seem to like us. We'll fit right in." "We could." "Billy," Amber interrupted. But still he plowed on, listing reasons for her to stay, as if he could not stop now that he had finally admitted his feelings. "Billy." He stopped and looked up at her. "Yes." He seemed thoroughly stunned by her response. "Yes," she said again, her eyes dancing with joy. Now that he had finally said it, she realized that she wanted this more than anything in the world. Billy was tall and handsome and had such a kind and generous heart. She could travel back to New York and to the ends of the earth and never find a man like him again. She had hoped beyond hope that he would say something, believing that he would when she said she was considering moving back to the city. When he didn't, she assumed that she was reading the situation incorrectly. "Yes, Billy Cresswell, I will marry you." He cradled Sam in the crook of one arm and lifted her down from the train to the platform with the other. He leaned forward and kissed her. All her dreams had come true. 2 months later, Judge Walton scrutinized Amber under his watchful gaze. He broke out into a huge smile. "You look wonderful, my dear." "Thank you," Amber gushed. She had just walked down the stairs of Walton's house in the square where she had spent the night. As soon as the judge had heard that Amber and Billy were to be married, he visited Amber in the hotel and asked if he might have the honor of giving her away. Amber readily agreed. The townsfolk couldn't have been more welcoming or thrilled at the news. The town tailor had pulled out all the stops to make a wonderful suit for Billy. The seamstress had worked night and day to create a beautiful yet functional dress for Amber. There had been offers of help from across the community. The Cresswells would be moving to a wonderful house on the outskirts of town, purchased a month before from the railroad company at a bargain price. Word had gotten around town that the railroad company had dismissed Billy, which did not create a favorable impression. In the end, an offer was made for Billy to return to his old position in conjunction with the offer of the use of a house. However, Amber and Billy decided that was not the life they wanted, and so the railroad agreed to sell them the house for next to nothing. It was worth it in return for the goodwill from the townspeople. Billy had already started fixing it up, and it would make a beautiful house in which to raise Sam and, God willing, their new family. The judge opened his front door and led the bride out into the square. All was silent. Not a single person was going about their business. They walked slowly across to the church, and Amber stole a glance at Mitch's saloon. The brothers had been as good as their word. Abigail and Mary had left after receiving a substantial sum of money, each with which to start a new life elsewhere. Amber could not have been happier. Standing outside the church door, she couldn't help but cast her eyes in the direction of the graves marking the eternal resting place of the Michelle family. No doubt, Cody would have heard in jail that she was getting married. She was sure that he was happy for her. She prayed that Tate had found somewhere to call home and was getting himself settled. She walked into the church. The reason for the square being empty became apparent when she saw the pews filled to capacity inside the church. All the townsfolk had turned up to offer their good wishes to the newlyweds. Billy was waiting in front beside the pastor, and at his side in a basket lay Sam, fast asleep. Billy's eyes glinted at the sight of his bride. "You look beautiful," he whispered. "Thank you, Deputy Cresswell," she cooed in response. Billy's chest boasted a shiny badge. After hearing that Billy had turned down the railroad company's offer of employment, Sheriff Hereford paid him a visit and offered him the position of deputy. Most of the sheriff's men were as old as Billy, as he had discovered when they went to arrest Fox. Billy would be a welcome addition. After a brief discussion with his wife-to-be, Billy accepted. The sheriff had also quietly told Billy that he was planning to retire before long, giving him a knowing look, suggesting that Hereford would support Billy as the next Freshwater Creek sheriff. The service passed by quickly, with Amber thinking that she must be blessed to be this happy. "You may now kiss the bride," the pastor declared. She looked up at Billy, his handsome face and strength of character and body providing all the security she needed. He bent and gently kissed her. She was glad of his arms around her because she felt weak at the knees. Marriage felt wonderful. Sam woke and cried ever so softly until Amber picked him up and comforted him. "He is lucky to have a mother like you," Billy said. Amber smiled. Finally, she knew happiness. She was never going to let it go.